Hello everybody, thank you for clicking on this video. But before I get into the analysis, I figured it would be wise to explain what this video is and what my goals are going to be. Jon Snow is my favorite character in media by a mile. He's a character that's completely changed my life for the better through causing immense self-reflection, and one that I find a lot of people misunderstood or misunderstand due to the fact that the Game of Thrones TV show gets a lot wrong about the character and frankly leaves a lot out. But this video is not going to be a breakdown of everything the TV show changed regarding Jon Snow. There are already many videos on this app that have completed that task, and I'd recommend this one by Alt-Shift-X if that's something that you're interested in. Instead, this video is going to be a breakdown of Jon Snow's character in the books and in the books alone. I'm going to be going chapter by chapter and doing my very best to break down every single thing that I find interesting and relevant about Jon Snow, whether it be highlighting moments of foreshadowing, character growth, or just something that I personally find really cool. And the best part is, I'm going to be making at least 5 of these. One video per book, and then one final video theorizing where his arc will lead him in the Winds of Winter. My goal with these videos are quite simple. I want people to understand the character of Jon Snow in a way that they have never had before, and while these videos can never be a replacement for truly reading the books and reading his chapters yourself, I'm hoping that maybe, just maybe, a few TV show only watchers click on this video and decide to give the books a try. This is going to be a long journey, where you will come away not just having a deeper understanding of the character of Jon, but a comprehensive understanding of yours truly as well. These videos are going to be the most honest and open you will ever see a creator get. There will be no shortcuts, no punches pulled, nothing left on the cutting room floor. So without further ado, thank you so much for clicking on this video and embarking on this long journey ahead, where we will find everything there is to know about my favorite character, Jon Snow. We meet Jon in Bran 1, A Game of Thrones, immediately following the prologue while the Night's Watch deserter is being executed by Ned Stark. And before his name is even uttered, his position as a bastard is noted. Bran notes, his bastard brother Jon Snow moved closer. "Keep the pony well in hand," he whispered, "and don't look away. Father will know if you do." And with this opening line, we learn a fair amount about Jon. One, he is a bastard, so not a legitimate brother to Bran, but they seem to be close nonetheless, with Jon being the first of the siblings to reassure Bran.
You did well.
However, the fact that Bran notes he's a bastard and not just his brother enforces this idea that will continue to be reinforced, that no matter how close Jon is to his siblings, there is this cold, isolating distance between them. Also, with this opening line, we have Jon Snow encouraging the Northern way of life, and seemingly embracing it more than his elder and more legitimate brother Robb. Robb and Bran are both somewhat squeamish regarding the execution of the man who deserted the Night's Watch, while Jon seems far more stoic regarding the act, supporting Bran kindly but firmly, something that he will continue to do throughout the series with other people. After the man is beheaded, Theon kicks the head, which prompts Jon to say this. "Ass," Jon muttered, low enough so Greyjoy did not hear. He put a hand on Bran's shoulder, and Bran looked over at his bastard brother. "You did well," Jon said solemnly. Jon was 14, an old hand at justice. And these lines establish even more about Jon's character. First of all, he's sassy, something that I've spoken about before, and something that will continue to come up throughout his journey. He has a sharp tongue, and this makes him incredibly funny, but also gets him into trouble occasionally. This little interaction furthers the point that John carries himself with a certain level of maturity. He's only 14 years old, and yet he has this cold stoicism to him that makes him feel like a natural leader. I also quite enjoy that Bran calls him an old hand at justice, considering the fact that later on with Jaina Slynt, Jon embodies the idea of he who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Shortly after, this scene plays out. The deserter died bravely, Robb said. He was big and broad and growing every day. No, Jon Snow said quietly. It was not courage. This one was dead of fear. You could see it in his eyes. Stark. Jon's eyes were a gray so dark they seemed almost black. But there was little they did not see. He was of an age with Robb, but they did not look alike. Jon was slender where Robb was muscular, dark where Robb was fair, graceful and quick where his half-brother was strong and fast. Robb was not impressed. The others take his eyes, he swore. He died well. Race you to the bridge? Done, Jon said, kicking his horse forward. Robb cursed and followed, and they galloped off down the trail. Robb laughing and hooting. Jon silent and intent. The hooves of their horses kicked up showers of snow as they went. And immediately, the first thing that stands out to me regarding this interaction is the way in which Bran describes Jon's features. Jon is distinctly Stark-like, with dark gray eyes. I particularly like the way Bran describes Jon's eyes, as dark and all-seeing. Firstly, it's a great parallel to the way in which Merrit Frey describes Lady Stoneheart's eyes in the epilogue of Storm of Swords, as being these dark swells that seem to stare right through him. And secondly, I appreciate how Jon's eyes give him the ability to see through bullshit, or in this moment, to see what others refuse to. Robb describes the deserter as dying bravely, but at the end of the day, what killed the deserter wasn't courage, it was fear. Fear of the cold, fear of the others. And Jon immediately clocks it, showing a level of maturity and firmness that even his elder brother doesn't yet have. But then the scene suddenly switches tones, having two brothers go from debating the circumstances of a man's death to simply having a race like they are just little kids. The scene showcases the tragedy of not only Jon's character, but Robb's as well. These are two boys who are being forced to become men too soon due to the cold and brutal nature of this world. And Jon's relationship and competition with Robb is something that will continue popping up as we proceed throughout his story. The next scene we get with Jon is when him and Robb find the direwolves. Theon immediately calls it a freak, and Jon responds by saying this. "It's no freak," Jon said calmly. "That's a direwolf. They grow larger than the other kind." And what makes this scene so fascinating is the direwolf is the symbol of House Stark, and yet Jon is the first one to come to its defense, even though he's a bastard and doesn't carry the Stark name. This chapter goes a long way in subtly showing how Jon longs to be a true Stark. Not only that, we know Jon ends up having a very close relationship with Ghost, so it's just so cool to see these seeds already being planted so early. And this idea is reinforced immediately by the next scene. "Lord Stark," Jon said. It was strange to hear him call father that. So formal. Bran looked at him with desperate hope. "There are 5 pups," he told father. 3 male, 2 female. What of it, Jon? "You have 5 trueborn children," Jon said. 3 sons, 2 daughters. The direwolf is the sigil of your house. Your children were meant to have these pups, my lord." Bran saw his father's face change, saw the other men exchange glances. He loved Jon with all his heart at that moment. Even at 7, Bran understood what his brother had done. The Count had come right only because Jon had omitted himself. He had included the girls, included even Rickon, the baby, but not the bastard who bore the surname Snow, the name that custom decreed be given to all those in the north unlucky enough to be born with no name of their own. Their father understood as well. "You want no pup for yourself, Jon?" he asked softly. "The direwolf graces the banners of House Stark," Jon pointed out. "I am no Stark father." In this moment, the foundations for Jon Snow are clear as day. He's an incredibly intelligent and kind young man who's mature beyond his years and can think really well on his feet. He's clearly a natural-born leader and embodies what it means to be a Stark more than all of his other brothers put together, and yet he's the furthest from them because he's a bastard. He has the look, the personality, and the ability, and yet without the name, he's viewed as far away from his own father. But luckily for Jon, the chapter doesn't end there. Halfway across the bridge, Jon pulled up suddenly. "What is it, Jon?" their Lord Father asked. "Can't you hear it?" Bran could hear the winds in the trees, the clatter of their hooves on the ironwood planks, the whimpering of his hungry pup, but Jon was listening to something else. "There," Jon said. He swung his horse around and galloped back across the bridge. They watched him dismount where the direwolf lay dead in the snow, watched him kneel. A moment later he was riding back to them, smiling. "He must have crawled away from the others," Jon said. "Or been driven away," their father said, looking at the 6th pup. His fur was white, where the rest of the litter was gray. His eyes were as red as the blood of the ragged man who had died that morning. Bran thought it curious that this pup alone would have opened his eyes while the others were still blind. "An albino," Theon Greyjoy said, with amusement. "This one will die even faster." Then Jon Snow gave his father's ward a long, chilling look. "I think not, Greyjoy," he said. "This one belongs to me." And firstly, I find it incredibly interesting that Jon was able to find Ghost to begin with. Jon only finds Ghost because he heard him make a sound. But we know with context that Ghost is a mute direwolf who is dead quiet at all times. So how on earth did Jon hear him? The first and more simple theory is that Bloodraven warged into Ghost and caused him to make a sound. But my own personal theory I find to be far more interesting. We know that later on, Jon is able to warg into Ghost subconsciously. He has no control over it at first, and it's something that just happens, especially when he's asleep. I believe that in this moment, possibly through some old god magic interference, Jon for a split second warged into Ghost and heard himself walking away. That, or he felt something, maybe a type of almost radio wave, that alerted him of the wolf's presence. Either way, it's incredibly odd and fascinating. I also love how Ned points out that Ghost had possibly been driven away by its family, symbolizing that, like Jon, Ghost is an outcast. Not only that, but Bran remarks that Ghost is the only wolf who isn't blind. He has these blood-red eyes that are wide open and seem to be seeing everything. Both Jon and Ghost are outcasts in their own litter, and both are the only ones who can truly see. This opening chapter, which isn't even a Jon chapter, goes a long way in establishing who this character is, and everything that we learn about him, from appearance to personality to character relationships, are things that will continue to blossom as his story unfolds. The next time that Jon comes up in the story is Jon 1. This chapter finds Jon Snow sitting in the Winterfell Hall during the King's Feast. And the first thing that stands out is Jon isn't sitting with his family. He's sitting in the back of the hall with the squires, reinforcing the through line of Jon's isolation. Jon is also drunk during this chapter, which makes for an interesting narrative development. The bulk of the chapter begins when the Starks and the Crown enter the hall, and unsurprisingly, Jon takes the time to read the room up and down. Jon remarks that even at 14, he could see through Cersei Lannister's fake smile, that Robert was a fat disappointment, that Myrcella seemed to be quite stupid, and that Jaime Lannister was what a king should look like. And the fact that Jon is so fascinated with Jaime showcases a level of immaturity that Jon Snow isn't yet aware that he has. We know with context that while Jaime may look like the perfect knight, he is anything but. But Jon Snow doesn't know that. All he sees is the handsome man with a cool sword, and he immediately assumes that Jaime is a chill dude. This naivete is something that Jon very much still has, even though he doesn't want to believe it. And one of the best parts of his arc is watching his naive, childish ideals get crushed by the truth of the world. Kill the boy and let the man be born. A line that's importance shows itself as early as Jon's first chapter. And speaking of importance for Jon Snow, in comes Benjen Stark. And immediately, Benjen Stark establishes himself as a beacon of warmth in Jon's life. He's the first character that we see Jon interact with, at least from his perspective. Jon tells Benjen that he's named his direwolf Ghost, since he's a mute and different from the others. Jon also tells Benjen that he's been forced to sit at the back of the hall because Catelyn is ashamed of him. He says, "Don't you usually eat at the table with your brothers?" "Most times," Jon answered in a flat voice. But tonight Lady Stark thought it might give insult to the royal family to seat a bastard among them. Jon then remarks about what skills he's needed to pick up on due to the fact that he is a bastard. Jon says that a bastard had to learn to notice things, to read the truth that people hid behind their eyes. His father was observing all the courtesies, but there was tightness in him that Jon seldom seen before. He said little, looking out over the hall with hooded eyes, seeing nothing. 2 seats away, the king had been drinking heavily all night. His broad face was flushed behind his great black beard. He made many a toast, laughed loudly at every jest, and attacked each dish like a starving man. But beside him the queen seemed as cold as an ice sculpture. "The queen is angry too," Jon told his uncle, in a low, quiet voice. "Father took the king down to the crypts this afternoon. The queen didn't want him to go." This further reinforces the through line that while Jon might not always speak loudly or often, he is always watching. While all of his other siblings are still blind to the truth, Jon Snow's eyes are wide open. Jon then expresses his interest in joining the Night's Watch. He views the Watch as something honorable, something heroic, somewhere that he can go to and make a name for himself. But Benjen responds with the truth. "The Wall is a hard place for a boy, Jon." "I am almost a man grown," Jon protested. "I will turn 15 on my next name day, and Maester Luwin says bastards grow up faster than other children." Another moment of foreshadowing for the legendary line, "Kill the boy and let the man be born." Jon then tells Benjen how he can be just like Daeron Targaryen, how Daeron was only 14 when he conquered Dorne. He remarks that the young dragon was one of his heroes, and this is specifically tragic when you remember that Robb Stark often gets compared to Daeron Targaryen. Both are children forced to fill shoes that are larger than life, and it ends up costing them their lives. And after Benjen hears this, he reminds Jon that Daeron dies, and that childish fantasies aren't always honest about the world. But Jon persists, and in this next scene we see a side of Jon that we haven't seen yet. A side of Jon that is hurt, angry, and worst of all, lonely. Jon remarks that his family members will inherit so much, but what place could a bastard hope to earn? Benjen then tells Jon that he doesn't know what he would be giving up, that he's a child that doesn't understand the larger world, that once he commits to being a man of the Night's Watch, there is no going back. But Jon, in his childish arrogance and frustration, tells Benjen that he's ready, that he can prove himself, even though Benjen never said he couldn't. He yells at Benjen that he isn't his son, and that more than anything he would never want a bastard of his own. Jon trembled. "I will never father a bastard," he said carefully. "Never." He spat it out like venom. Now clearly drunk, Jon stumbles out of the hall, and runs into an unlikely friend, Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion is a character that will end up having a tremendous impact on Jon Snow, and their budding friendship begins with Tyrion Lannister, who later on can hardly walk at times, jumping off a 10-foot ledge and landing with a somersault. And while their conversation hereafter is short, it is truly very impactful. Tyrion calls Jon a bastard, which annoys him for a second, but then after Tyrion tells Jon that he looks the most like Ned, Jon blushes with happiness, clearly reinforcing that deep down, more than anything, he just wants to be accepted. And then Tyrion drops one of the best lines in the entire series.
"Let me give you some advice, bastard. Never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you."
And analysis aside, this line is just straight gas. This line is one that will define the rest of Jon Snow's life. Jon's journey throughout the rest of the series is one of self-discovery, where he constantly grows, shifts, and changes. And it is only through accepting who he is at any given moment that he's able to grow past them. And on a more personal note, this line is the first of many that truly altered the course of my own life. I'm an open book, genuinely. I'm honest with myself, with others, and I never deny who or what I am. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time, not too long ago, where like Jon in this chapter, I found myself very angry, confused, and worst of all, alone. And like Jon Snow, it was only through self-acceptance and reflection that I was able to escape the toxic spiral that I found myself in. This chapter is incredible. It's fascinating because it's really not what you would expect a hero of the story to have as their opening chapter. In Bran 1, Jon is introduced as this stoic, mature, emotionally strong individual that understands truths of the world that others are blind to. But this chapter works to undercut what we thought we knew about Jon. In this chapter, Jon is presented as a mildly intelligent but naive child, a boy in over his head who doesn't understand his own privilege or what he is asking to lose. There's a point in this chapter where Jon remarks that he can't see too well because he's drunk, symbolizing the fact that for all of his vision, Jon Snow was still very much blind to many truths of the world. And this is just such a cool way to introduce a character. John 1 serves to make the character three-dimensional immediately, establishing that Jon Snow isn't a one-note, stoic cool guy with dark hair, but a fully fleshed-out human being, with flaws. Flaws that have defined him for years, and will continue to define his choices moving forward. The next time that Jon is mentioned is in the very next chapter, with Catelyn. Maester Luwin and Ned decide that he will be joining the Night's Watch, since Catelyn doesn't want him at Winterfell, and he wants to join anyways. And what I really want to focus on for this chapter is simply the way Catelyn feels about Jon. Catelyn does not like Jon, and he knows it. But she doesn't go out of her way to be cruel to him like many people think. Instead, she just ignores him, which in many ways might actually be worse. And this cold mother figure that Jon currently has in Catelyn Stark is someone that I've covered extensively in the past, and a relationship that will haunt the entirety of Jon Snow's story. Jon then has another great scene in the next chapter, that being Arya 1. At the end of this chapter, Arya finds Jon in a long hallway with a window. She remarks that Ghost is already bigger than the other pups, and then they have a really wholesome interaction, where they make fun of Tommen together, which causes Arya to remark about how they've always been close, since they are both black sheep of the family. They had always been close. Jon had their father's face, as she did. They were the only ones. Robb and Sansa and Bran, and even little Rickon, all took after the Tullys, with easy smiles and fire in their hair. When Arya had been little, she had been afraid that meant she was a bastard too. It had been Jon she had gone to interfere, and Jon who had reassured her. And again, much like with Bran in his first chapter, we have a moment of Jon Snow being a stoic, strong older brother for his siblings, even when the topic at hand is deeply painful for him. And this through line of Jon Snow putting his family and specifically his little sister Arya above all else is going to be incredibly important later on. In fact, let me just rip your heart out right now. The first interaction we get between Jon and Arya is Jon running his hands through her hair. Arya gave back at him. Jon grinned, reached over, and messed up her hair. And the last thing that Jon thinks about after receiving the pink letter in his final chapter of Dance is running his hands through Arya's hair. You know nothing, Jon Snow. He thought of Arya. Her hair is tangled as a bird's nest. The chapter continues, and Jon and Arya are just having a jolly time. They call Joffrey a little shit, poke fun at the Lannisters, and openly mock the oppressive traditions in Westeros. Jon then ends the chapter telling Arya that nothing is fair, further showing that his role in his sibling's story has been and always will be that of the honest, caring, and strong older brother. The next time that Jon comes up is in Jon 2. The chapter begins with Jon climbing the steps in Winterfell to reach Bran and say goodbye. He remarks that it saddens him to think that this may be his last time here, but he tries his best to ignore it. And when he walks into Bran's room, he finds Catelyn there. She asks him, flat and emotionless, what he is doing here. He responds by saying that he's here to say goodbye to Bran. Unfortunately, however, for Jon, Catelyn does not like him and does not want to see him at this moment, so she tells him to go away. But when he persists, Jon remarks at the way she looks at him. Something cold moved in her eyes. I told you to leave, she said. We don't want you here. This coldness that John describes, to me is symbolic of two things. One, it's symbolic of the bits of Lady Stoneheart that are starting to show themselves as early as Bran's fall. Merritt Frey describes her eyes as cold and cruel, the same way that John does in this moment. And what makes this even more interesting is later on in the story, Jon Snow's eyes are described in the same manner. I've stated in the past that Jon Snow is Catelyn Stark's truest son, and these key moments support that theory. These two characters, who when face to face feel a world apart, are actually one and the same, and the next moment that they share is heartbreaking. Jon sits next to his little brother and breaks down. "Bran," he said, "I'm sorry I didn't come before. I was afraid." He could feel the tears rolling down his cheeks. Jon no longer cared. "Don't die, Bran, please. We're all waiting for you to wake up. Me and Robb and the girls, everyone." In this moment, we see a very different side to Jon. We aren't seeing the brave, mature, and fearless young man that we were presented with in Bran 1. And we aren't seeing the angry, lonely brat from Jon 1. Instead, we see a child, fearful that he won't ever get to see his baby brother again. It's devastating, and goes a long way in further humanizing the character. And somehow, this chapter gets even heavier. After lightly kissing Bran, and thinking about how much it hurts Jon to leave, Catelyn begins to open up to him. Sorta. She tells him that she prayed Ned would leave Bran with her. In response, Jon tells her that it wasn't her fault, and instead of understanding that Jon was just trying to reach out and speak with her, Catelyn takes her rage out on him, telling Jon that she doesn't need any of his pity. And then, right before he's about to leave, one of the most devastating lines in the entire series is uttered. Catelyn calls Jon by his first name, which is something she had never done before. And in many ways, in this moment, Catelyn is acknowledging his existence for the first time. And she does it not to praise him or open up to him, but to tell him that it should have been him who fell. He turned to find her looking at his face, as if she were seeing it for the first time. "Yes," he said. "It should have been you," she told him. Then she turned back to Bran and began to weep, her whole body shaking with the sobs. Jon had never seen her cry before. And this scene is gut-wrenching. In this moment, Jon and Catelyn are mourning together, and in mourning they acknowledge each other truly for the first time. The most intimate moment Jon has ever had with his mother figure came from her wishing death upon him. And this chapter gets worse, since immediately after this scene, we have the last scene of Jon and Robb together. Jon remarks that Robb seems more a man now, before taking notice of the snow melting in his auburn hair, an observation that will haunt him for the rest of his days. And when Robb asks what his mother said, Jon only responds, "She was very kind." And ironically enough, there is some tragic truth in this statement. While he's obviously lying as to not upset Robb, compared to the way Catelyn usually treats Jon, her telling him that she wished he was the one who fell is actually kind of a step up, considering the fact that she at least had to look him in the eyes and acknowledge his existence to do so. And then Robb and Jon give one last hug, one sad look, and go on their ways. But wait, this chapter isn't done kicking you in the nuts, because John has one more farewell to give. John meets Arya in her room. They share some good jokes and laugh about hairy legs, while John gives her needle. He tells her that the Braavosi use swords like this in Pentos and Myr and the other free cities. It won't hack a man's head off, but it can poke him full of holes if you're fast enough. Which is really good foreshadowing for Arya's first teacher, Syrio Forel. They joke some more about how she can't tell Sansa, how she will find people to practice with, and most importantly that if she's going to use it, to stick them with the pointy end. Which, might I remind you, is the last memory John thinks about before he dies in his final chapter of Dance. John fell to his knees. He found the dagger's hilt and wrenched it free. In the cold night air, the wound was smoking. "Ghost," he whispered. Pain washed over him. "Stick them with the pointy end." Arya then tells John that she's sad she won't ever get to see him again. To which John responds, "Different roads sometimes lead to the same castle. Who knows?" And I wonder if that is going to be relevant later on in The Winds of Winter. They then both name Needle together, laughing and giggling as they do, and the chapter closes with one of the most bittersweet lines in the entirety of Book 1. Arya seemed puzzled at first, then it came to her. She was that quick. They said it together. "Needle!" The memory of her laughter warmed him on the long ride north. And I will get into this more in my 5th video in the series, but this line right here, this idea that it is Arya specifically that fills him with warmth, is something that I believe will be incredibly important to his journey in The Winds of Winter and A Dream of Spring. The next chapter that John appears in is Tyrion 2. Tyrion takes a look at John while they are riding north and says this: "No doubt the boy had made the mistake of thinking that the Night's Watch was made up of men like his uncle. If so, Yoren and his companions were a rude awakening." Tyrion felt sorry for the boy. He had chosen a hard life. Or perhaps he should say that a hard life had been chosen for him. Then they actually have a really great conversation later in this chapter. While reading a book about Aegon's conquest, Jon Snow asks Tyrion why he reads so much. And I just want to say that it feels kinda on the nose that Tyrion is reading a book about 3 Targaryen siblings while speaking to someone who is heavily theorized to be one of the 3 Targaryens currently alive. Jon even directly tells him that it's silly for him to be reading a book about dragons, since they don't exist. But Tyrion gives him pushback, literally telling him, "So they say." And then Tyrion drops an incredibly interesting monologue that frustrates and upsets Jon, but it's also tragically true. He tells Jon, "I used to start fires in the bowels of Casterly Rock and stare at the flames for hours, pretending they were dragonfire. Sometimes I'd imagine my father burning, at other times my sisters." Jon Snow was staring at him, a look equal parts horror and fascination. "Don't look at me that way, bastard. I know your secret. You've dreamt the same kind of dreams." This frustrates Jon, and causes him to yell at Tyrion to stop. But what's fascinating is Tyrion's assumption that Jon has thought about killing Robb isn't necessarily wrong, or at least not yet. Jon has a dream later on in Dance of him wielding a flaming sword and cutting down Robb. So Tyrion is foreshadowing a dream 4 books later. But after further pushing Jon, Ghost throws Tyrion to the ground, without a command, and without a sound. Ghost strikes the fear of the North into Tyrion. He did not growl, The damn thing never made a sound. He only looked at him with those bright red eyes and showed him his teeth, and that was more than enough. Then Jon trolls Tyrion by telling him to ask nicely if he wants him to help him up. And after joking around a little more, we see Jon acknowledge part of what Tyrion says. Jon remarks that he now knows what Tyrion has said about the Night's Watch is true. But at this point it is just simply too late. It is what it is. Tyrion respects this answer, and tells Jon that he's smart to see the world for what it truly is, reinforcing the plotline of Jon being able and willing to see things that other men would not be, a characteristic that will bring him to very high places and very low ones. The chapter then ends with this. Tyrion was the last to retire, as always. As he stepped into the shelter his men had built for him, he paused and looked back at Jon Snow. The boy stood near the fire, his face still and hard, looking deep into the flames. Tyrion Lannister smiled sadly and went to bed. So George mentions dragons and Targaryens right before Jon pops up, and then ends the chapter with Jon staring into fire without fear. Very interesting, George. Very interesting. The next time Jon is referenced is in Bran 3, and it is one of the most fascinating scenes in the entire book. Right after Bran's third eye is pecked open, and he looks across space and time, he looks to the wall and states this. Finally he looked north. He saw the wall, shining like a blue crystal, and his bastard brother Jon sleeping alone in a cold bed, his skin growing pale and hard as the memory of all warmth fled from him. So in as early as Book 1, George is already setting up Jon's death, something that will not occur for another 4 books. Great stuff. Jon 3 is the chapter where he finally arrives at the wall, and we learn a fair amount in this chapter. The chapter opens with Jon beating the shit out of Grenn, and we meet Alliser Thorne. And immediately something incredibly interesting happens. Alliser Thorne calls Jon Lord Snow, to which Jon thinks Jon hated that name. A mockery that Sir Alliser had hung on him the first day he came to practice. The boys had picked it up, and now he heard it everywhere. He slid the longsword back into its scabbard. No, he replied. And this is going to be a new plot thread that I'm going to track throughout the 4 books. The name Lord Snow changes in terms of its meaning. It goes from a term used to disrespect Jon, something that he personally detests, to something used as a sign of respect, and something Jon comes to appreciate. Keep this in mind as we proceed. Jon then tells Alliser that he's tired, to which Alliser calls him weak. Jon can't understand why he would say this though, since he's the best of the new recruits by a mile. And what Jon lacks in this moment is perspective. Jon is better than the boys around him because he's high-born. He's been trained properly and knows his way around a yard. Sure, he's had his fair share of shit to put up with, as we see in Jon 1 and 2, but compared to the people around him, Jon's life has been sunshine and rainbows. And because of this distance, Jon finds himself even more isolated here than he did at Winterfell. He notes that he doesn't have any friends. So cold, he thought, remembering the warm halls of Winterfell, where the hot waters ran through the walls like blood through a man's body. There was scant warmth to be found in Castle Black. The walls were cold here, and the people colder. Jon questions everyone this chapter. He questions his father Ned, he questions his uncle, and even goes as far as to question the gods themselves. And over the course of this, John's loneliness becomes bitterness. How could everyone let this happen? Let him get stuck in such a shithole? Afterward, he sought out Ghost in the loneliness of his cell, and buried his face in his thick white fur. John yearns for his family, for his brothers, for his sisters, and for most of all to just simply run his hands through his little sister Arya's hair. Unfriendly reminder that this is the last thing he thinks about before he dies. As John is eating, a few boys from the watch jump him. Toad stepped close. "The little lordling has a mouth on him," he said. "He had pig eyes, small and shiny." "Is that your mommy's mouth, bastard? What was she? Some whore? Tell us her name. Maybe I had her a time or two." He laughed. John twisted like an eel, and slammed a heel down across the instep of the boy holding him. There was a sudden cry of pain, and he was free. He flew at Toad, knocked him backward over a bench, and landed on his chest, with both hands on his throat, slamming his head against the packed earth. And mommy issues, I guess, but John just tried to kill a guy for calling his mom a name. That's pretty insane. Now at this point in the show, John gets saved by Tyrion. But in the books, a different character walks into the armory to put a stop to the nonsense. Donal Noye, who is one of the most important characters in Jon Snow's life, walks into the armory, dismissing the other boys, but demanding that Jon stays. Jon notes that he's cold with rage, and then Donal Noye gives him something truly priceless: perspective. He tells him she was what she was, and nothing Toad says can change that. "You know we have men on the wall whose mothers were whores." Not my mother, Jon thought stubbornly. He knew nothing of his mother. Eddard Stark would not talk of her, yet he dreamed of her at times, so often that he could almost see her face. In his dreams she was beautiful and high-born, and her eyes were kind. "You think you had it hard, being a High Lord's bastard," the armorer went on. "That boy Jaren is a Septon's get, and Cotter Pike is the base-born son of a tavern wench. Now he commands Eastwatch by the sea." "I don't care," Jon said. "I don't care about them, and I don't care about you, or Thorne, or Benjen Stark, or any of it. I hate it here. It's cold. Yes, cold and hard, and mean. That's the wall, and the men who walk it. Not like the stories your wet nurse told you. Well, piss on the stories, and piss on your wet nurse. This is the way it is, and you're here for life, same as the rest of us." Life, Jon repeated bitterly. The armorer could talk about life. He'd had one. He'd only taken the black after he'd lost an arm at the siege of Storm's End. Before that, he'd smithed for Stannis Baratheon, the king's brother. He'd seen the Seven Kingdoms from one end to the other. He'd feasted and wenched and fought in 100 battles. They said it was Donal Noye who forged King Robert's warhammer, the one that crushed the life from Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident. He'd done all the things that Jon would never do. And then, when he was old, well past 30, he'd taken a glancing blow from an axe, and the wound had festered until the whole arm had to come off. Only then, crippled, had Donal Noye come to the wall, when his life was all but over. "Yes, life," Noye said. "A long life or a short one. It's up to you, Snow. The road you're walking, one of your brothers will slit your throat for you one night." "They're not my brothers," Jon snapped. "They hate me because I'm better than they are." "No, they hate you because you act like you're better than they are." They look at you and see a castle-bred bastard who thinks he's a lordling. The armorer leaned close. You're no lordling. Remember that. You're a Snow, not a Stark. You're a bastard and a bully. A bully? John almost choked on the word. The accusation was so unjust, it took his breath away. They were the ones who came after me. 4 of them. 4 that you've humiliated in the yard. 4 who are probably afraid of you. I've watched you fight. It's not training with you. Put a good edge on your sword, and they'd be dead meat. You know it, I know it, they know it. You leave them nothing. You shame them. Does that make you feel proud? John hesitated. He did feel proud when he won. Why shouldn't he? But the armorer was taking that away too, making it sound as if he were doing something wrong. They're all older than me, he said defensively. Older and bigger and stronger. That's the truth. I'll wager your master-at-arms taught you how to fight bigger men at Winterfell. Though, who was he, some old knight? Sir Roderick Cassel, John said warily. There was a trap here. He felt it closing around him. Donalnoy leaned forward, into John's face. Now think on this, boy. None of these others had ever had a master-at-arms until Sir Alistair. Their fathers were farmers, and wagon men and poachers, smiths and miners and oars on a trading galley. What they know of fighting, they learned between decks, in the alleys of Old Town and Lannisport, in wayside brothels and taverns on the King's Road. They may have clacked a few sticks together before they came here, but I promise you, not 1 in 20 was ever rich enough to own a real sword. His look was grim. So how do you like the taste of your victories now, Lord Snow? Don't call me that, John said sharply, but the force had gone out of his anger. Suddenly he felt ashamed and guilty. I don't think. Best you start thinking, Noy warned him. That, or sleep with a dagger by your bed. Now go. And I just have to say, this is one of my favorite monologues in the entire series. In this moment, John's entire existence has been given a new perspective, and the life that he once thought he understood, he now has to reevaluate. Up until this point in the chapter, we have been in the head of a bully. A spoiled, entitled, pompous bully who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. John is privileged, far more privileged than the men around him. But what makes him likable, even in this moment, is his willingness to change. After being lectured, John's humanity and desire to be better doesn't allow him to stagnate. The fact that he feels remorse tells the reader that there is more to this young man with potential for change. John then describes the wall. He notes that it feels like this is where the world ends. That he knew if somehow it fell, the world would fall with it. John then begins to think of his desires to range and explore, but he thinks it's best not to say what you want. Great setup for the amazing line that he gives in A Storm of Swords about always wanting it. And remember what I was saying about Tyrion predicting the future, with Jon dreaming of Robb dead? It turns out I didn't have to fast forward all the way to Dance, because Jon had a wish in this chapter alone that Benjen Stark would die. Jon remembered the wish he'd wished in his anger, the vision of Benjen Stark dead in the snow, and he looked away quickly. The dwarf had a way of sensing things, and Jon did not want to see the guilt in his eyes. The chapter then ends with Jon meeting Jorah Mormont for the first time. And hold on, did we just meet Mormont's Raven, not even 2 pages after John remarks that Benjen has gone missing. Quinn the GM, you son of a gun. For those of you who don't know, Quinn made a theory a few months back about how Mormont's Raven is Benjen warged, and this little kernel is more evidence to that theory. Great job, Quinn. John was summoned to the Lord Commander's room to find out about Bran, and while reading the letter, John is terrified. He's crying, shaking, and frozen. But when he sees that Bran is alive, he is overcome with joy. He screams that he's going to live, and the crow repeats him, saying, "Live, live." Funny that this random-ass crow would take such an interest in a random kid living. Unless it's Benjen Stark, in there, trying to celebrate alongside his nephew. And then the chapter ends on quite a happy note. Jon runs to Tyrion, spins him in the air, and then says sorry to Gren for being an ass. And to make matters even better, Jon offers to help his brothers learn how to fight. Jon went to him. Gren edged backward and put up his hands. "Stay away from me now, you bastard." Jon smiled at him. "I'm sorry about your wrist. Robb used the same move on me once, only with a wooden blade. It hurt like 7 hells, but yours must be worse. Look, if you want, I can show you how to defend." That. Alliser Thorne overheard him. "Lord Snow wants to take my place now," he sneered. "I'd have an easier time teaching a wolf to juggle than you will training them." "I'll take that wager, Sir Alliser," Jon said. "I'd love to see Ghost juggle." Jon heard Gren suck in his breath. Shocked, silence fell. Then Tyrion Lannister laughed. 3 of the Black brothers joined in from a nearby table. The laughter spread up and down the benches until even the cooks joined in. The birds stirred in the rafters, and finally even Gren began to chuckle. Sir Alliser never took his eyes from Jon. As the laughter rolled around him, his face darkened, and his sword hand curled into a fist. That was a grievous error, Lord Snow, he said at last in the acid tones of an enemy. So this chapter begins with Jon being an entitled little shit, but ends with him finding his footing, beginning to redefine the kind of man that he wants to be. And this moment is the beginning of a very long journey, in which Jon Snow will discover his gift for leading, and what it takes to survive in the cold. The next time Jon pops up is in Tyrion 3. Tyrion finds Jon at the top of the wall, and they have quite a wholesome interaction. Jon implies that he's been making friends, which is good, but Jon also seems rather sad when Tyrion reminds him that he will be leaving the wall the next morning. And more than anything, this chapter is fascinating because it highlights not only how far Jon has come in his own right, but how much his friendship with Tyrion has progressed as well. Jon asks Tyrion to give Bran what Tyrion gave him: words, knowledge, and the truth of the world, to which Tyrion agrees. And I know this is a Jon video, but man, Tyrion really is just such a fascinating character as well. Maybe he deserves his own groups of videos one day. And then 2 of the most unlikely friends in the whole book series say their farewells in a truly beautiful scene. Jon says, "Thank you, my Lord of Lannister." He pulled off his glove and offered his bare hand. Friend. Tyrion found himself oddly touched. "Most of my kin are bastards," he said with a smile. "But you're the first I've had to friend." He pulled the glove off with his teeth and clasped Jon Snow by the hand. Flesh against flesh. Jon 4 opens with Jon meeting Sam for the first time. Jon remarks that Sam is the fattest boy he has ever seen, but quickly feels sorry for him when Alliser Thorne begins to bully him. And when Sam is on the brink of getting seriously hurt, Jon steps in, openly disobeying Alliser Thorne in front of everyone. This causes Alistair to have 3 men fight John in order to get to Sam. Funny enough, John actually gets injured by the very move he taught Gren, showing that he's actually a pretty good teacher. But in the end, he's able to stand his ground and protect Sam. And when Sam is helping John with his bruise, Pip says a very interesting line. "I'm Jon Snow, Ned Stark's bastard of Winterfell." Samwell Tarly nodded. "Aye, if you want, you can call me Sam. My mother calls me Sam." "You can call him Lord Snow," Pip said as he came up to join them. "You don't want to know what his mother calls him." And this is so fascinating. In just the last chapter, Jon viewed being called Lord Snow as the highest form of disrespect, a jape made to undercut who he is. But now it's said more as a sign of respect. Lord Snow is no longer an insult, but a sign of Jon's change from a pompous brat to a natural leader in the Night's Watch. Jon then thinks about what everyday life is like here on the Wall. He states that the mornings were for swordplay, the afternoons for work, and the Black Brothers set new recruits to many different tasks, to learn what skills that they have. Jon cherished the rare afternoons when he was sent out with Ghost, ranging at his side to bring back game for the Lord Commander's table. But every day spent hunting, he gave a dozen to Donalnoy in the armory, spinning the whetstone while the one-armed smith sharpened axes grown dull from use, or pumping the bellows as Noy hammered out a new sword. And at this point, I really appreciate the relationship Jon has developed with Donalnoy. Donal is Jon's mentor, and the closest thing he has to a father at this point. Jon remarks in A Dance with Dragons that he keeps his office as Lord Commander in the armory because that's where him and Donalnoy would work. At dinner, Jon recognizes that Sam is alone and scared, so he decides to eat with him. They then talk about the Wall, and Ghost even licks the tears off of Sam's face to cheer him up. And then Jon begins to tell Sam about Winterfell, and he begins by telling him about his family. But then he opens up about this dream that he has been having. This is the dream. "Sometimes I dream about it," he said. "I'm walking down this long, empty hall. My voice echoes all around, but no one answers. So I walk faster, opening doors, shouting names. I don't even know who I'm looking for. Most nights it's my father, but sometimes it's Rob instead, or my little sister Arya, or my uncle." The thought of Benjen Stark saddened him. His uncle was still missing. "Do you ever find anyone in your dream?" Sam asked. Jon shook his head. "No one. The castle is always empty." He had never told anyone of the dream, and he did not understand why he was telling Sam now. Yet somehow it felt good to talk of it. Even the ravens are gone from the rookery, and the stables are full of bones. That always scares me. I start to run then, throwing open doors, climbing the tower 3 steps at a time, searching for someone, for anyone, and then I find myself in front of the door to the crypts. It's black inside, and I can see the steps spiraling down. Somehow I know I have to go down there, but I don't want to. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me. The old kings of winter are down there, sitting on their thrones, with stone wolves at their feet, and iron swords across their legs. But it's not them I'm afraid of. I scream that I'm not a Stark, that this isn't my place, but it's no good. I have to go anyway. So I start down, feeling the walls as I descend, with no torch to light the way. It gets darker and darker, until I want to scream. He stopped, frowning, embarrassed. That's when I always wake, his skin cold and clammy, shivering in the darkness of his cell. Ghost would leap up beside him, his warmth as comforting as daybreak. he would go back to sleep with his face pressed into the direwolf's shaggy white fur. And this dream is fascinating, and I have a theory for it. I believe in this moment, George R.R. Martin is foreshadowing the death and resurrection of Jon Snow. First, Jon running through the castle and finding it empty to me symbolizes his fear of isolation and losing his family, which is why the only thing that can put him back to sleep is holding Ghost, the closest thing that he has to his Stark connection. And then this theory gets a little crazy. I think Jon's crypt dreams are foreshadowing his death at the end of A Dance with Dragons, and the fact that he won't actually belong in the Winterfell crypts because he won't truly be dead. He'll be warged into Ghost and will be getting resurrected very soon. The only people that Jon sees in the Winterfell crypts in his dreams are dead Starks, the Kings of Winter and their wolves. And eventually he sees Robb. These dead people are trying to tell him that he doesn't belong there. So what does this mean, and why could it be happening? I think what could be happening here is after Jon Snow dies, maybe Stannis takes Winterfell, or somehow Winterfell falls out of the hands of the Boltons, and people have access to the crypts. Whoever does might want to bring Jon Snow's body to the crypts to lay him to rest. It would make sense that Stannis respects Jon and wants to give him a proper burial. Jon will be in Ghost at the time, and when he watches his body enter the crypts, he will try and scream, but no one will hear him make a sound because Ghost is mute. Which brings me to the conclusion of this theory for now. We know that Catelyn Stark has been reborn as Lady Stoneheart, and that she has Robb's crown, that she knows Robb made Jon his heir, and that she wants to avenge her son. My theory is that Lady Stoneheart will make her way to the Winterfell crypts in order to bury Robb's crown with the Kings of Winter. But she will find a frozen Jon Snow, with Ghost by his side. In this moment, I believe she will somehow revive Jon Snow and give him Robb's crown. Or maybe Melisandre will do it, but more on this theory when I get to my theory video after Dance. So make sure to sub if that's something you're interested in. Jon 4 then ends in a pretty badass way. Jon marches back into the hall with Sam and tells his new companions that Sam is one of them, and not to hurt him anymore. However, one Night's Watch member doesn't buy it, and tells Jon to essentially screw off. So Jon decides to pin him down while he's sleeping, and scare him half to death with Ghost and a dagger. And with that, Jon 4 ends. In this chapter, Jon finds a lifelong best friend, has a horrifying dream, foreshadowing the events of a book that hasn't yet come out yet, over 30 years later, and truly comes into his own as leader. And somehow this isn't even his best chapter in the book. Jon 5 opens up with 8 of Jon's friends finding out that they are going to be promoted to full-blown men of the Night's Watch next chapter. Many of them are excited, which is quite tragic considering how much the job sucks. This chapter is slower than others, but mainly because it has a lot of setup to do for the much more action-packed chapters that occur later on in Book 1. This chapter finds Jon frustrated for a few reasons. The first being he still doesn't know what's happening with Benjen, and more immediately he's concerned that Sam won't favor well if he's left behind. And to make matters even worse, while Jon is happy at first that he's getting promoted, the reality of never truly being able to go back if he says the words has kicked in. Jon remarks, "The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow, the wall would be his home until he was as old as Maester Aemon. I have not sworn yet," he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely. and he might leave freely, until he said the words. He need only ride on, and he could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. Your half-brothers, a voice inside reminded him, and Lady Stark, who will not welcome you. There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her. Because she was a whore or an adulterous fool, something dark and dishonorable, or else why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? And this statement is one of the saddest in Book 1, because it's Jon being fully honest with himself about the tragedy that the reader has been watching unfold this whole time. While Winterfell was where his family was, in many ways he never felt like he was truly one of them. That he was always close, but there was a distance between Jon and Winterfell that prevented it from being his true home. And this question of what is Jon's home is one that will be asked often as we proceed, and depending on where he is in a story, his answer will vary. But for the first time in the series, Jon calls Castle Black his home, and turns around. It's important to note, however, that Ghost isn't actually with him while he is thinking this. He's off running in the woods, but once Jon says he's going home, Ghost returns to him. And this is something we will talk about much more in A Storm of Swords, but Ghost is integral to Jon's identity. And when Ghost isn't around, a part of Jon is always missing. And once Jon gets back to Castle Black, we see Maester Aemon, and we get to see Jon's intelligence on display, something that unfortunately the TV show never really bothered to explore. Now this might not mean anything, but it's worth pointing out. Usually when Jon talks to people, the line reads something like this: Jon said. But when Jon first talks to Maester Aemon, the line reads, Jon Snow said. I find it incredibly interesting that George has Jon think about his surname, or lack thereof, right before meeting a Targaryen, who also happens to be thinking about other Targaryens at this moment. I see what you're doing, George, but moving on. Jon explains to Maester Aemon that Sam would be much better suited as a steward. He argues that Sam's ability to read and natural intellectual prowess would make him useful, and Aemon responds by saying, Maester Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem. All in all, Jon 5 is a ton of setup, but it does, like many other chapters, reinforce the growth that we've seen Jon have, and it further establishes the never-ending sense of longing that Jon Snow has in his heart. And it also provides us with some more evidence that he's secretly a Targaryen. And now, Jon 6 is one of my favorite chapters in Book 1. It opens up with one of my favorite versions of Jon, Smartass Jon. Jon was breaking his fast on apple cakes and blood sausages when Samwell Tarly plopped himself down on the bench. I've been summoned to the Sept, Sam said in an excited whisper. They're passing me out of training. I'm to be made brother with the rest of you, can you believe it? No, truly? Truly, I'm to assist Maester Aemon with the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters. You'll do well at that, Jon said, smiling. They then go to the Sept, and Jorah Mormont gives this speech. At evenfall, as the sun sets, and we face the gathering night, you shall take your vows. From that moment, you will be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Your crimes will be washed away, your debts forgiven. So too you must wash away your former loyalties. Put aside your grudges, forget old wrongs and old loves alike. Here you begin anew. Now, I want to point out a parallel here that I found between Arya and Jon. Arya's arc throughout A Song of Ice and Fire is one where she is forced to shed her identity. This is obviously brought to the climax during A Feast for Crows, when she literally becomes no one. However, Arya's journey in these books showcases that no matter how many times she says she is no one, no matter how many times she changes faces, a part of her will always be Arya Stark. The Night's Watch oaths are much the same. The boy that was Jon Snow must die in order for the man of the Night's Watch to be born. And yet, even after Jon says his vows, he will still struggle with his desire to be a Stark. He will be tempted by Winterfell, and he will eventually cease to be no one. Just a great plot element that deepens the dynamic between Jon and Arya. Jon then confirms with Jor that he follows the old gods, that the Starks reign from the first men, and that he wishes to go beyond the wall. To which Jor says something rather interesting. He says, "You will find a grove of weirwoods half a league from this spot, and mayhaps your gods as well." And the second part of this sentence I find to be rather intriguing. We know that the others are north of the wall, and Jor says that mayhaps Jon's gods are there as well. To me, this is the first of many moments where House Stark seems to have some strange connection to the others. Possibly some sort of blood pact, or maybe even blood of the others runs through Jon's veins. More on this when we get to A Storm of Swords. Jon then finds out that he's going to be a steward, to which he has a temper tantrum, which makes this a great time to talk about one of my favorite aspects of Jon Snow's character. Jon's development isn't linear. He trips, he falls, he has to relearn, he forgets his ways, he slips back into childish ways, and he takes 2 steps forward and 1 step back all the time. And this makes him incredibly relatable and incredibly human. Personally, I can't stand when a character in a story just constantly gets better and better at all times. It always comes off unnatural, and never fails to take me out of the story, because frankly it's just unrealistic for a human to operate in a purely positive way all the time. For example, a weaker story would have had Jon receive that speech from Donal Noye in Jon 3, and just no longer be spoiled or entitled or childish ever again. But not George. George treats Jon like an actual human being with emotions. Emotions that don't always work in his favor. It makes Jon 3-dimensional, and gives the reader the ability to see themselves in Jon. It's why he's my favorite character. Jon gives us a realistic example of what a man trying to change actually looks like. So after Jon hears he's to be a steward, his entitlement slips back in. Marsh turned his smile on Jon. "Lord Commander Mormont has requested you for his personal steward, Jon. You'll sleep in a cell beneath his chambers in the Lord Commander's tower." "And what will my duties be?" Jon asked sharply. "Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals, help him fasten his clothes, fetch hot water for his bath?" "Certainly," Marsh frowned at Jon's tone. "And you will run his messages, keep a fire burning in his chambers, change his sheets and blankets daily, and do all else that the Lord Commander might require of you." "Do you take me for a servant?" "No," Maester Aemon said, from the back of the sept. Clytus helped him stand. "We took you for a man of the Night's Watch, but perhaps we were wrong in that." It was all Jon could do to stop himself from walking out. Was he supposed to churn butter and sew doublets like a girl for the rest of his days? "May I go?" he asked stiffly. "As you wish," Bowen Marsh replied. Sam left with him. They descended the yard in silence. Outside, Jon looked up at the walls shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its side in 100 thin fingers. John's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world be damned. And honestly, the best analysis I can give you of this page is John is just simply being a little shit and is having a meltdown. He slipped back into his old ways of being entitled and thinking he's better than everyone else around him. He forgets his place, gets his panties in a bunch, and stormed off like a toddler. And the way he speaks to Sam in the yard furthers the fact that he's being a spoiled brat. "John," Samuel Tarly said excitedly, "don't you see what they're doing?" John turned on him in a fury. "I see Alistair Thorne's bloody hand. That's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has." Darren gave him a look. "The stewards are fine for the likes of you and me, Sam, but not for Lord Snow." "I'm a better swordsman and better rider than any of you," John blazed back. "It's not fair." "Fair?" Darren sneered. "The girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window. And you talk to me of fair?" He walked off. "There is no shame in being a steward," Sam said. "Do you think I want to spend the rest of my life washing an old man's small clothes?" Fortunately for Jon Snow, Sam the Chat is here to logically break down why this is actually a good thing. Sam explains that he was handpicked because he's so good. Jor picked him himself because he sees potential in Jon, that Jon will be with him all day, every day. He will learn, grow, and become greater in the long run for it. And I love Jon's response to this, because he knows it's true. And this is another aspect of his character that I love. For all of his arrogance, he's not afraid to accept when he's wrong. Speaking from personal experience, I, like Jon, can be very arrogant, but through reading his chapters, I became okay with accepting my own shortcomings so I could grow past them. But he then says that he never asked for this, like a buffoon. Except immediately after, he locks in, takes a deep breath, and says, "You have the right of it. I was acting the boy." And I genuinely adore this interaction, because it's just so honest. This kind of arrogance and stubbornness is so unbelievably relatable, and it's so refreshing to see a character deal with such a personal issue. The chapter then progresses, with Jon and co. going beyond the wall for the first time. And when Jon emerges into what is in truth the scariest place in the world, he thinks this: the air was colder than a tomb, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. This relief that he feels is strange. He is more vulnerable than ever before, and yet he finds comfort beyond the wall. And this is something that we will explore much more in depth in A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords, but Jon in many ways feels the most in his element beyond the wall. The weirwoods, the wild, the old gods, the cold wind, ghost, everything beyond the wall is flowing with the aspects of Jon Snow's soul. Moreover, this relief that he feels, and the fact that there are just so many ties between the Starks and the land beyond the wall, tells me that there may be some sort of thousands-of-year-old connection between the Starks, the others, and the land. Jon remarks that the land feels different, colder, rawer, and more beautiful in a terrifying way. Jon and co. then reach a circle of 9 weirwoods. Jon remarks that even in the Godswood, you never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A grove of 9 was unheard of. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, blood red on top, black rot beneath. The wide, smooth trunks were bone pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as a ruby. Bowen Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. "This is a sacred place. we will not defile it. Funny that John would describe the bloodied eyes as rubies, considering we know of some other bloody rubies that were involved in the potential birth of Jon Snow. Sam then says that the old gods are watching them. They then say the words of the Night's Watch. "Hear my words and bear witness to my vow," they recited, their voices filling the grove. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end till my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." And right after this, Ghost returns, and John notes that his eyes and fur look just like the trees. And while this is most definitely a theory that we will explore in depth later on, it's worth noting that Ghost is, without a shadow of a doubt, being sent to John by the old gods. This supports my theory from the beginning of this video that possibly the old gods linked John and Ghost way back in Bran 1, so John could find the mute wolf. And the chapter then ends with a sick cliffhanger. Ghost found a hand. We don't know whose yet. John 6 is a great chapter. It highlights his shortcomings while showing his potential for growth. It's a turning point in his life and his story. And more than anything, the vibes here are just immaculate. The next time John gets mentioned is in Arya 4, when she sadly thinks, "Syrio Forel allowed himself a smile. I am thinking that when we are reaching this Winterfell of yours, it'll be time to put that needle in your hand." "Yes," Arya said eagerly, "wait till I show Jon." And this isn't the only time Arya thinks about Jon Snow in this chapter. Right before she kills the stable boy, she thinks everything Syrio Forel had ever taught her had vanished in a heartbeat. In that instant of sudden terror, the only lesson Arya could remember was the one Jon Snow had given. She stuck him with the pointy end, driving the blade upward with a wild, hysterical strength. Another moment furthering the depth between these two great characters. Jon 7 begins shortly after the events of Jon 6. The Night's Watch has brought back 2 bodies of the men that went with Benjen. Jon thinks, "My uncle's men," he thought numbly. He remembered how he'd pleaded to ride with them. Gods, I was such a green boy. If he had taken me, it might be me lying here. And while it's just a small moment, this thought highlights the growth that Jon has already underwent in such a short amount of time. The whiny brat we met in Winterfell has grown up a bit. Jon remarks at how terrifying this all is for the men, for the horses, for the dogs, and for him. He remarks about a dream he had last night, but not just any dream, but the same dream he had in Jon 4, about Winterfell and the crypts. Last night he had dreamt the Winterfell dream again. He was wandering the empty castle, searching for his father, descending into the crypts. Only this time the dream had gone further than before. In the dark he heard the scrape of stone on stone. When he turned, he saw that the vaults were opening, one after the other, as the dead kings came stumbling from their cold, black graves. Jon had woken in pitch dark, his heart hammering. Even when Ghost leapt onto the bed to nuzzle at his face, he could not shake his deep sense of terror. He dared not go back to sleep. Instead, he had climbed the wall and walked, restless until he saw the light of the dawn off to the east. It was only a dream. I am a brother of the Night's Watch now, not a frightened boy. So clearly there is a theme of resurrection with the Winterfell crypts, and while I'm not 100% sure who or what or when, undoubtedly someone or something will probably rise out of them in the Winds of Winter. My hunch is that one of the kings arising from stone in the crypts will be Jon Snow himself. Jon then thinks, Samwell Tarly huddled beneath the trees, half hidden behind the horses. His round, fat face was the color of curdled milk. Jesus Christ, Jon, chill. But all jokes aside, I actually really like this scene. Sam needs to look at the bodies since he's Aemon's eyes, but he's terrified. But Jon reassures him, in a way very reminiscent of Bran 1. Jon puts his hand on Sam's shoulder, tells him he has his back, and that he can do it. Again, another instance of Jon finding it in himself to lead even when he himself is also scared shitless. Another interesting development for Jon is that even though he's so new to the Wall, he's the first brother that we know of to accept that this was the work of the others. He remarks that he could tell them who did it, that it was no mystery, that he knew that they all knew, but no one wanted to say it aloud. In this moment, Jon Snow's eyes are open, while everyone else's are still closed. Now at this point in Jon 7, Sam, Jon, and Jor are looking at the corpses. I just have to ask, why on earth did Ghost bring Jon the wrist of the Night's Watchmen? These men have been sitting here for a long while. And yes, Ghost is smart, so it's possible he found them and just wanted to alert Jon. But to me, that sounds just too simple. This is the second moment of many, where Ghost seems to know more than he should. There's a theory that Bloodraven has been working into Ghost throughout the books, and while it's not a theory that I've always loved, I wouldn't consider it out of the question, considering how connected Ghost seems to be to the old gods and their goals. It's also worth noting that these others are playing dead. Their eyes are already blue, and they have been dead for a long while now. We know from the prologue that the others are sentient, with the ability to think, laugh, and coordinate. But to be able to have a plan this elaborate is truly wild. Then, on their way back to Castle Black, Jon notes that the wall was weeping profusely, to the point where sometimes it almost looked like it was shrinking. By Jon's own logic, the barrier holding back the end of the world seems to be slowly falling. This is also great foreshadowing considering what happens later on in this book with the dead men that they are bringing back to the wall. Jon then thinks about Ghost and says this. Without the direwolf, Jon felt almost naked. He found himself glancing at every shadow with unease. Unbidden, he thought back on the tales that old Nan used to tell them when he was a boy at Winterfell. He could almost hear her voice again, and the click, click, click of her needles. In that darkness the others came riding, she used to say, dropping her voice lower and lower. Cold and dead they were, and they hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun. And every living creature with hot blood in its veins. Holdfasts and cities, and kingdoms of men all fell before them, as they moved south on pale dead horses, leading hosts of the slain. They fed their dead servants on the flesh of human children. This passage alludes to something the book has been showing us and something later books will further prove. Ghost is more than just Jon's dog. He is an integral part of his soul, something so intrinsically tied to him that sometimes it's hard to tell where the wolf begins and the man ends. And later on in Clash and Storm, when Ghost and Jon are separated, we will see Jon's sense of self grow ever more distant. And with that, we get to one of the most interesting parts of Jon's story in Book 1. The reveal that Ned Stark is a traitor. The Lord Commander summons John to his chambers, pours him a drink, and delivers him one of the coldest lines in Book 1. They say the king loved to hunt. The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember that. My son loved that young wife of his, vain woman. If not for her, he would never have thought to sell those poachers. This line is incredible, considering it foreshadows John's death in Dance and why it occurs in the first place, that being the love that he has for his sister and his family, and the fact that it will just haunt him for the remainder of the story. The Lord Commander tells John that Ned has been charged with treason. John doubts what he has said, but then thinks about how Ned did father a bastard. How for all of his perfections, there is one thing that stains his honor and legacy, and that thing is John. And this reveal destroys him. Literally, right after saying his oaths, he finds himself in a position where he wants to help his family, to return to Winterfell, to be a Stark, and yet he can't. John then walks around Castle Black with Ghost, angry, confused, and alone. But when he sits down for dinner, his friends actually manage to cheer him up. Sam tells him that since him and John are brothers now, that Ned is his father, and if John wants to go pray at the Weirwoods, he will go with him. John thinks they are my brothers, he thought, as much as Robb and Bran and Rickon. And just when John starts to feel a little bit better, Alistair Thorne rage baits him by calling him a traitor's bastard, and John tries to stab him in the face. And I want to keep a note of this. John having massive crash outs when it comes to his family getting disrespected is something that he really, really struggles with. It's also what gets him killed later on with the pink letter. After this, John is told to stay in his cell, but when he wakes from his sleep, he finds Ghost in a frenzy. "Ghost, what is it?" he called softly. The direwolf turned his head and looked down at him, baring his fangs in a silent snarl. Has he gone mad? John wondered. "It's me, Ghost," he murmured, trying not to sound afraid. Yet he was trembling, violently. When had it gotten so cold? John opens the door to find his guard's neck has been snapped. Ghost then slides past John and begins leading him to the Lord Commander's chamber. And then John and Ghost fight the other. And I'm sorry, I forgot that the others have the ability to use their limbs after one has been severed from the rest of its body. And what I love about this fight so much is the brutality of it, and the way in which John and Ghost are willing to die for one another. Together they fight a bloody battle, with their bare teeth and hands, saving one another and protecting one another with their own lives. Without each other, they both die. John spots Jor with an oil lamp in his hand, and then Benjen Stark squawks the word, "Burn, burn, burn," and John takes it, lights the drapes on fire, and tosses them onto the other, begging the gods to let it burn, and obtaining a third-degree burn on his hand. John 8 opens with the aftermath of the attack. Jor shaved his beard, and John will have a permanent scar on his right hand. This scar, and the way he deals with it, is something I've talked about in the past. This burn will be a constant reminder for John of the true danger beyond it all. The others. John talks to Jor about how the Seven Kingdoms are essentially screwed, and no matter what happens, John just can't break the feeling that his place should be with Robb, not at the Wall. And then John gets one of the coolest swords in the verse, Longclaw. The pommel was a hunk of pale stone, weighted with lead to balance the long blade. It had been carved into the likeness of a snarling wolf's head, with chips of garnet set into the eyes. The grip was virgin leather, soft and black, and yet unstained by sweat or blood. The blade itself was a good half-foot longer than those John was used to, tapered to thrust as well as slash, with 3 fullers deeply incised in the metal. Where ice was a true two-handed greatsword, this was a hand and a halfer, sometimes named a bastard sword. Yet the wolf's sword actually seemed lighter than the blades he had wielded before. When John turned it sideways, he could see the ripples in the dark steel, where the metal had been folded back on itself again and again. "This is Valyrian steel, my lord," he said wonderingly. His father had let him handle ice often enough. He knew the look, the feel. "It is," the old bear told him. And while John is proud that Jorah is giving him Longclaw, there is this part of him deep down that feels guilty. It was ice he had wanted all this time, not Longclaw. When John had been Bran's age, he had dreamed of doing great deeds, as boys always did. The details of his feats changed with every dreaming, but quite often he imagined saving his father's life. Afterward, Lord Eddard would declare that John had proved himself a true Stark, and place ice in his hand. Even then, he had known it was only a child's folly. No bastard could ever hope to wield a father's sword. Even the memory shamed him. What kind of man stole his own brother's birthright? I have no right to this, he thought. No more than to ice. He twitched his burned fingers, feeling a throb of pain deep under the skin. John then remarks that in his dream he fights the others over and over again, but the face is his father's. He doesn't know what the dream means, but my hunch is it is guilt in becoming a man of the Night's Watch and taking Longclaw. Deep, deep down, I believe John feels he is betraying his true family. And this is supported by this tragic line. "A sword's small payment for a life," Mormont concluded. "Take it. I'll hear no more of it. Is that understood?" "Yes, my lord." The soft leather gave beneath John's fingers, as if the sword were molding itself to his grip already. He knew he should be honored, and he was. And yet, he is not my father. The thought leaped unbidden to John's mind. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. I will not forget him, no matter how many swords they give me. Yet he could scarcely tell Lord Mormont that it was another man's sword he dreamt of. And this is something that John will continue to struggle with, regardless of how far he gets from it, regardless of how much he pretends to not care, or to act like he isn't a Stark anymore. John will always be a Stark deep down. He will always be tied to Winterfell, and he will always desire it. John feels empty after receiving Longclaw, and to make matters worse, he feels guilty for feeling such emptiness, and the guilt only makes him feel more empty. John then returns to his chambers and finds Ghost. He remarks that the direwolf's red eyes were darker than garnets and wiser than men. John knelt, scratched his ear, showed him the pommel of the sword. "Look, it's you." Ghost sniffed at his carved stone likeness and tried a lick. John smiled. "You're the one who deserves an honor," he told the wolf. And suddenly he found himself remembering how he'd found him. That day in the late summer snow. They had been riding off with the other pups, but John had heard a noise and turned back. And there he was, white fur, almost invisible against the drifts. He was all alone, he thought, apart from the others in the litter. He was different, so they drove him out. And as I've said previously in this video, there is something very strange going on with Ghost. Every single thing about this wolf, how they meet, how intelligent he is, how he looks just like the weirwood trees, it's all connected. I just don't know why. Yet. The chapter then closes with John having a one-on-one conversation with Maester Aemon. In this moment, Eamon challenges John's doubts and perspectives about love and duty. Eamon tells him that Lord Eddard is a man 1 in 10,000, that most men are not that strong, that what is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms, or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words, wind and words. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy. And what makes this line so awesome is it foreshadows John's entire journey. John will yearn for a son. He will yearn for the memory of Rob's smile with snow in his hair. He will fall in love with Ygritte. John is a character who's vowed not to love, and yet in being unloved his whole life by so many, he finds a way to love the hardest. Eamon recognizes John's struggle and tells him that he will not stop him, but regardless of what decision he makes, Jon Snow's life will not be easy. And the chapter ends, which brings us to Jon 9, and his final chapter of A Game of Thrones. And what a journey it has been so far. Throughout Book 1, Jon's arc has been one of self-discovery, rebirth, and perspective. We've watched this character go from a whiny brat who doesn't really know much at all, to a young man who's killed an other, and embarked on a journey to try and save the world. We've seen him laugh, we've seen him fall, we've seen him struggle, and we've seen him win. And we will see all of this again in Jon 9, which essentially works as a microcosm for his entire story. Jon 9 begins with his identity conflict at the forefront, with him deciding to leave Castle Black after news of his father's death. Jon has found himself in a lose-lose situation. He doesn't know what decision is the strong one. Would it be better to stay at the Wall and break his family bond to the Starks, or join his brother Robb and break his oath to the Night's Watch? Even while leaving, Jon is still doubting his choices, wondering if he would ever be accepted, thinking back to how, not so long ago, he watched a man from the Night's Watch lose his head at the hands of ice for deserting. He asks himself if Robb would accept him, if Robb would possibly behead him. In this moment, Jon Snow is truly lost. Jon thinks to himself, I am doing the right thing, so why do I feel so bad? And then, in the middle of his crisis, Ghost vanishes. Jon then takes a second to eat, before realizing that Sam and his friends have followed him. And while he is hiding in the bushes, what do you know? Ghost reappears right next to him, alerting the boys of their position. Ghost literally snitches on Jon, almost like he is trying to get him to go back to the Wall for some reason. His friends then circle him, and through reciting the vows, get him to chill out. And right after this happens, he looks at Ghost and says this. Ghost moved out from under the trees, and Jon glared at him. Small help you were, he said. The deep red eyes looked at him knowingly. Knowingly of what? What do you know that we don't, Ghost? Tell us. Jon returns to Castle Black, and Jor is onto him. He even directly tells him that he knew he would leave, and that he would come back. Jor says it was honor that sent him on that road, and honor that brought him back. But not his honor, the honor of Sam and his friends. Jon and Jor then talk about honor, the war to come, and Jon's utter lack of perspective, and Jor ends the conversation by asking Jon a simple question. Where is your place? To which Jon simply responds, I have no place. Jon wanted to say, I'm a bastard. I have no rights, no name, no mother, and now not even a father. The words would not come. I don't know, he said. "I do," said Lord Commander Mormont. "The cold winds are rising. Snow. Beyond the wall the shadows lengthen. Cotter Pike writes of vast herds of elk, streaming south and east toward the sea, and mammoths as well. He says one of the men discovered huge, misshapen footprints not 3 leagues from Eastwatch. Rangers from the Shadow Tower have found whole villages abandoned, and at night Sir Danny says they see fires in the mountains, huge blazes that burn from dusk till dawn. Corin Halfhand took a captive, and the man swears that Mance Rayder is massing all his people in some new, secret stronghold he's found. To what end the gods only know. Do you think your Uncle Benjen was the only ranger we've lost this past year?" "Benjen," the raver squawked, bobbing its head, bits of egg dribbling from its beak. "Benjen, Benjen. I don't know why it keeps repeating its name. We get it, bro." "No," John said. "There had been others. Too many." "Do you think your brother's war is more important than ours?" the old man barked. John chewed his lip. The raven flapped its wings at him. "War, war, war, war," it sang. "It's not," Mormont told him. "God save us, boy. You're not blind, and you're not stupid. When dead men come hunting in the night, do you think it matters who sits the Iron Throne? No." John had not thought of it that way. "Your Lord Father sent you to us, John. Why? Who can you say?" Why, the raven called. "All I know is that the blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks. The first men built the wall, and it's said they remember things otherwise forgotten. And that beast of yours, he led us to the whites, warned you of the dead men on the steps. Sir Jeremy would doubtless call that happenstance, yet Sir Jeremy is dead, and I'm not." Lord Mormont stabbed a chunk of ham with the point of his dagger. "I think you were meant to be here, and I want you, and that wolf of yours, with us when we go beyond the wall." His words sent a chill of excitement down John's back. "Beyond the wall? You heard me. I mean to find Ben Stark, alive or dead." He chewed and swallowed. "I will not sit here meekly and wait for the snows and the ice winds. We must know what is happening. This time, the Night's Watch will ride in force against the king beyond the wall, the others, and anything else that may be out there. I mean to command them myself." He pointed his dagger at John's chest. "By custom, the Lord Commander's steward is his squire as well. But I do not care to wake every dawn wondering if you run off again. So I will have an answer from you, Lord Snow, and I will have it now. Are you a brother of the Night's Watch, or only a bastard boy who wants to play at war?" Jon Snow straightened himself and took a long, deep breath. "Forgive me, Father, Robb, Arya Bran. Forgive me. I cannot help you. He has the truth of it. This is my place. I am yours, my lord. Your man. I swear it. I will not run again." The old bear snorted. "Good. Now go put on your sword." And with that, Jon's journey in A Game of Thrones ends, but his journey in A Song of Ice and Fire has just begun. And I love this final monologue that Jor delivers to Jon, and I love Jon's reaction, simply because it's a statement that Jon doesn't end up holding to. One of my favorite things about Jon is how complicated he is. He ends Book 1 in a vastly different position than he begins Book 1 in, and by the time we finish Book 2, we will see that he, yet again, is in an entirely different spot. And while Jon ends this chapter seemingly in a spot where his mind is made up, his mind will continue to change, because at the end of the day, he's human, and to be human is to be conflicted. George R. R. Martin often says that the only thing worth writing about is the human heart in conflict with itself, and that is the character of Jon Snow. More than anything else, he is defined by his inner conflict. and this conflict is something that will continue to blossom, change, and sharpen as we make our way into A Clash of Kings. Hello everybody, and welcome back to my in-depth breakdown of Jon Snow from the A Song of Ice and Fire books. This is video 2 of 5, going over A Clash of Kings. So if this is your introduction to my channel or this series, I'd highly recommend going back and watching part 1, where I went over Jon's character throughout A Game of Thrones. To quickly summarize where we find ourselves at the start of Clash, at the end of game, Jon had made the decision to return to the Night's Watch and squire for Jorah Mormont as they range beyond the Wall. And while many people would consider Clash to be the weakest of the 5 books, and not counting Feast, Clash actually has the least amount of Jon content, it's still a phenomenal book, and I would argue that this is where Jon's character actually starts to ramp up in terms of intrigue, considering Clash is when he begins his long and difficult journey beyond the Wall. So with all that being said, let's begin with Jon 1, A Clash of Kings. The chapter opens up with Jon finding Sam in the library at Castle Black. Sam had been up all night reading, trying to find maps for Lord Commander Mormont before they go beyond the Wall. Sam remarks that in these scrolls contains information dating back hundreds of years, to the time of giants and the first men, how they traded with the children of the forest, and how in these scrolls lies many truths that one day we will hopefully know. Jon then notes that he doesn't understand why Sam is so obsessed with all of this, and how it's probably not useful. A naive remark, and just a reminder that for all of Jon's coolness, he is still a teenager who just doesn't like to do his homework. But then Sam says something very, very interesting, and something that has to be important for the future. Sam notes that down here, they even have books that the Citadel doesn't have, books that are older and knowledge that has been lost for thousands of years. Now we know from Feast that faceless men are trying to break into the Citadel to discover some ancient text or artifact, and what if that text that they are looking for, possibly related to the dragons and the others, isn't actually in the Citadel, but is here, at the Night's Watch, tucked away underneath the edge of the world. Maybe we can even get a scene in the future of someone, possibly Melisandre, going through these texts and uncovering some terrifying truth of the world, but that would require the Winds of Winter. Jon and Sam then talk about the ranging they are going on tomorrow, and Sam is absolutely terrified. But Jon, much like in Bran 1 A Game of Thrones, encourages and reassures Sam that not only is he needed, but that Jon has his back. Jon tells him that it's okay to be scared, that they are all scared and would be fools if they weren't. Now in my previous video, I noted that after Jon burns his hand protecting Jorah from the White, he will have this little tick, where whenever he thinks about the others or his uncle, his fingers will twitch. It's almost like his body has a physical reaction to the thought of his past trauma, and we will see this occur for the first time here. They had found 2 of his uncle's men in the wood, slain, but the corpses had risen in the chill of night. Jon's burnt fingers twitched as he remembered. He still saw the White in his dreams, dead Othor with the burning blue eyes and the cold black hands. But that was the last thing Sam needed to be reminded of. There's no shame in fear, my father told me. What matters is how we face it. And this is one of the things that I love about Jon. When he goes through traumatic events, and especially the ones that leave him with lifelong scars, he doesn't cower or hide. Instead, he faces his fears head-on, and encourages others to do the same, which isn't only admirable, but just downright badass. Jon then goes above ground, and we get a really interesting description of the wall. Jon says, Sam squinted up at the wall. It loomed above them, an icy cliff, 700 feet high. Sometimes it seemed to Jon almost a living thing, with moods of its own. The color of the ice was changing with every shift of the light. Now it was the deep blue of frozen rivers, now the dirty white of old snow, and when a cloud passed before the sun, it darkened to the pale gray of pitted stone. The wall stretched east and west, as far as the eye could see, so huge that it shrunk the timbered keeps and stone towers of the castle to insignificance. It was the end of the world, and we are going beyond it. And we will get into this more later, but the wall is super strange, and one of the biggest questions about it is how on earth was it made? And myself, personally, I would recommend you all check out Michael Talks About Stuff's theory on this, because it's an idea that I subscribe to. But to give you the quick rundown, inside the wall, Michael believes, is a row of giant weirwood trees. On each weirwood tree is a person turned into an other, and crucified bound to a glass candle, frozen in agony where they can't die. The trees then bring water up out of the underground sea, and freeze it with the other that is in the core of the weirwood. The culture of the first night was so Westerosi kings could produce bastards to sacrifice to the weirwoods. This is where the surnames come from. Bastards were thrown in the snows, flowers, rivers, and hills as sacrifices, similar to the way Craster sacrifices his children later on in this book. Over time, as the Andals invaded, memory of this faded, but the weirwoods stayed. And before we continue, please take a note of this, because I will be coming back to this in my 5th video and explaining this more in depth for a theory that I will be building. Jon then remarks about the Red Comet, that everyone in Clash thinks is for them. The Night's Watch likes to call it Mormont's Torch. Now, funny enough, right before they leave, Jon's friends try to get him to go to Molestown with them to sleep with a woman before his first ranging. And he judges them for this and says, "I took a vow," which is really ironic when you remember that later on he ends up sleeping with Ygritte and breaking his vow anyways. Jon then thinks, while passing the sept, that prayer here doesn't mean much to him, because his gods are beyond the wall, and they will be waiting for him. And this is incredibly interesting, because not even a page before, Jon notes that beyond the wall lies the end of the world. Yet in this moment, he comes to the conclusion that his gods are what lie beyond the wall. So Jon doesn't even realize what he's saying in this moment. He's essentially saying that his gods are somehow directly linked to the end of the world. Very interesting stuff. Jon then runs into Donal Noye, who has very quickly become one of Jon's closest friends, and one of my personal favorite characters. Noye asks him if he has heard about what happened with Robb, to which Jon replies, Jon was still not certain about how he felt about it. Robb, a king, the brother he'd played with, fought with, shared his first cup of wine with, but not mother's milk. No. So now Robb will sip summer wine from jeweled goblets, while I'm kneeling beside some stream, sucking snowmelt from cupped hands. Robb will make a good king, he said loyally. And in this paragraph, a through line that will be important for the remainder of Jon's story is established. For all of Jon's conversation of moving on from the Starks and being completely loyal to the Night's Watch, there is this envy that he has deep down for his brother's position. This is something he subconsciously feels at all times, but doesn't allow himself to accept, at least not yet. And a large part of Jon's story is coming to terms with his envy of Robb, and accepting their relationship for what it was, in order for him to keep moving forward. Donal Noye then gives Jon a firm pat on the back, and tells him to come back soon. And would you look at that, not even 3 lines later, after Benjen Stark is mentioned, Mormont's Raven shows up. Coincidence? I think not. And even calls Jon by the name Snow. Sam and Jon then talk about maps, trails, and the fear of ranging. But then, when Sam leaves, something really interesting occurs. Mormont and John begin talking about Maester Aemond, and George takes a moment to exposition dump a bunch of lore about the Targaryens, their family tree, the kings, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the conversation, Mormont's raven starts tweaking out and squawking the word, "King, King, King." Originally, John thinks he's saying it to Mormont, joking that it wants him to have a crown. But he then notes that the bird won't take its eyes off John. The raven isn't speaking to Jor, it's speaking to him, trying to tell him that he is a king, possibly foreshadowing a reveal that John is a secret Targaryen and the true heir to the Iron Throne. This could also possibly be Bloodraven trying to push things from the shadows, or Benjen trying to alert his nephew of a truth he was never meant to know. The chapter then ends with one of my favorite lines from John in the whole series. It made him feel odd. "My lord, why would you tell me this about Maester Aemon?" "Must I have a reason?" Mormont shifted in his seat, frowning. "Your brother Robb has been crowned king in the north. You and Aemon have that in common. A king for a brother." "And this too," said John. "A vow." The old bear gave a loud snort, and the raven took flight, flapping in a circle about the room. "Give me a man for every vow I've seen broken, and the wall will never lack for defenders. I've always known that Robb would be Lord of Winterfell." Mormont gave a whistle, and the bird flew to him again and settled on his arm. "A lord's one thing, a king's another." He offered the raven a handful of corn from his pocket. "They will garb your brother Robb in silks, satins, and velvets of 100 different colors, while you live and die in black ringmail. He will wed some beautiful princess, and father sons on her. You'll have no wife, nor will you ever hold a child of your own blood in your arms. Robb will rule, you will serve. Men will call you a crow, him they'll call your grace. Singers will praise every little thing he does, while your greatest deeds all go unsung. Tell me that none of that troubles you, John, and I'll name you a liar. And now I have the truth of it." John drew himself up, taut as a bowstring. "And if it did trouble me, what might I do, bastard as I am?" "What will you do?" Mormont asked, "bastard as you are." "Be troubled," said John, "and keep my vows." And man, what a line. I absolutely adore how open and honest George is with John's envy and inner conflict, and how he allows John to grow past it by demanding that he be honest with his own emotions. It's a life lesson that many of us can learn a lot from, and one that I personally have let change my life. All in all, John 1 is great. There's a lot of setup for the rest of the series at large, and this is definitely a turning point in John's story, a point that we will continue to go over in John 2. John 2 is one of the shortest chapters in the entire series, and it opens with John and Co. in the small village of Whitetree. And while the village itself isn't impressive, what is the monstrously large weirwood tree that looms over the entire village. John notes it was the biggest tree he had ever seen, the trunk near 8 feet wide, the branches spreading so far that the entire village was shaded beneath their canopy. The size did not disturb him so much as the face, the mouth especially. No simple carved slash, but a jagged hollow large enough to swallow a sheep. Those are not sheep bones, though, nor is that a sheep's skull in the ashes. Shortly after saying this, John notes that the tree feels powerful, and this is an observation that will be incredibly important moving forward. The old gods love their human sacrifice, and the fact that John calls a tree that clearly has had a lot of sacrifice tied to it powerful foreshadows the power that not only his brother Bran will gain from sacrifice to the old gods, but possibly Jon Snow himself. John then grabs a small skull that was burned in the mouth of the tree, and takes note that he knows why the wildlings burned their dead. While the rest of his brother's eyes are still closed, John's are wide open. John and Dolorous Ed then share a little conversation, where John says that the house they're currently in is a shithole, and Ed tells him that he lived in a house just like this, and he would do anything to go back to those simpler, better times. Just more reinforcement that for all of his issues, Jon Snow was an incredibly lucky child. Jon then notes that much like the other 3 villages they have been through, this one is empty, without any sign of a struggle, and that terrified all of them. Mormont then commands them to continue moving north, which annoys many of the men. Jon then remarks about how beautiful the open sky looks, with the red comet shooting across, but he also notes how scared everyone has become. Then this scene plays out. As he rode, Jon peeled off his glove to air his burned fingers. Ugly things. He remembered suddenly how he used to muss Arya's hair, his little stick of a sister. He wondered how she was faring. It made him a little sad to think that he might never muss her hair again. He began to flex his hand, opening and closing the fingers. If he let his sword hand stiffen and grow clumsy, it well might be the end of him, he knew. A man needed his sword beyond the wall. And for those of you who saw my first video, you probably know what I'm going to say here. 1. Another moment of Jon Snow flexing his fingers due to the fear of the others, and again, him thinking about running his hands through Arya's hair, with this being the last thing that he thinks about before he dies in dance. It's also worth noting that the hand he used to run his hands through her hair is the one that is burned, which is symbolic of his old life being torched and forever changed. No matter how much he wants to go back, his life is different now. Jon then finds Sam, and he finds out that Sam taught the ravens to call him by his name, Snow, to which Jon says it's a foul omen, because snow often means death to a black brother in the north. Again, some on-the-nose foreshadowing of Jon potentially dying in the future. Then Sam tells Jon that for all his fear, he isn't scared, or at least not as scared as he used to be, which makes Jon laugh, since apparently everyone who left the wall has grown scared, except Sam, the self-proclaimed coward. The chapter then ends with Ghost appearing out of nowhere. Apparently he was hunting this entire chapter, but I personally don't buy it. I bet he was off discovering something that might be important later on. The chapter then ends with Jon telling Mormont that he knows Benjen probably went further, and that they are most definitely walking into a lion's den. All in all, Jon 2 is a short chapter that is mainly used to set up the next few chapters, but it is incredibly eerie, and I just have to say, I personally adore the aesthetic of these chapters beyond the wall. There's this chill to them, and feeling of uneasiness that is unique to Jon's story, at least till Bran in A Storm of Swords. Now while Jon 2 was really short, Jon 3 is an absolute chunky boy. Jon 3 opens with some terrible weather, 6 days of non-stop rain, which has left the haunted forest slippery and even more dangerous. And goddamn, this is the chapter we meet Craster. And it's worth noting that they have cleared 7 villages at this point, but somehow Craster is still here. Tywin takes this strangeness a step further by saying that there's a coldness to Craster, beyond just the simple fact that he's one of the worst people in the books, implying that Craster has had probably made some sort of deal with the others, explaining both why he's the only person still around, and the coldness that seems to loom over his character. Jon then talks to Sam for a bit, and Sam almost says that Craster is a bad dude because he's a bastard, To which John honestly laughs off because he doesn't find it to be a big deal, at least not anymore. Which, while subtle, shows immense character growth, because Jon 1 from A Game of Thrones nearly cried when Tyrion called him a bastard. But Jon, from Jon 3 A Clash of Kings, honestly couldn't care less. It's also worth noting that Ghost isn't with Jon right now. Ghost wasn't with Jon in the last chapter either, and Jon notes that Ghost is always near but doesn't like to stick with the group at all times. Keep this in the back of your mind as we move forward. Lucky for Jon, he finds Ghost on his way back before entering Craster's keep. Upon entering the keep, Jon thinks back to an old story old Nan used to tell him about how wildlings drank human blood from skulls, but Craster was just simply drinking beer. This realization that maybe the wildlings aren't what everyone says they are will be very important as Jon's story progresses. Mormont and Craster then talk about the others, the king beyond the wall, and Jon serves as a camera into this conversation, watching, observing, and learning. Then, Jon runs into Gilly after Ghost scares her half to death, and Gilly calls him my lord, to which Jon says, "I'm no lord," showing that he really took what Donald Noy said in Jon 3, A Game of Thrones, to heart. Jon is no lord. He is a man of the Night's Watch now. Jon then finds Sam back at camp, and they share a nice meal, some good laughs, and then go to sleep. When Jon wakes, he finds that the land itself has transformed. He woke to the sight of his own breath, misting in the cold morning air. When he moved, his bones ached. Ghost was gone, the fire burned out. Jon reached to pull aside the cloak he'd hung over the rock, and found it stiff and frozen. He crept beneath it, and stood up, and a forest turned crystal. The pale pink light of dawn sparkled on branch and leaf and stone. Every blade of grass was carved from emerald. Every drip of water turned to diamond. Flowers and mushrooms alike were coats of glass. Even the mud puddles had a bright brown sheen. Through the shimmering greenery, the black tents of his brothers were encased in a fine glaze of ice. So there is magic beyond the wall after all. He found himself thinking of his sisters, perhaps because he dreamed of them last night. Sansa would call this an enchantment, and tears would fill her eyes at the wonder of it. But Arya would run out laughing and shouting, wanting to touch it all. And this is one of my favorite parts about the North. For all of the death and fear, there is something absolutely breathtakingly beautiful about it. And the way Jon describes this icy beauty of the land here is the same way the others are described in the prologue. Clearly, there is some kind of link between the others and the land. Jon then wakes to Gilly asking him to take her with him because she's pregnant with a boy, and Craster gives the boys to the gods. Gilly says, "Come the white cold," he does, and of late it comes more often. That's why he started giving them sheep, even though he has a taste for mutton. Only now the sheep's gone too. Next it will be the dogs, till she lowered her eyes and stroked her belly. What gods? Jon was remembering that they had seen no boys in Craster's keep, nor men either, save Craster himself. The cold gods, she said, the ones in the night, the white shadows. And suddenly, Jon was back in the Lord Commander's tower again. A severed hand was climbing his calf, and when he pried it off with the point of his long sword, it lay writhing, fingers opening and closing. The dead man rose to his feet, blue eyes shining in that gashed and swollen face. Ropes of torn flesh hung from the great wound in his belly, yet there was no blood. "What color are their eyes?" he asked her. "Blue," as bright as the blue stars, and as cold. She had seen them, he thought. Craster lied. And this paragraph leads me to wonder, are the others truly gods in their own right? Or are they some type of abomination we don't know of as of yet? But maybe one day we will. John then unfortunately tells Gilly that there's not much he can do for her, and after she cries and runs away, John thinks, damn her, he thought resentfully, and damn Sam twice for sending her to me. What do you think I could do for her? We're here to fight wildlings, not save them. Which is an incredibly ironic line, considering how a large part of John's story later on in the series is understanding that the wildlings aren't so different from him, and going out of his way to save them. John then runs into Sam again, outside of the keep, and tells him that they can't take Gilly with them since it's dishonorable by the Night's Watch's standards. However, he thinks, I have no time for this. I have horses to groom and saddle. John walked away, as confused as he was angry. Sam's heart was as big as the rest of him. For all of his reading, he could be as thick as granite at times. It was impossible, and dishonorable besides. So why do I feel so ashamed? And I love this line, because it shows that even now, so early on in his journey, John is discovering nuances in the world that others won't admit to. The world is not black and white. Vows aren't always honorable, and sometimes the best decision isn't always the moral one. John is a character defined by these moral conflicts, and he's at his best when he's left to chew on decisions that make him struggle with his identity. This struggle is only furthered when John finds out Mormont knew about what kind of man Craster is, yet allowed him to keep living. During their conversation, John tells Jor that he thinks some people just aren't worth keeping around, and Mormont agrees, but to a point. Jor tells John that while his heart is noble, he needs to understand that sometimes you have to compromise your morals and sit with discomfort for the greater good. And while this annoys John, he allows himself to begin to understand. These lessons that John learns, these questions he's forced to ask himself, are ones that will define the man that he will become throughout the next 3 books. Jor then tells John that Mance is dangerous, because his eyes are open to the truths of the world, which to me is George R. R. Martin planting a seed that will grow into John and Mance being parallels in many ways. Much like Mance, John's eyes are also wide open. John then thinks about the fury of the world and what he has to fight against, and flexes his sword hand, closing out the chapter. John 4 opens up with John and co. summiting the Fist of the First Men. Note that Ghost keeps running off, and isn't presently with John during parts of this summit. They decide to set up camp on these stone rings that the First Men had made, and when John begins to descend to get water, he runs into Ghost, and this very interesting scene plays out. But when they reached the ring fort, Ghost balked again. He padded forward wearily to sniff at the gap in the stones, and then retreated, as if he did not like what he'd smelled. John tried to grab him by the scruff of his neck and haul him bodily inside the ring. No easy task. The wolf weighed as much as he did, and was stronger by far. Ghost, what's wrong with you? It was not like him to be so unsettled. In the end, John had to give it up. As you will, he told the wolf. Go hunt. The red eyes watched him as he made his way back through the mossy stones. Now the Fist of the First Men is apparently a structure tied to man, since it was apparently created by the First Men. But here's the thing. Ghost has only ever had this strange, adverse reaction to one thing before, that being the others. So Ghost, recoiling away from the fist, tells me that this area may have some sort of ancient blood tie, not to the first men, but to the others, and Ghost can sense its energy. John even notes right after this that there may be ghosts of the first men lingering, since this was once their place. This is all great foreshadowing for the battle that will ensue later on at the Fist of the First Men. John then fetches Mormont and the other leaders of the Night's Watch wine, and overhears their conversation about the Frostfangs and an inevitable battle with the Wildlings. And this, while serving as great exposition, also goes a long way in proving Sam's point from Jon 5, A Game of Thrones. In being Jor's steward, Jon is able to pick up on things and learn how to lead in this cold, brutal climate. It's worth noting again that after Jon tried to pull Ghost into the ring, he ran off and isn't back yet. Jor then asks Jon for his opinion, furthering the idea of him grooming him to lead. He asks, "You think I'm wrong to keep the Rangers close? That's not for me to say, my lord. It is if you're being asked. If the Rangers must stay in any sight of the Fist, I don't see how they can hope to find my uncle," Jon admitted. They can't. The Raven pecked at the kernels in the old bear's palm. 200 men or 10,000. The country is too vast. The corn gone, Mormont turned his hand over. "You would not give up the search?" "Maester Aemon thinks you clever." Mormont moved the raven to his shoulder. The bird tilted its head to one side, little eyes aglitter. The answer was there. It seems to me that it might be easier for one man to find 200 than for 200 to find one. The raven gave a cackling scream, but the old bear smiled through the gray of his beard. "This many men and horses leave a trail even Aemon could follow. On this hilt, our fires ought to be visible as far off as the foothills of the Frostfangs. If Ben Stark is alive and free, he will come to us, I have no doubt." "Yes," said Jon, "but what if—" "He's dead?" Mormont asked, not unkindly. Jon nodded, reluctantly. "Dead?" the raven said. "Dead? Dead?" "He may come to us anyway," the old bear said, "as Othor did, in Jafer Flowers. I dread that as much as you, Jon, but we must admit the possibility." "Dead?" his raven cawed, ruffling its wings. Its voice grew louder and more shrill. "Dead?" Mormont stroked the bird's black feathers and stifled a sudden yawn with the back of his hand. "I will forsake supper, I believe. Rest will serve me better. Waken me at first light." And now is a good time to remind people of Quinn the GM's theory that Benjen Stark has warged into Mormont's raven, and this scene is further evidence. Right as Jon and Jor question whether or not Benjen Stark is dead or alive, the raven croaks "dead, dead, dead," which would be Benjen trying to confirm that the body they are looking for is far gone. At bare minimum, it's definitely intriguing. After walking out of Mormont's tent, Jon goes to have supper, and remarks that this cold has a stench to it, and that stench is death. Then we get one of the most interesting scenes in A Clash of Kings. Jon is getting ready to chill for the night when he hears the howling of wolves. It sends a chill down his spine, and then he sees Ghost staring at him, with those blood-red eyes across the fire. Jon says, "Ghost," Jon breathed, surprised. "So you came inside after all?" The White Wolf often hunted all night. He had not expected to see him again till daybreak. "Was the hunting so bad?" he asked. "Here, to me, Ghost." The direwolf circled the fire, sniffing Jon, sniffing the wind, never still. It did not seem as if he were after meat right now. When the dead came walking, Ghost knew. He woke me, warned me. Alarmed, he got to his feet. "Is something out there, Ghost? Do you have a scent?" Daiwin said he smelled cold. The direwolf lopped off, stopped, looked back. He wants me to follow. Pulling up the hood of his cloak, John walked away from the tents, away from the warmth of the fire, past the lines of shaggy little garrons. One of the horses whickered nervously when Ghost padded by. John soothed him with a word and paused to stroke his muzzle. He could hear the wind whistling through cracks in the rocks as they neared the ring wall. A voice called out a challenge. John stepped into the torchlight. "I need to fetch water for the Lord Commander." "Go on," the guard said. "Be quick about it." Huddled beneath his black cloak, with his hood drawn up against the wind, the man never even looked to see if he had a bucket. John then follows Ghost beyond the camp and into the darkness of the forest. He remarks while stumbling through that at any point he could break an ankle on the rocks, but that the forest seemed to be guiding him. He looks around at the massive trees and says that it almost felt like the forest was talking to him, guiding him, and watching them. He found Ghost lapping from the stream. "Ghost," he called, "to me. Now." When the direwolf raised his head, his eyes glowed red and baleful, and water streamed down from his jaws like slaver. There was something fierce and terrible about him in that instant, and then he was off, bounding past John, racing through the trees. "Ghost, no, stay," he shouted, but the wolf paid no heed. The lean, white shape was swallowed by the dark, and John had only two choices: to climb the hill again alone, or to follow. He followed, angry, holding the torch out low so he could see the rocks that threatened to trip him with every step, the thick roots that seemed to grab at his feet, the holes where a man could twist an ankle. Every few feet he called again for Ghost, but the night wind was swirling amongst the trees, and it drank the words. This is madness, he thought, as he plunged deeper into the trees. He was about to turn back when he glimpsed a flash of white off, ahead and to the right. Back toward the hill, he jogged after it, cursing under his breath. A quarter way around the fist, he chased the wolf before he lost him again. Finally stopped to catch his breath amidst the scrub thorns and tumbled rocks at the base of the hill. Beyond the torchlight, the dark pressed close. A soft, scrabbling noise made him turn. John moved toward the sound, stepping carefully. Among boulders and thorn bushes, behind a fallen tree, he came on Ghost again. The direwolf was digging ferociously, kicking up dirt. "What have you found?" John lowered the torch, revealing a rounded mound of soft earth. A grave, he thought, but whose? He knelt, jammed the torch into the ground beside him. The soil was loose, sandy. John pulled it out by the fistful. There were no stones, no roots. Whatever was here had been put here recently. 2 feet down, his fingers touched cloth. He had been expecting a corpse, fearing a corpse. But this was something else. He pushed against the fabric and felt small, hard shapes beneath, unyielding. There was no smell, no sign of grave worms. Ghost backed off and sat on his haunches, waiting. John brushed the loose soil away to reveal a rounded bundle, perhaps 2 feet across. He jammed his fingers down around the edges and worked it loose. When he pulled it free, whatever was inside shifted and clanked. Treasure, he thought, but the shapes were wrong to be coins, and the sound was wrong for metal. A length of frayed rope bound the bundle together. John unsheathed his dagger and cut it, groped for the edges of the cloth and pulled. The bundle turned, and its contents spilled out. He saw a dozen knives, leaf-shaped spearheads, numerous arrowheads. John picked up a dagger blade, feather light and shiny black, hiltless. Torchlight ran along its edge, a thin orange line that spoke of a razor sharpness. Dragonglass. What the maesters call obsidian. Had Ghost uncovered some ancient cache of the children of the forest, buried here for 1,000 years? The fist of the first man was an old place. Only, beneath the dragon glass was an old war horn, made from an oryx horn and banded in bronze. John shook the dirt from inside it, and a steam of arrowheads fell out. He let them fall, and pulled up a corner of the cloth the weapons had been wrapped in, rubbing it between his fingers. Good wool, thick, a double weave, damp but not rotted. It could not have been here long, in the ground, and it was dark. He seized a handful and pulled it close to the torch. Not dark. Black. Even before John stood and shook it out, he knew what he had. The black cloak of a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. And holy shit, we have so much to unpack here. First of all, before we begin to theorize, I just absolutely cannot get over the eeriness and overall vibe of this chapter, and John's class chapters in general. The forest feels alive. It's a character in and of itself. It's equal parts terrifying and beautiful, and the way it seems to interweave into John's character is so fascinating. But beyond that, there is a lot going on in these final pages. First of all, this chapter is all but confirmation that someone is connected to Ghost. Again, I'm not sure exactly who yet. Possibly Bloodraven, maybe Bran from the future, or maybe the old gods themselves. But someone seems to have some kind of astral link to Ghost, using the wolf to guide John, their chosen one. The next question that we need to try and solve is who left this grave filled with dragon glass and the horn. My theory is it was Cold Hands. We know from Dance that Bloodraven has been working closely with the Children of the Forest for decades. Not only that, but he has Cold Hands, an undead worker for Bloodraven that wears a Night's Watch cloak, so he would have the dragon glass from the Children and the ability to bury it with a cloak from Cold Hands or possibly Benjen. Where this theory gets strange is what is this horn that John gets? My hunch is it's the Horn of Winter. Now the Horn of Winter is an ancient artifact that's been imbued with magic from the Children of the Forest, that has the ability to shake the earth itself. Now we see two other horns in the series. We know Euron had one from the Kingsmoot chapter in Feast, and we know Mance has one, a huge one that he says is the Horn of Winter, but I really don't think it is. To me it feels very George R. R. Martin to have the powerful horn that can end the world be this seemingly random old war horn, something small and unsuspecting, much like the Children of the Forest themselves. Now the next question is, why? And my answer is a theory that I will be building from this point forward. I believe that Jon Snow is going to tear the wall down. And we already have foreshadowing for this from A Game of Thrones. After Jon finds out that he's going to be Mormont's steward in Jon 6, he literally says, outside, Jon looked up at the wall shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its side in 100 thin fingers. Jon's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world be damned. And then, later on in Dance, Jon remarks about how in many ways the wall itself is ridiculous, separating groups of people and causing thousands of years of fighting for what? So I believe that in The Winds of Winter, Jon Snow, in his anger and rage, will blow the Horn of Winter and tear that wall down. I'm getting hyped just thinking about it. What a chapter. Jon 5 opens with him waking to one blast of a horn, meaning the Brothers of the Night's Watch have returned to camp. Jon remarks that they have been just sort of sitting around for a few weeks, not ready to advance or retreat, but all that would change now that the men had returned. Jon then meets Qhorin Halfhand, one of the most legendary members of the Night's Watch, a man whose black robes are almost gray and has many missing fingers from all of his battles. The half-hand immediately tells John that he has the look of his father, and wonders where his wolf is. John says Ghost is off hunting, but he will be back soon. John then remarks that he had given the horn to Sam, that the horn was old and cracked and seemed useless. John tells Sam to drink ale from it, which to me provides all the more reason to question if this horn that Sam is just chilling with is actually one of the most powerful artifacts in existence. John then overhears the half-hand telling Jor to send ravens to all the kings in hope of receiving aid, because as it stands right now, they are screwed. The half-hand then tells Jor that he believes Mance is in the Frostfangs, looking for some powerful artifact to breach the wall. That artifact being the Horn of Winter. So last chapter, John finds this random old horn. This chapter he gives it to Sam and says it's probably nothing. And in the same chapter, we find out Mance is looking for an ancient artifact that we know with hindsight is a horn. Yeah, George is slick, but I see what you're doing. The half-hand then tells Jor that he needs to take men and bring the fight to Mance, to buy them time, and when Jor allows him to pick his men, he looks John straight in the eyes and chooses him. Corin Half-Hand turned his head. His eyes met John's, and held them for a long moment. Very well, I choose Jon Snow. Mormont blinked. He is hardly more than a boy, and a steward besides, not even a ranger. Tullet can care for you as well, my lord. Corin lifted his maimed, two-fingered hand. The old gods are still strong beyond the wall, the gods of the first men. And the Starks. Mormont looked at John. What is your will in this? To go, he said at once. The old man smiled sadly. I thought it might be. And again, more reinforcement of the idea that the old gods are with John, that him and Ghost are intrinsically tied to the land, and the history and the power beneath it all. And with that, the groundwork has been set for one of my favorite arcs in fiction, Jon Snow's journey into the wild. Jon 6 opens up with John and co. coming upon a wildling group that are serving as lookouts. And while they begin to ascend this mountain to take them unannounced, John remarks at the equally beautiful and terrifying landscape that he's becoming more and more drawn to. John even remarks that the mountain and the land feels like his mother in a sense, or at least he could imagine it that way. John climbs the mountain, terrified, but entranced by its beauty. He tears his thumb open and thinks about his brother Bran and how well he used to climb. He says he wishes he had a tenth of his courage. They then get to the top of the mountain, and John finds 3 wildlings, and he's faced with one of the hardest moral decisions he's ever had to make, the choice to kill a man. John remarks, 3. For a moment, John was uncertain. There was only supposed to be 2. One was asleep, though, and whether there was 2 or 3 or 20, he still must do what he had come to do. Stone Snake touched his arm, pointed at the wildling with the horn. John nodded toward the one by the fire. It felt queer, picking a man to kill. Half the days of his life had been spent with sword and shield, training for this moment. Did Robb feel this way before his first battle, he wondered? But there was no time to ponder the question. Stone Snake moved as fast as his namesake, leaping down on the wildlings in a rain of pebbles. John slid a long claw from its sheath and followed. It all seemed to happen in a heartbeat. Afterward, John could admire the courage of the wildling who reached first for his horn instead of the blade. He got it to his lips, but before he could sound it, Stone Snake knocked the horn aside with a swipe of his short sword. John's man leapt to his feet, thrusting at his face with a burning brand. He could feel the heat of the flames as he flinched back. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the sleeper stirring, and knew he must finish this man quick. When the brand swung again, he bowled into it, swinging the bastard sword with both hands. The Valyrian steel sheared through leather, fur, wool, and flesh. But when the wildling fell, he twisted, ripping the sword from Jon's grasp. On the ground, the sleeper sat up beneath his furs. Jon slid his dirk free, grabbing the man by the hair, and jamming the point of the knife up under his chin, as he reached for his, no, her. His hand froze. A girl. A watcher, said Stone Snake. A wildling. Finish her. Jon could see fear and fire in her eyes. Blood ran down her white throat from where the point of his dirk had pricked her. One thrust, and it's done, he told himself. He was so close, he could smell onion on her breath. She is no older than I am. Something about her made him think of Arya, though they looked nothing alike. Will you yield, he asked, giving the dirk a half-turn. And if she doesn't, I yield. Her words steamed in the cold air. And with that, Jon meets Ygritte, and there's a lot to say about this interaction. Firstly, like I mentioned in my Jon Cat video way back, it's worth noting that Ygritte has red hair, and Jon grew up in a family of redheads. Robb, Catelyn, Rickon, Bran, Sansa all have red hair and light eyes. Jon even says that Ygritte, in a weird way, reminded him of Arya. So yet again, as I've been saying for over 3 hours, Jon, no matter how much he lies to himself, cannot shake the ties that he has to the Starks and to his family. When push comes to shove, Jon cannot let go. And this makes him incredibly relatable and incredibly human. I cannot tell you how many times in my own life I thought I've overcome or beaten something, just for it to slip back into my mind in an uncontrollable fashion. Ygritte tells Jon her name, and he gives her his, to which she says it's an evil name, reinforcing the through line of Jon saying snow to the people beyond the wall means death, and Jon is a snow. Ironic, considering he saves the wildlings in dance. And then, much like Donal Noye in A Game of Thrones, Ygritte offers Jon Snow something priceless. Perspective. Jon grew up being told that the wildlings were malformed beasts, almost less than men. But Ygritte shows Jon that his preconceived notions might be wrong. Ygritte does this through telling Jon the story of Bael. Were they your kin? He asked her quietly. The 2 we killed. No more than you are. Me? He frowned. What do you mean? You said you were the bastard of Winterfell. I am. Who was your mother? Some woman. Most of them are. Someone had said that to him once. He did not remember who. She smiled again, a flash of white teeth. And she never sung you the song, Oh, the Winter Rose? I never knew my mother, or any such song. Bael the Bard made it, said Ygritte. He was king beyond the wall, a long time back. All the free folk know his songs, but it might be you don't sing them in the south. Winterfell's not in the south, Jon objected. Yes, it is. Everything below the wall is south to us. He had never thought of it that way. I suppose it's all where you're standing. Aye, Ygritte agreed. It always is. Tell me, Jon urged her. It would be hours before Corin came up, and his story would keep him awake. I want to hear this tale of yours. Might be you won't like it much. I'll hear it all the same. Brave Black Crow, she mocked. Well, long before he was king over the free folk, Bael was a great rider. Stone Snake gave a snort. A murderer, robber, and raper, is what you mean. That's all in where you're standing too, Ygritte said. The Stark in Winterfell wanted Bael's head, but never could take him, and the taste of failure galled him. One day in his bitterness, he called Bael a craven, who preyed only on the weak. When word o' that got back, Bale vowed to teach the Lord a lesson. So he scaled the wall, skimmed down the King's Road, and walked into Winterfell, one winter's night, with harp in hand, naming himself Skyric of Skagos. Skyric means deceiver in the old tongue that the first men spoke and the giants still speak. North or south, singers always find a ready welcome. So Bale ate at Lord Stark's own table, and played for the Lord in his high seat until half the night was gone. The old songs he played, and new ones he'd made himself, and he played and sang so well that when he was done the Lord offered to let him name his own reward. "All I ask is a flower," Bale answered, "the fairest flower that blooms in the gardens of Winterfell." Now as it happened, the winter roses had only come into blooms, and no flower is so rare nor precious. So the Stark sent to his glass gardens, and commanded that the most beautiful o' the winter roses be plucked for the singer's payment. And so it was done. But when morning came, the singer had vanished, and so had Lord Brandon's maiden daughter. Her bed they found empty, but for the pale blue rose that Bale had left on the pillow where her head had lain. John had never heard this tale before. Which Brandon was this supposed to be? Brandon the Builder lived in the Age of the Heroes, thousands of years before Bale. There was Brandon the Burner, and his father Brandon the Shipwright. But this was Brandon the Daughterless, Ygritte said sharply. Would you hear the tale or no? He scowled. Go on. Lord Brandon had no other children. At his behest the Black Crows flew forth from their castles in the hundreds, but nowhere could they find any sign o' Bale or his maid. For most a year they searched, till the Lord lost heart and took to his bed. And it seemed as though the line of Starks was at its end. But one night, as he lay waiting to die, Lord Brandon heard a child's cry. He followed the sound and found his daughter back in her bedchamber, asleep with a babe at her breast. Bale had brought her back? No, they had been in Winterfell all the time, hiding with the dead beneath the castle. The maid loved Bale so dearly, she bore him a son, the song says. Though if truth be told, all the maids love Bale in the songs he wrote. Be that as it may, what's certain is that Bale left the child in payment for the rose he'd plucked unmasked, and that the boy grew to be the next Lord Stark. So there it is. You have Bale's blood in you. Same as me. It never happened, John said. She shrugged. Might it did, might be it didn't. It's a good song, though. My mother used to sing it to me. She was a woman too, Jon Snow, like yours. She rubbed her throat where his dirk had cut her. The song ends when they find the babe. But there was a darker end to the story. 30 years later, when Bale was king beyond the wall and led the free folk south, it was young Lord Stark who met him in the frozen ford and killed him. For Bale would not harm his own son when they met sword to sword. And so the son slew his father instead, said Jon. Aye, she said, but the gods hate kingslayers, even when they kill unknowing. When Lord Stark returned from the battle, and his mother saw Bale's head upon the spear, she threw herself from a tower in her grief. Her son did not long outlive her. One of his lords peeled the skin off him and wore him for a cloak. Your Bale was a liar, he told her, certain now. No, Ygritte said, but Baird's truth is different than yours or mine. Anyway, you asked for the story, so I told it. Now let's go over why this story is incredibly important to Jon's character. And the simple answer is, it's about him. We know from Bran 3, A Game of Thrones, and later chapters, that Jon is very much tied to this blue rose, the winter rose that is also tied to his probable mother, Lyanna Stark. So the bastard who ends up being a king, who's represented by the blue rose in the story, is a symbolic tie to Jon Snow. Not only that, But the story says that they were in Winterfell the whole time, that the child was conceived, and their love blossomed in the crypts themselves. Now I'm hoping you can all see where I'm going with this. Jon has a reoccurring dream in A Game of Thrones, where he walks into the Winterfell crypts and begins to scream. I started working on a theory last video where I stated that I believe Jon Snow will be resurrected in the Winds of Winter, in the crypts themselves. And this story of Bael serves as more evidence. The bastard, born of Bael, symbolized by the blue rose, conceived in the crypts, and the bastard, Jon Snow, also symbolized by the blue rose, being reborn in the crypts. Jon and Ygritte then return to the Half-Hand, and he orders Jon to kill her. And once they are left alone, one of my favorite moments in the entire story plays out. Jon is told that he must kill her, and while at first he says he will, when the moment actually comes, he can't do it. He questions the honor of this decision. He thinks of his father, thinks of his morals, and thinks of the man he wants to be. And he chooses mercy and lets her go. And this is the character of Jon. This is why he means so much to me, and why I'm making all of these videos to begin with. Jon, in this moment, is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't know what the right decision is, and truthfully, who can say what the right decision truly was? But to me, at this moment, Ygritte is innocent, and even if it means breaking a vow to the Night's Watch and being called a traitor, Jon follows his heart, follows his father's word, and chooses mercy. I adore Jon because he's a character that loves hard. He tries his best to be a cold brother, but at the end of the day, he is a Stark. He's principled beyond belief, and in his own unconventional way, a very kind soul. Jon is a very human character, a man that is always conflicted to the ends of the earth, but always chooses the right thing, or at least tries to. And in this moment, Jon chooses mercy. And with that, one of my favorite chapters in Clash ends. And what a journey it's been. Again, I can't praise it enough. I truly love the way George describes the land in these chapters. It's just so eerie and beautiful. Jon 7 opens up with Jon and Ghost walking along the Skirling Pass, when the Half-Hand calls Jon aside to speak with him about Mance. Jon asks the Half-Hand why Mance deserted, and the Half-Hand tells him that it was probably for a woman, but moreover for the way of life itself. He tells Jon that Mance loved the land, the wild, and the freedom, much like Jon Snow himself. Jon then essentially admits to freeing Ygritte, and the Half-Hand tells him that he knew the whole time, that he didn't order Jon to kill her, but only to do what he thought was right. And in many ways, he was testing to see what kind of man Jon truly was, and he found out that Jon is a merciful one. Jon then goes to sleep, and dreams of direwolves. And this dream is insane. And now, I'm going to read out this dream, and I'm going to note all the little interesting details that I find. And this dream is insane. There were 5 of them, where there should have been 6, and they were scattered, each apart from the others. He felt a deep ache of emptiness, a sense of incompleteness. The forest was vast and cold, and they were so small, so lost. His brothers were out there somewhere, and his sister, but he had lost their scent. He sat on his haunches and lifted his head to the darkening sky, and his cry echoed throughout the forest, a long, lonely, mournful sound. As it died away, he picked up his ears, listening for an answer, but the only sound was the sigh of the blowing snow. "Jon?" The call came from behind him, softer than a whisper, but strong too. Can a shout be silent? He turned his head, searching for his brother. For a glimpse, a lean gray shape moved beneath the trees. But there was nothing, only a weirwood. The first interesting thing here is the fact that John, now warged into Ghost, who is off hunting, can somehow sense that Lady, Sansa's wolf, has died, explaining that there were 5 instead of 6. And I'm sorry, but did Ghost just make a sound? I'm not going crazy, right? The text reads, "He sat on his haunches, lifted his head to the darkening sky, and his cry echoed out through the forest, a long, lonely, mournful sound." So, Ghost, the mute direwolf, is no longer mute when Jon is warged into him? This not only supports my theory that Jon warged into Ghost on accident way back in Bran 1, A Game of Thrones, causing him to hear himself, but also changes the game for Jon's potential resurrection. I truly can't believe that I've never heard anyone talk about this before. And somehow this dream gets even crazier. The weirwood seemed to sprout from solid rock, its pale roots twisting up from myriad fissures and hairline cracks. The tree was slender compared to the other weirwoods he had seen, no more than a sapling, yet it was growing as he watched, its limbs thickening as they reached for the sky. Wary, he circled the smooth, white trunk until he came to the face. Red eyes looked at him, fierce eyes they were, yet glad to see him. The weirwood had his brother's face. Had his brother always had 3 eyes? Not always, came the silent shout. Not before the crow. He sniffed at the bark, smelled wolf and tree and boy. But behind that were other scents. The rich, brown smell of warm earth, and the hard, gray smell of stone. And something else. Something terrible. Death, he knew. He was smelling death. He cringed back, his hair bristling, and bared his fangs. "Don't be afraid. I like it in the dark. No one can see you, but you can see them. But first you have to open your eyes. See, like this." And the tree reached down and touched him. The dream then shifts to Ghost viewing the wildling army, right before he is attacked by an eagle. And what a passage. First of all, we have Ghost and Jon by extension getting their third eye opened by Bran from the future in some strange dream in a dream. And this doesn't just seem to be Bran from Dance. This seems to be much older, much more powerful Bran. I'd recommend checking out the Time Traveling Bran theory video by Preston Jacobs. Not only that, but now Ghost and Jon's link is stronger than has ever been before, to the point where Jon can feel the wolf's pain. This is also great foreshadowing for the scars Jon will receive in Storm from the same talons. After Jon wakes, the half-hand demands to hear about his dream. After hearing it, he declares Jon a skin changer. But before we continue, I want to talk about this death scent that was around Bran Stark. This death scent that Jon describes reminds me very much of the way he describes the smell of the others. Could it be that Bran is somehow connected to the others and pushing things from the shadows? Or could that smell possibly be the death of Jojen Reed, who is consumed by Bran to obtain immense power? Jon then finds Ghost, wounded by the eagle, but not dead, confirming that his dream was no dream. It was real. Jon was warged into Ghost, meaning what he saw with Bran was true as well. The chapter then ends, with Jon and the Half-Hand realizing that they have been found, and the wildlings are coming for them. This chapter was amazing, and I would argue that these later chapters of Clash are where Jon's character really starts to open up, and we are now getting new sides of Jon. And this is also where the hardcore theories really start coming into play. Jon 8 is Jon's final chapter in A Clash of Kings, and what a journey this book has been. This was actually my first time rereading Clash for this video, and while I've definitely given it some flack in the past, my tune has completely shifted. These last few Jon chapters have been absolutely peak, and Jon 8 continues this hot streak. The chapter opens with Jon pondering and accepting his doom. He even thinks, will Ghost howl for me when I'm dead? Which is tragic, but also confirms my theory that Ghost can make sounds, just chooses not to. John lights a fire, feels its warmth, and remarks that he forgot how beautiful fire can be. The half-hand then tells John that no matter what, he has to get back to Lord Commander Mormont to tell him that old powers are waking, and that the trees have eyes again. They then repeat their vows together, almost like a final salute to the life that they have lived. And after saying the words, John feels the cold and flexes his fingers, reminding himself of the true danger beyond it all. John tells the half-hand that he isn't afraid to die, but the half-hand responds with something that John can't accept. He commands John that he must live. He tells him that he must lie, that he must play the part of the wildling, if it means getting back to Castle Black and delivering key information. He tells him that this is a command, not a simple request, that John needs to man up and do the hard thing for the greater good. And while he is reluctant at first, John accepts. And I absolutely adore this development for John. What a decision George made. Jon Snow, the character who's been stuck between two lives for 2 whole books. Jon, the kid who doesn't know who he wants to be, who can't let the past die, is forced to take on a 3rd life before he's even reconciled the 2 that he's stuck between. Jon's journey as a wildling, the questions he will ask himself, the decisions he will make, will equally fracture and ground the man that he will become. They then spend the next part of the chapter freezing, running, and slowly dying. Jon barely sleeps, and when he does, all he can dream of is the end of the world. Jon and the half-hand then put their backs against a cave wall and decide to make their final stand. Before the fight begins, Jon flexes his sword fingers, the burned ones, and reminds himself that he is the shield that guards the realms of men. Rattlebones and the wildlings then appear, and they desire vengeance. But right before both Jon and the half-hand are going to be killed, Jon remembers his order, and begins to make his move. Jon yields, and him and the half-hand have a terrible battle, in which Jon, with a chance blow, catches the half-hand in the throat, killing him. And while at first the wildlings won't accept Jon into their ranks, Ygritte, who is the archer aiming a bow at Jon and the half-hand, speaks up for him, and tells him that Mance will accept him. The chapter then ends with Jon joining Ygritte, and the next part of his journey beginning. This chapter is painful. Jon does the unthinkable. He kills a man he respected, and even if not in truth, in partial he betrays his oaths. In this chapter and in this book, Jon is pushed to his limits. He's forced to redefine himself and redefine his morals. In a Game of Thrones, Jon has to make tough decisions regarding himself, but now his decisions affect not only himself, but other people around him as well. Jon Snow in this book grows and changes, but more than anything, A Clash of Kings serves as a lot of setup and foreshadowing for things to come in A Storm of Swords and A Dance with Dragons. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the series. In case this is your first time visiting my channel, this is part 3 of a 5-part series where I will be discussing the character of Jon Snow from the A Song of Ice and Fire books in detail. I would highly recommend checking out parts 1 and 2, where I cover A Game of Thrones and A Clash of Kings, because both books are incredibly relevant, not only to Jon, but to what I will be saying, theorizing, and building up to in this video. But with all that being said, let's jump right into one of my favorite individual book arcs, Jon Snow, A Storm of Swords. To remind us where we left off in A Clash of Kings, it ends with Jon joining the wildlings as a double agent in order to spy on them and then hopefully return to the Wall with key information. John 1 opens with him heading towards the wildlings' camp. He remarks that he's never seen so many campfires, and at the sight of them, he flexes his burned sword hand, a tick that activates whenever he gets stressed, almost as a reminder of where he's been and what he's experienced with the others. John then thinks about how isolated he feels, how the half-hand's corpse was ransacked by the wildlings, how Rattleshirt has his bones, Ygritte has his cloak and helm, and how John is more lost and isolated than ever before. He thinks, dead. All dead but me. Am I dead to the world? A great moment of foreshadowing, considering John presumably dies at the end of A Dance with Dragons. John then talks to Ygritte. She tells him that Mance will accept him once he hears what John did to the half-hand. She tells him that he's not the first crow to join the wildlings. It's enticing. It's beautiful. It's freedom. But with freedom comes a cost. With true freedom comes a sense of unknowing chaos. She tells him it's dangerous, but that he will like it, while placing a hand right above his knee, clearly attempting to seduce him. I will, thought John. I will see, and hear, and learn. And when I have, I will carry the word back to the wall. The wildlings had taken him for an oathbreaker, but in his heart he was still a man of the Night's Watch, doing the last duty that Corran Halfhand had laid on him before I killed him. John then notes that Ghost is not having a good time with the wildlings, that all of the dogs keep trying to attack him, or at bare minimum have their guards up around him 24/7. This is symbolic of the way in which the wildlings themselves have their guard up with John. Ghost is the closest thing John has to his Stark identity, and to be a Stark is to not be free. So the wildling dogs who represent the wildlings themselves can smell the Stark on John when Ghost is around. This will be very important later, because Ghost and John will be separate during this book for a time, when John is at his furthest from his Stark identity, and then will return when he reconciles who he truly is. John then keeps walking through the camp to Mance's tent, and he takes note that while there are definitely warriors amongst the free folk, they aren't all fighters. The vast majority of them are mothers, children, elderly, just regular old people, like the ones he knows south of the wall. John feels a faint familiarity with them, but at this point he's still very much in Night's Watch mode, but that begins to change when he meets Mance Rayder. Before they enter, John tells Ghost to stay outside, symbolizing how he's going to have to leave his Stark identity behind for a time to survive in the wild. John walks into his tent and immediately spots a blonde woman who he calls pretty. This is Val, someone who will serve as temptation for the future of John's arc. When he walks in, Mance is singing a song, and the song is called The Dornishman's Wife, and it goes as follows. Forgive me for not being able to sing as well as Mance Rayder. The Dornishman's wife was fair as the sun, and her kisses were warmer than spring. But the Dornishman's blade was made of black steel, and its kiss was a terrible thing. The Dornishman's wife would sing as she bathed, in a voice that was sweet as a peach. But the Dornishman's blade had a song of its own, and a bite sharp and cold as a leech. As he lay on the ground with the darkness around, and the taste of blood on his tongue, his brothers knelt by him and prayed him a prayer, and he smiled and laughed and he sung, Brothers, oh brothers, my days here are done, the Dornishman's taken my life, but what does it matter, for all men must die, and I've tasted the Dornishman's wife. To me, the Dornishman's wife is a song about forbidden fruit, and is symbolic of the desire that John has for the wildling's way of life, and for Ygritte. The song essentially says that the Dornishman's wife is something so sweet that it's worth dying for, that even if sleeping with her is dishonorable, even if it gets the man killed, it's worth it, because some things in life are just so sweet that they are worth the bitterness of death. The song is being sang by Mance, because it represents his character. Mance, much like the Dornishman's wife, felt the call to the wild, to freedom. It was so sweet that it was worthy of the crime of desertion, and the price of death. And it also happens to be the trajectory that Jon Snow will go down during this book. The Dornishman's Wife is a song about temptation, and Jon's story with the wildlings is one of immense temptation. And God, I just love the way George implements songs into his work. Brilliant stuff. Jon then meets Mance, and the scene plays out as follows. Jon turned. The singer rose to his feet. "I'm a Mance Raider," he said, as he put aside the lute, "and you are Ned Stark's bastard, the Snow of Winterfell." Stunned, Jon stood speechless for a moment, before he recovered enough to say, How could you know?" "That's a tale for later," said Mance Raider. "How do you like the song, lad?" "Well enough, I've heard it before. But what does it matter, for all men must die?" the king beyond the wall said lightly, "and I've tasted the Dornishman's wife. Tell me, does my lord of bones speak truly? Did you slay my old friend, the half-hand?" And this is a great introduction that foreshadows what we will find out later, that Mance has seen Jon Snow twice before. Once while him and Robb were playing in the snow as children, and once during the Winterfell feast during Jon 1, A Game of Thrones. Mance then asks Jon if he should thank him for killing his foe, the half-hand, or curse him for killing his friend, a brother of the Night's Watch, to which Jon says, "You ought to thank me for killing your enemy," Jon said finally, "and curse me for killing your friend." Another moment of Jon's quick thinking and ability to think on his feet, shining through. Jon then meets the Magnar of Thenns, Tormund Giantsbane, who says he's fond of wargs, but not Starks, Val, Dalla, and Jarl. And while I said I wouldn't be mentioning show Jon during these videos, it's worth noting how Jon in the show has a defining characteristic that he doesn't break oaths or lie, even though in the scene when speaking with Mance, he literally thinks ahead of time that he is going to lie and betray them. Jon and Mance then have a very long, very important, and very well-written conversation. Mance tells Jon that the first time he saw him was at Winterfell years ago, when he was still a man of the Night's Watch. Mance tells Jon he was the brother who said he wouldn't rat out Jon and Robb for dumping snow on people, and that he saw Jon a second time when he sneaked into the feast at Winterfell. Jon notes that aside from the betting, Mance is much like Bale the Bard, but just as Jon starts to feel a little more comfortable around Mance, he presses him, asking him to tell truly. Is Jon a craven who turned his cloak out of fear, or does he have an ulterior motive? But Jon counters him by asking him to explain why Mance turned his cloak, and then Jon will do the same. And this is a great bit of writing, because it's George essentially giving the reader a healthy flow of exposition while building it into a natural conversation. Jon notes that Mance is clearly a man who likes to hear himself talk, so George R. R. Martin creates a scene where Mance can explain his entire backstory and have it work for this scene and for the future of the story. Mance begins to explain why he turned his cloak. This is his explanation. "The black wool cloak of a sworn brother of the Night's Watch," said the king beyond the wall. "One day on arranging, we brought down a fine big elk. We were skinning it when the smell of blood drew a shadow cat out of its lair. I drove it off, but not before it shredded my cloak to ribbons. Do you see? Here, here, and here," he chuckled. "It shredded my arm and my back as well. I bled worse than the elk. My brothers feared I might die before they got me back to Maester Mullen at the Shadow Tower. So they carried me to a wildling village where we knew an old wise woman who did some healing. She was dead as it happened, but her daughter saw to me, cleaned my wounds, sewed me up, and fed me porridge and potions until I was strong enough to ride again. And she sewed up the rents in my cloak as well, with some scarlet silk from a shy that her grandmother had pulled from the wreck of a cog washed up on the frozen shore. It was the greatest treasure she had, and her gift to me. He swept the cloak back over his shoulders. But at the Shadow Tower, I was given a new wool cloak from stores, black, and trimmed with black, to go with my black breeches and black boots, my black doublet and black mail. The new cloak had no frays, nor rips, nor tears, and most of all, no red. The men of the Night's Watch, dressed in black, Sir Danis Mallister reminded me sternly, as if I had forgotten. My old cloak was fit for burning now, he said. I left the next morning for a place where a kiss was not a crime, and a man could wear any cloak he chose. He closed the clasp and sat back down again. And you, Jon Snow? Jon took another swallow of mead. There was only one tale that he might believe. You say you were at Winterfell, the night my father feasted King Robert. I did say it, for I was. Then you saw us all, Prince Joffrey and Prince Tommen, Princess Marcella, my brothers Robb and Bran and Rickon, my sisters Arya and Sansa. You saw them walk the center aisle with every eye upon them, and take their seats at the table just below the dais where the king and queen were seated. I remember. And did you see where I was seated, Mance? He leaned forward. Did you see where they put the bastard? Mance Rayder looked at Jon's face for a long moment. I think we had best find you a new cloak, he said, holding out his hand. And this scene is an absolute masterpiece. And the reason it works so well, not only in terms of writing quality, but in terms of convincing Mance, is because Jon Snow is telling the truth. Mance remarks earlier in the chapter that he's not one to be lied to, and Jon admits that he can't tell a lie in this moment, because Mance will see right through him. So in acknowledging this, Jon tells the scariest kind of lie one can tell. He tells the truth. Jon lets Mance in on some of the darkest parts of his soul. He lets him into his isolation, his fear, and most importantly, his anger. Jon didn't need to lie, because there has always been an aspect of Jon that wanted to truly leave, an aspect of Jon that never truly felt like a Stark, and in order to survive, Jon has to acknowledge and buy into the saddest part of his past. This scene is the first of many, where Jon will have to denounce his Stark heritage in order to survive. In order to be free, he has to acknowledge and admit to the aspect of himself who always desired freedom. Jon is a three-dimensional character in every sense of the word. There are just so many aspects to him that are just overflowing with conflict and humanity. And this chapter is the first of many great ones that will explore that conflict in depth. Jon 2 opens up with Jon seeing mammoths and giants for the first time, and trying to keep count of them so he knows what he's up against at the wall. Now it's worth noting that Jon spends the beginning of this chapter with Tormund Giantsbane, and they have taken a liking to one another. This is important to take note of, because Tormund is an integral part of Jon's story in A Dance with Dragons, and heading into the Winds of Winter. Jon then asks him about the Horn of Jaruman, otherwise known as the Horn of Winter. Jon believes that maybe Tormund blew it in order to wake the giants. The irony of it all is I believe the Horn of Winter isn't with Mance at all, and is actually the horn Jon found in Clash and is currently in Sam's possession. Tormund then asks Jon why he won't sleep with Ygritte, considering she seems very open to the idea. This question makes Jon blush, because at the end of the day, he is still a teenager who gets nervous about those kinds of questions. John remarks that every night, Ygritte sleeps next to him and cuddles him, and that he ended up placing Ghost between him and her to simply cockblock her. But Ygritte continues to persist, and their sexual dynamic is definitely interesting. While John is most definitely interested in her subconsciously, consciously due to his vows, he rejects her, which leads to her essentially taking advantage of John's position to sleep with him. But it is complicated, and this complication is something we will explore in detail throughout this book. Ygritte then for the first time tells Jon Snow, you know nothing, which is a line that will haunt the remainder of his story. Jon then thinks about her fiery hair, how she had been kissed by fire, but while probably subconsciously comparing her to his sister and Catelyn, who are both beautiful and have red hair. Jon finds Ygritte rather attractive in a strange way. He thinks she's peasant-looking, alluding to the fact that after all this time, and even still beyond the wall, Jon's privilege is ever present in the story. But he also finds aspects of her rather beautiful, and what's really neat is it's nothing really physical about her that draws him in other than her hair. Instead, it's her personality, her singing, the way she smiles and talks, that makes her imperfections seem less like imperfections and more like just aspects of her soul that make her unique. Whether Jon wants to accept it or not, a part of him is starting to fall for her, but he can't allow himself to accept it. Not yet, because he swore an oath, and an oath made in front of the old gods, no less. His father's gods. Jon literally thinks, but he was a man of the Night's Watch. He had taken a vow, I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. He had said the words before the weirwood, before his father's gods. He could not unsay them, no more than he could admit the reason for his reluctance to Tormund Giantsbane, father to bears. So it is Jon's connection to Ned, and the guilt that he would feel about breaking his oaths, that keep him away from Ygritte, which I find to be incredibly interesting. Jon doesn't just keep his oath for the sake of keeping it. It's the small boy who just yearns for his father's approval that keeps him in line. Tormund then asks Jon a question, and their interaction is phenomenal. Do you mislike the girl? Tormund asked him as they passed another 20 mammoths, those bearing wildlings and tall wooden towers instead of giants. No, but what can I say that he will believe? I am still too young to wed. Wed? Tormund laughed. Who spoke of wedding? In the South, must a man wed every girl he beds? Jon could feel himself turning red again. She spoke for me when Rattleshirt would have killed me. I would not dishonor her. You are a free man now, and Ygritte is a free woman. What dishonor if you lay together? I might get her with child. I'd hope so. A strong son, or a lively, laughing girl, kissed by fire. And where's the harm in that? Words failed him for a moment. The boy. The child would be a bastard. Are bastards weaker than other children? More sickly? More like to fail? No, but you're bastard born yourself, and if Ygritte does not want a child, she will go to some woods witch and drink a cup of moon tea. You do not come into it once the seed is planted. I will not father a bastard. This scene is great. It's paying off the foreshadowing that we receive in Jon 1 Game of Thrones. Jon is a man of the Night's Watch, and now a free man. He should no longer be concerned with fathering a bastard and breaching the laws of Winterfell, because they don't apply here, and yet the anger that he lived with for his entire life still festers deep down. Jon's trauma, his connection to the Starks, is something that transcends wherever he happens to be at that moment, which is why his pain with being a bastard always lingers. After Tormund continues to give Jon pushback, John thinks this. John had no answer for that. Small wonder that the Seven Kingdoms thought the free folk were scarcely human. They have no laws, no honor, not even simple decency. They steal endlessly from each other, breed like beasts, prefer rape to marriage, and fill the world with base-born children. Yet he was growing fond of Tormund Giantsbane, great bag o' wind and lies though he was. Longspear as well. And Ygritte. No, I will not think about Ygritte. And this paragraph is a microcosm for Jon's entire journey beyond the wall. Jon has had nothing but negative preconceived notions about the wildlings his entire life, and yet, after walking in their shoes and being one of them for a while, he comes to recognize that there is some truth in what he was told, but it's not the full story. On this side of the wall, Jon has found people. Just people. The wildlings, while different from highborn people, aren't much different from the regular folk in Westeros. In A Storm of Swords, Jon continues to gain something priceless. Perspective. Jon continues to watch the wildlings, and he remarks that he half admires Mance, and that he doesn't even really want to fight him. But at the end of the day, if the choice is between his new friends beyond the wall and his family at Winterfell, Jon has no doubt which one he would choose. Bran and Rickon are still at Winterfell besides. Maester Luwin, Sir Roderick, Old Nan, Farlin the Kennelmaster, Mikken at his forge, and Gage by his ovens. Everyone I ever knew, everyone I ever loved. If Jon must slay a man he half admired and almost liked, to save them from the mercies of Rattleshirt and Dogshed and the earless Magnar of Thenn, then that was what he meant to do. Ghost then leaves to hunt, and Jon remarks that he will come back when they make camp. He always does, and so does Ygritte. Jon remarks that in a strange way she reminded him of his sister Arya, that she claimed to be 3 years older than him, but he was half a foot taller than her. Ygritte and Tormund then sing a song about the giants, just before Jon is attacked by the eagle that's been following him around for days. The eagle of the warged man that he killed. But luckily enough, Ygritte and Tormund protect him, both willing to put their lives on the line to keep Rattleshirt from killing him, with Tormund going as far as to tell Rattleshirt that if he wants Jon, he's going to have to go through him first. Jon then wonders, can a bird hate? Jon had slain the wildling Orrel, but some part of the man remained within the eagle. The golden eyes looked out on him with cold malevolence. "I'll come," he said. The blood kept running down into his right eye, and his cheek was a blaze of pain. When he touched it, his black gloves came away stained with red. "Let me catch my Garen." It was not the horse he wanted so much as Ghost, but the direwolf was nowhere to be seen. He could be leagues away by now, ripping out the throat of some elk. Perhaps that was just as well. Which to me is evidence and great foreshadowing that when Jon comes back and wins, he is going to remember, and maybe even hate. Jon then rides to Mance, flexing his sword hand as he goes. But instead of returning to camp, Jon finds himself at the Fist of the First Men, which has been ravaged by the attack by the others which occurred in the prologue. He remarks that he has never seen so much death and blood in his entire life. Mance then begins asking Jon questions about the Watch, and Jon answers truthfully. He tells Mance that there were 300 men of the Night's Watch at the Fist, but when further pushed, he hesitates, not wanting to give up his Lord Commander, and he even thinks about trying to kill Mance in this moment, even if it costs him his life. Jon wonders how he can play the role of the Turncloak without truly becoming one. Jon opens and closes his sword hand and tells Mance everything he wants to know, and that he isn't a crow anymore. And he even tells Mance that he sleeps with Ygritte at night. He thinks It was easy to lose your way beyond the wall. John did not know that he could tell honor from shame anymore, or right from wrong. Father, forgive me. Yes, he said. Mance then tells John that he must go beyond the wall and help the wildlings with their assault to prove his allegiance. And the chapter ends with Ygritte telling John, in a shy way, that since she saved his life, that tonight she wants it to be no longer a lie. And the chapter ends with John having to accept that Ghost is going to sleep elsewhere tonight, symbolizing the fact that in order for John to stay alive, he must forsake a part of himself. He must forsake the Stark in order to sleep with Ygritte. What a chapter, and what a start to John's journey in A Storm of Swords. John 3 is an absolutely beautiful chapter, and it begins with John and Ygritte looking up at the stars. And while looking at the same constellations, they come to very different conclusions about what they are. John says, "We look up at the same stars and see such different things." And this line is just absolutely beautiful and means so much to me personally. I feel it perfectly sums up not only John's story, but the story of many people as well in the real world. It's very easy to get lost in your own individual thoughts, to view your way of life as the only true one. Yet in this moment and throughout John's journey in these books, he learns that perspective is everything, that one's outlook on life isn't necessarily superior to another's, that they're just different, and there's beauty in that difference. John then thinks, John had never met anyone so stubborn, except maybe for his little sister Arya. Is she still my sister, he wondered. Was she ever? He had never truly been a Stark, only Lord Eddard's motherless bastard, with no more place at Winterfell than Theon Greyjoy, and even that he'd lost. When a man of the Night's Watch said his vows, he put aside his old family and joined a new one. But Jon Snow had lost those brothers too. And I find this constant comparison to Arya to be rather interesting. It's been studied in our world that people often look for familiarity in their partners. This is why you will often hear that one's partner may remind them of a parent or someone close to them in their life. It's interesting, and an idea that George R.R. Martin is definitely toying with. Jon then finds Ghost at the top of a hill, remarking that Ghost's eyes seem to drink the stars themselves. And then one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the entire book series, at least for me, takes place. Jon Snow having to depart from Ghost. Jon tells him that he must go to Castle Black, and that Jon will find him. Jon remarks at how black Ghost's eyes look in that moment. He tells him that for a time they both must hunt alone, with him repeating the word alone in his head, almost like he wasn't ready for the impact of his own words. Ghost then darts off, and it's worth noting that when he leaves, Jon sleeps with Ygritte, symbolizing Jon having to leave his Stark identity behind in order to survive. Jon then thinks about the first time he had sex with Ygritte. Nights past, how he tried to convince himself into believing he was just doing his duty, that even his father had made a mistake once. And with that thought alone, Jon is admitting subconsciously that he didn't have sex because he had to, but because he wanted to. And deep down he knows that he was just lying to himself, showed through the fact that that same night they had sex twice more. Jon thinks it happened twice more that night, and again in the morning, when she woke to find him hard. The wildlings were stirring by then, and several could not help but notice what was going on beneath the pile of furs. Jarl told them to be quick about it, before he had to throw a pail of water on them. Like a pair of rutting dogs, Jon thought afterwards. Was that what he had become? I am a man of the Night's Watch, a small voice inside insisted. but every night it seemed a little fainter, and when Ygritte kissed his ears or bit his neck, he could not hear it at all. Was this how it was for my father, he wondered? Was he as weak as I am when he dishonored himself in my mother's bed? Jon then gives halfway false information to the Magnar of Thenns, trying to throw off just how many men the Night's Watch actually has, flexing his sword hand as he lies, a nervous tic that grounds him. Jon then crawls deeper into the cave and finds an opening towards where Ygritte's voice is calling out to him. When he reaches her, Ygritte tells him that this cave is vast and seemingly endless, that this network of caves connects even beyond the wall. And I wonder if this cave is part of the Weirwood network, and could this specific cave eventually connect all the way to Bloodraven's cave? Because there is water in this cave, and that cave seems to come out of nowhere as well, and it also has random water in it. Just an interesting theory. Ygritte then takes her clothes off and tells Jon that she wants him to truly see her for the first time. They undress and then make love truly. In this moment, Jon lets all of the walls come down for the first time. He stops caring about his vows and honor, and he tells her over and over again that he loves her, that he loves her smile, her hair, her mouth, the way she smells. Jon Snow in this moment is madly and unequivocally in love. In this exact moment, Jon is at peace. He is himself, and he is truly happy. After they make love, they chat for a bit, and Ygritte says it's strange how good he is at this, since he was a maid before this, and Jon responds with, "He gave her closest nipple a playful pinch. I was a man of the Night's Watch." Was? He heard himself say. What was he now? He did not want to look at that. Were you a maid? Jon then sits, and for the first time in a while, asks himself who he truly is. But before he can really answer that question, Ygritte and him begin flirting again, talking of the way of the world and the fact that Jon knows nothing. They then have sex one more time in this cave, and Jon remarks that while his guilt was there, he didn't understand why something that is apparently so wrong felt so good. In this moment, Jon Snow is coming to understand the story of the Dornishman's wife that man sung better than he thought was ever possible. They then slip in some water, and both agree that this singular moment in time was perfect, and that they never wished to leave. Jon 4 opens up with Ghost Gone. Jon wonders if he understood what he had told him the night before. And this chapter specifically encompasses Jon's journey climbing the wall. Jon remarks that the wildlings seem to be scared of the wall, and he draws the conclusion that in the Seven Kingdoms the wall marked the edge of the world, and it marked the same for them as well. Jon notes that it's all in where you stand at any given point in time, proving that Jon's time beyond the wall and at the wall expanded his perspective in a way that not many currently understand. Jon then thinks, and where do I stand? Jon did not know. To stay with Ygritte, he would need to become a wildling, heart and soul. If he abandoned her to return to his duty, the Magnar might cut her heart out, and if he took her with him, assuming she would go, which was far from certain, well, he could scarcely bring her to Castle Black to live among the brothers. A deserter and a wildling could expect no welcome anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. We could go look for Grendel's children, I suppose, though they'd be more like to eat us than take us in. And this passage is heartbreaking. At this point in the story, they have slept together and bonded, and Jon thoroughly loves her, and he has become a wildling in many ways. But there are a few more cool things about this passage. Firstly, it's worth noting this idea of Jon and hearts being cut out is a through line for his story. Here he wonders if Ygritte's heart may be cut out, and in his final chapter of Dance, Ramsay threatens to cut out his heart and eat it. It's also worth noting that while the wildlings begin to climb the wall, Jon notes that while the wildlings may have numbers, due to the way the wall is positioned, just a few arrows and a bucket or two of stones would be more than enough to kill hundreds of wildlings. This is important to remember because while Jon has taken a liking to the wildlings, he's still actively coming up with battle strategies on how to kill them. And these strategies that he forms in this chapter are crucial because it's these exact strategies that he uses later on to defend the wall. When they begin to climb it, Ygritte said that it's cold, and that she hates it. And when Jon tells her that of course it's cold, it's made of ice, Ygritte tells him that he knows nothing. The wall is made of blood. And this is just more evidence that the wall is tied to some form of human sacrifice. The chapter then ends with this. The worst is behind us, Jon tried to sound confident. Don't be frightened. He tried to put an arm around her. Ygritte slammed the heel of her head into his chest, so hard it stung even through his layers of wool, mail, and boiled leather. I wasn't frightened. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Why are you crying then? Not for fear, she kicked savagely at the ice beneath her with a heel, chopping out a chunk. I'm crying because we never found the Horn of Winter. We opened 100 graves and let all of those shades loose in the world, and never found the Horn of Jaruman to bring this cold thing down. So here we have it. Ygritte is confirming that while Mance was looking for the Horn of Winter, he never found it, and they were specifically checking graves. And I'm hoping we all remember that Jon found this really strange old horn in a Clash of Kings, in a fresh grave. The wildlings were never able to find the horn because Jon found it first and gave it to Sam. And with that, Jon 4 ends. A short chapter, but an important one, since Jon is now on top of the wall, and the next part of his journey is about to begin. Jon 5 opens with Jon's inner turmoil at the forefront of his mind. While on the gift, Ygritte spots an abandoned stone townhouse, and she tells Jon that whoever left such a castle just abandoned was a fool. Which to me is George R. R. Martin being very tongue-in-cheek, and signifying that while Ygritte isn't meaning for it to come off this way, she is essentially throwing shade at Jon for lacking perspective, and wanting to leave Winterfell, a real castle, in Book 1 of Game of Thrones. And then, tragically, reality sets in for Jon Snow. In Old Town, there's a tower taller than the wall. He could tell she did not believe him. If I could show her Winterfell, give her a flower from the glass gardens, feast her in the great hall, and show her the Stone Kings on their thrones, we could bathe in the hot pools and love beneath the heart tree while the old gods watched over us. The dream was sweet, but Winterfell would never be his to show. It belonged to his brother, the king in the north. He was a Snow, not a Stark. Bastard, Oathbreaker, and Turncloak. Might be after we could come back here and live in that tower, she said. Would you want that, Jon Snow? After? After. The word was a spear thrust. After the war, after the conquest, after the wildlings break the wall. And I love this passage, even though it breaks my heart. Firstly, the tragedy that is Jon Snow's desire to be the Lord in Winterfell never fails to get some emotion out of me. No matter what he goes through, no matter what happens in his life, his heart always remains in Winterfell. He will always want it. And what's even worse is the guilt he feels for wanting it. In John's mind, the decisions he's made, the lies he's told, make him unworthy. These dilemmas is something that has haunted him his entire life in this entire story, and will continue to do so as this book continues. And there's also the aspect of John's bitterness towards Rob. The fact that he thinks of him now, not as Rob, but as the king in the north, shows a drastic shift in the way he perceives his brother, who was once his best friend. There's a subconscious level of envy that is equally understandable and heartbreaking. And then the final part of this page, the after. This to me is Jon Snow having his emotional denial be broken. Over the last 4 chapters, we've seen Jon Snow fall madly in love with Ygritte. He thinks about having a life with her, and fantasizes about bringing her to Winterfell. But in this moment, Ygritte's question snaps Jon out of his fantasy, and for the first time in months, he comes to terms with understanding that love is the death of duty, and if he wants to remain loyal to the Night's Watch, his relationship with her must come to an end, and soon. And really quick, I want to put a pin in an idea. One thing that's been bugging me with Jon Snow's future is where on earth does he go if he lives through the entire book series? And I think I have my answer, or an answer. After Ygritte expressed interest in this house, Jon thinks this. His Lord Father had once talked about raising new lords and settling them in abandoned holdfasts as a shield against wildlings. The plan would have required the Watch to yield back a large part of the gift, but his Uncle Benjen believed the Lord Commander could be won around, so long as the new lordlings paid taxes to Castle Black rather than Winterfell. It's a dream for spring, though, Lord Eddard had said. Even the promise of land will not lure men north with the winter coming on. If winter had come and gone more quickly, and spring had followed in its turn, I might have been chosen to hold one of these towers in my father's name. Lord Eddard was dead, however, his brother Benjen lost. The shield they dreamt together would never be forged. This land belongs to the Watch, Jon said. This passage literally includes the title of the final book, A Dream of Spring, and Jon expressly states that in another life, maybe he would have lived in the Gift, playing a middle ground between Winterfell and the Watch. Or maybe, for A Dream of Spring, the Gift could be opened up to the wildlings, and Jon could live here with them, still on Winterfell's land, but not truly being the Lord of Winterfell. Just keep this in mind as we move forward. After this, Jon and Ygritte have a fight, and it's worth noting what they say. Her nostrils flared. No one lives here. Your raiders drove them off. They were cowards then. If they wanted the land, they should have stayed and fought. Maybe they were tired of fighting, tired of barring their doors every night and wondering if Rattleshirt or someone like him would break them down to carry off their wives. Tired of having their harvests stolen and any valuables they might have. It's easier to move beyond the reach of raiders. But if the wall should fall, all of the North will lie within the reach of raiders. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Daughters are taken, not wives. You're the ones who steal. You took the whole world and built the wall to keep the free folk out. Did we? Sometimes Jon forgot how wild she was, and then she would remind him. How did that happen? The gods made the earth for all men to share. Only when the kings come with their crowns and steel swords, they claimed it was all theirs. My trees, they said, you can't eat them apples. My stream, you can't fish here. My wood, you're not hunt. My earth, my water, my castle, my daughter, keep your hands away or I'll chop 'em off. But maybe if you kneel to me, I'll let you have a sniff. You call us thieves, but at least a thief has to be brave and clever and quick. A kneeler only has to kneel. To me, this one page highlights everything Ygritte means to Jon's story. She is the ultimate wake-up call and offers him something priceless. Perspective. Jon's bitterness and bias against the wildlings is shown plain as day here for all to see, and even after all this time he has spent with them, and while his perspective has been altered somewhat, his lived experiences at Winterfell, what his family taught him, will always be paramount to Jon. But Ygritte's words here get to him. She challenges every bias he's ever been taught, and while it may not be immediate, her words mixed in with her death later on cement Jon's character as one who doesn't view the wildlings as savages, but just as people, which eventually leads him to bringing them south of the wall at the end of Dance, which ultimately gets him killed. Ygritte dies trying to bring the wildlings south of the wall to seek safety, and so does Jon. Ygritte then presses the point. While sure, as a wildling you can steal a woman and objects, what's worse, being stolen, which at least requires strength, or being sold like a cow, the way noble ladies are sold in Westeros? But what's tragic about this truth is Jon is resisting. As it stands right now, this development is just too much for him. It's too drastic of a change. It would require him to question everything he's ever known. So he rejects this idea, thinking that while it's easy to forget while they laugh and have sex, at the end of the day there is a wall that separates their worlds. She is a wildling. He is a man of the Night's Watch. And this is why I love Jon Snow so much. His development is so human. It's not linear. He isn't perfect. He makes mistakes. He resists change at times. He finds himself often stuck between a rock and a hard place. He makes hard decisions that haunt him to the point of regret, and eventually change. In this book especially, Jon Snow ends up becoming my favorite character ever because he's allowed to truly be a human being. And here it comes. The switch. We've talked in detail about how while Jon is north of the wall, he really does become a wildling in part. Just 2 chapters ago he said that he was a man of the Night's Watch, without even thinking about it, implying that he is no longer a man of the Night's Watch, even on a subconscious level. But in this chapter, when he's explaining to Ygritte that he doesn't think they can win, he uses different language. Mance cannot win this war. He can, she insisted. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You have never seen the free folk fight. Wildlings fought like heroes or demons, depending on who you talk to, but it came down to the same thing in the end. They fight with reckless courage, every man out for glory. I don't doubt that you're all very brave, but when it comes to battle, discipline beats valor, every time. In the end, Mance will fall, as all the kings beyond the wall have failed before him, and when he dies, you'll die. All of you. Ygritte had looked so angry, she thought she was about to strike him. All of us, she said. You too. You're no crow now, Jon Snow. I swore you weren't. You better not be. She pushed him back against the trunk of a tree and kissed him, full on the lips, right there in the midst of the ragged column. Jon heard Grigg the goat urging her on. Someone else laughed. He kissed her back despite all of that. When they finally broke apart, Ygritte was flushed. You're mine, she whispered. Mine, as I'm yours. And if we die, we die. All men must die, Jon Snow. But first, we'll live. Yes. His voice was thick. First, we'll live. She grinned at that, showing Jon the crooked teeth that he had somehow come to love. Wildling to the bone, he thought again, with a sick, sad feeling in the pit of his stomach. He flexed the fingers of his sword hand and wondered what Ygritte would do if she knew his heart. Would she betray him if he sat her down and told her that he was still Ned Stark's son and a man of the Night's Watch? He hoped not, but he dare not take that risk. Too many lives depending on his somehow reaching Castle Black before the Magnar, assuming he found a chance to escape the wildlings. And there are a few things to take note of. First of all is the all of you line. George doesn't write without reason. This line is here to clearly demonstrate that John's mentality has shifted. He is no longer in the mindset of being one of them. He is south of the wall again, and he is Night's Watch to the bone. And the other thing to note is the fact that for the first time in over 2 chapters, John flexes his sword hand. Now, as we all know, John's burned hand is a massive part of his character. It's a tic that he has when he's stressed, a reminder of his duty to the Night's Watch, to his father, and to the world. Him flexing his sword hand is symbolic of John already betraying Ygritte, and while he may be kissing her, his heart is conflicted. Even though he still loves her, he now remembers his oaths, and he remembers his father. John then remarks that while he wants to gain their trust, he will not shed someone else's blood for them, an important line in the sand, setting up the end of this chapter. John then thinks about his brothers at the wall, all of his friends, the people he's grown with, trained with, bled with, and then he thinks of Ygritte. They shared the same sleeping skins every night, and he went to sleep with her head against his chest, and her red hair tickling his chin. The smell of her had become a part of him. Her crooked teeth, the feel of her breast when he cupped it in his hand, the taste of her mouth, they were his joy and his despair. Many a night he lay with Ygritte warm beside him, wondering if his lord father had felt this confused about his mother, whoever she had been. Ygritte set the trap, and Mance Rayder pushed me into it. In this moment, Jon Snow was stuck between not simply his love and his duty, but 3 entirely different, unique versions of love. His romantic love for Ygritte, his brotherly love for the Night's Watch, and his familiarly love for his family. Jon thinks every day he spent among the wildlings made what he had to do that much harder. He was going to have to find some way to betray these men, and when he did, they would die. He did not want their friendship any more than he wanted Ygritte's love, and yet the Thenns spoke the old tongue and seldom talked to Jon at all. But it was different with Jarl's raiders, the men who'd climbed the wall. Jon was coming to know them despite himself. Gaunt, Quiet Eric, and Grigg, the goat, the boys, Court and Boger, Hempen, Dan, the rope maker, and the worst of the lot was Dell, a horse-faced youth near Jon's own age, who would talk dreamily of this wildling girl he meant to steal. She's lucky, like your Ygritte, kissed by fire. Jon had to bite his tongue. He didn't want to know about Dell's girl or Boger's mother, the place by the sea that Henk the Helm came from, how Grigg yearned to visit green men in the Isle of Faces, or the time a moose had chased Towfinger up a tree. He didn't want to hear about the boil on Big Boyle's arse, how much ale Stone Thumbs could drink, or how Court's little brother had begged him not to go with Jarl. Court couldn't have been older than 14, though he'd already stolen himself a wife and had a child on the way. Might be he'll be born in some castle, the boy boasted. Born in a castle like a lord. He was very taken with the castles they'd seen, by which he meant watchtowers. Jon wondered where Ghost was now. Had he gone to Castle Black, or was he running with some wolf pack in the woods? He had no sense of the direwolf, not even in his dreams. It made him feel as if part of himself had been cut off. Even with Ygritte sleeping beside him, he felt alone. He did not want to die alone. This chapter is the most conflicted Jon Snow has ever felt in his entire life. This is all of his lives converging into one singular point. And worst of all, there isn't a right decision. There are strong arguments for all potential decisions John could make. But no matter what he does, someone he loves will be hurt and killed. And even worse, John will be miserable. John is more alone than he's ever been in his entire life, stuck between worlds with the dozens of people to choose from, which somehow isolates him even more. And without his wolf, without that aspect of his soul to ground him, with his Stark identity falling further and further away than ever, Jon is truly and utterly alone. But Jon Snow must keep moving forwards. Later on, while setting up camp beside a lake, Jon starts telling Ygritte about good Queen Alysanne and the dragons, to which Ygritte responds that she's never seen a dragon, which to me is George R. R. Martin not so subtly being tongue-in-cheek with his words, since Jon is probably a secret Targaryen, therefore Ygritte has seen a dragon, in a sense. She then says that if she was so good, she would tear that wall down, more evidence to my theory that Jon Snow is going to be very important in the future to the wall coming down. Jon even says, right before he's interrupted by the Magnar, that his dwarf friend Tyrion once told him something about dragons, but he never finished his sentence. So I'll finish it for him. Tyrion tells Jon in Tyrion 2 A Game of Thrones that he doesn't believe that all the dragons are gone, and that's what I believe Jon was about to tell Ygritte. Again, ironic since Jon Snow is probably a dragon. At this point, the Magnar has caught a man who made a fire, and who saw them all. So he tells Jon to execute him, to prove his loyalty. But Jon just can't do it. Jon thinks he is an old man, Jon told himself. 50, maybe even 60. He lived a longer life than most. The Thenns will kill him anyway. Nothing I can say or do will save him. Longclaw seemed heavier than lead in his hand, too heavy to lift. The man kept staring at him, with eyes as big and black as wells. I will fall into those eyes and drown. The Magnar was looking at him too, and he could almost taste the mistrust. This man is dead. What matter is it if it's my hand that slays him? One cut would do it, quick and clean. Longclaw was forged of Valyrian steel, like ice. Jon remembered another killing, the deserter on his knees, his head rolling, the brightness of blood on snow, his father's sword, his father's words, his father's face. Jon Snow will not do it, which prompts Ygritte to cut the man's throat. In this moment, Jon Snow has drawn the line in the sand. At the end of the day, while they aren't so different in some ways, in many ways, Jon has morals that Ygritte just doesn't. In this moment, Jon Snow picks his father's words, picks the morals he was given as a child, he picks his family, he picks the Starks, and at that very moment, lightning strikes, and Bran, warged into summer, breaks in to protect Jon, killing a Thenn. Jon thinks for half a second that it may have been Ghost, but sees that it's Grey. The second that Jon chooses his family chooses him. Jon is able to escape on a horse, and hours later, when his adrenaline wears off, he realizes he's been shot in the leg. But all he can do is think of the wolf that saved him. He asks himself if his brother Robb returned to the north. Remember, last chapter, how he couldn't refer to Robb by name, just as the king in the north? Now he can. He calls him Robb, because he's opened his heart back up to his family. Jon then comes to the sad conclusion that Ygritte had shot him, but he couldn't blame her. He then finds the Ice Dragon constellation, and thinks to himself that he's going home. But if that were true, why does he feel so hollow? In this moment, Jon is returning to the wall, but in his heart it's not his home, not truly. John's home is in many places, and all at once. A part of him is in that cave with Ygritte, part of him is at the wall eating breakfast with Sam, and part of him is still at Winterfell, running his hands through Arya's hair and watching snow fall into Robb's. Whatever he chooses, a part of him will always feel hollow and left behind. And his journey throughout the remainder of his story is trying to find a way to balance that personal emptiness against the weight of the world. What an unbelievable chapter. John 6 opens up with John falling in and out of consciousness as he heads toward the wall. He follows the King's Road and thinks of his friends at the wall, but Ygritte as well. He thinks about the smell of her hair, the warmth of her body and her face as she opened the man's throat from ear to ear. He hears a small voice tell him that he was wrong to love her, but he hears another voice say he was wrong to leave her. Even though John has made up his mind, his subconscious is still conflicted, something that I'm sure all of us have felt at one point or another. John then eventually reaches the wall, and where he chooses to arrive is very interesting and telling. John barges into the armory to find his old friend, Donal Noye, showing that out of everyone currently at the wall, John trusts Donal the most by a mile. John then starts explaining Mance's plan, how he is trying to spread the ranks thin and then launch an attack on Castle Black. John then asks if Ghost is back, and Donal Noye tells him that he hasn't seen him. But not only that, as it stands right now, Castle Black is genuinely screwed. They have less than 100 men, most of whom are out of shape, crippled, or green. John then gets his wound treated by Maester Aemon, and they share all of the information that the other needs regarding the attack on the Fist of the First Men and the wildlings. Now, it is worth noting that right now Bowen Marsh is the Lord Commander, until they vote at least. This is very important, considering Bowen Marsh will be one of the men that kills John at the end of Dance. John then thinks who will eventually be made Lord Commander, and he has his doubts about all of the candidates, which is very ironic considering he doesn't consider himself, even though he ends up winning it. John then tells them that Mance was looking for the Horn of Winter, aka the horn he gave to Sam, and that he knows it to be true because Ygritte confirmed it. Donal Noye then asks John who Ygritte is and why he would mention her, and John thinks this. A woman of the free folk. How could he explain Ygritte to them? She's warm and smart and funny, and she can kiss a man or slit his throat. She's with Styr, but she's not. She's young, only a girl in truth, wild, but she killed an old man for building a fire. His tongue felt thick and clumsy. The milk of the poppy was clouding his wits. I broke my vows with her. I never meant to, but it was wrong. Wrong to love her. Wrong to leave her. I wasn't strong enough. The half-hand commanded me. Ride with them. Watch. I must not balk. I must... His head felt as if it were packed with wet wool. Maester Aemon sniffed John's wound again. Then he put the bloody cloth back in the basin and said, "Donal, the hot knife, if you please. I shall need you to hold him still." I will not scream, John told himself, when he saw the blade glowing red-hot. But he broke that vow as well. Donal Noye held him down, while Clytus helped guide the maester's hand. John did not move, except to pound his fist against the table, again and again and again. The pain was so huge, he felt small and weak and helpless inside, a child whimpering in the dark. Ygritte, he thought, when the stench of burning flesh was in his nose and his own shriek echoed in his ears. Ygritte, I had to. For half of a heartbeat, the agony started to ebb, but then the iron touched him once again, and he fainted. The chapter then ends with John finding out a shit ton of brutal information. He finds out that Sam was left behind and probably dead, which really pisses him off. Finds out that Winterfell has been burned by Theon, and that Bran and Rickon are presumed to be dead, burned to a crisp. And the chapter concludes with him thinking this. They can't be dead. Theon would never do that. And Winterfell, gray granite, oak and iron, crows wheeling around the towers, steam rising off the hot pools in the godswood, the stone kings sitting on their thrones. How could Winterfell be gone? When the dreams took him, he found himself back home once more, splashing in the hot pools beneath a huge white weirwood that had his father's face. Ygritte was with him, laughing at him, shedding her skins till she was as naked as her name day, trying to kiss him. But he couldn't, not with his father watching. He was the blood of Winterfell, a man of the Night's Watch, not father, a bastard, he told her. I will not. You know nothing, Jon Snow, she whispered, her skin dissolving in the hot water, the flesh beneath sloshing off her bones until only skull and skeleton remained, and the pool bubbled, thick and red. And I want to make this very clear. What I'm about to say will be incredibly important to this series. I believe that that pool in Winterfell has always been blood. Some type of magical black blood pool that keeps Winterfell warm and links the Starks to the others and to the children of the forest. And when Jon is eventually resurrected, I believe he will be reborn in this pool of blood, in some type of twisted baptism. And with that, the chapter ends, and the setup for one of the greatest chapters in the entire series has been set. And alright everybody, if you haven't been locked in up until this point, now's the time to do so, because we're about to embark on some of the greatest chapters in George R. R. Martin's magnificent universe, the battle for the Wall. Jon wakes to the smoke of Molestown burning, and it's worth noting that Jon's leg is really messed up. He can barely walk, and any amount of pressure that he puts on it becomes excruciating. So for everything he's about to do, keep in mind he's heavily injured. When Donal Noye asks Jon if he was sure he could fight, Jon remembers that he once told his little sister to stick them with the pointy end. So he says he can because he knows how to do that. He notes that it's a beautiful, hopeful memory, but something that feels far away. Jon then stares down at the road, and he knows that the wildlings will be coming soon, and he knows Ygritte is coming. He then remarks that the wildlings had never truly been his friends, but she was different. He could feel the throb of pain where her arrow had gone through the meat and muscle of his thigh. He remembered the old man's eyes, too, and the black blood rushing from his throat as the storm cracked overhead. But he remembered the grotto best of all, the look of her naked in the torchlight, the taste of her mouth when it opened under his. Ygritte, stay away. Go south and raid. Go hide in one of those round towers you liked so well. You'll find nothing here but death. Jon then looks at the scarecrows they've made in order to appear like they have more men than they actually do. Just a great moment of George R. R. Martin giving another dimension to this world and to this battle. Jon sits at his post with two people, Deaf Dick Follard and Satin. Jon remarks that Satin seems to be just as nervous as he is, and Jon also thinks that he's quite pretty. John then sees a mother with 3 young children from Molestown, seeking refuge. And while he doesn't think it consciously, subconsciously I believe Jon Snow is thinking about his brothers, Bran, Rickon, and Robb, while he looks at these 3 boys. Jon then remarks that the Night's Watch is screwed, since they don't have even 50 rangers, and to make matters worse, Jon knows many of his brothers don't even trust him. And Jon internalizes this, causing all of his pain and trauma from his entire life about being isolated to come out. They think me a turncloak. That was a bitter draught to drink. But Jon could not blame them. He was a bastard after all. Everyone knew that bastards were wanton and treacherous by nature, having been born of lust and deceit. And he had made as many enemies as friends at Castle Black. Rast for one. Jon had threatened to have Ghost rip out his throat unless he stopped tormenting Sam. And Rast did not forget things like that. He was raking dry leaves into piles under the stairs just now. But every so often, he stopped long enough to give Jon Snow a nasty look. Jon, even after returning to what he thought was his home, still feels isolated. There just doesn't seem to be any place in the world where he is truly accepted. Jon then remarks that Dalinoy had the voice of a commander, and that in battle the most important thing is a commander's voice, and that him and Robb used to shout at each other from across the castle to practice having such a voice. Satin then tells Jon that he's cold up here on the wall, and Jon honestly laughs, saying that the Frostfangs were cold, and that this is nothing. Which is a great moment, highlighting Jon's development. When Jon first got to the wall, he thought, much like Satin, that the world couldn't get any colder than it was atop the wall. But after venturing beyond, Jon realizes that there are things much colder out there than just the wall. Jon then eats dinner and talks to Owen, a man of the Night's Watch who's physically strong but mentally challenged. This is important because Jon is eventually able to properly find a way to help Owen and make use of him, showcasing his intelligence and ability to lead different kinds of people. Jon remarks that of course they came at night, the wildlings that is, like thieves and murderers. It's good to remember though that Jon kills Oral and steals Ygritte in the dead of night, so in many ways he's not so different from them. Jon then grabs an arrow with a black shaft and grey fletching. Jon thinks of Theon Greyjoy and begins to fire at the wildlings that are raiding. Satin remarks that he hit one straight in the chest. After they fire for a little more, Follard takes a shot at a man on top of the armory and misses, but the person he was shooting at did not. She strikes him dead in the chest, and Jon looks down and sees Ygritte for a second. And he has a shot, but he doesn't take it. Even though she killed one of his brothers just a second ago, Jon cannot bring himself to harm her. Jon and Satin are then forced to retreat, and Jon's leadership ability is plain as day, keeping the morale of the men up and doing what needs to be done to keep them alive, killing men with his bare hands and then burning some of the wildlings alive with oil. And while the screams of the men burning were terrible, and Satin nearly vomits at the sight, Jon simply shuts the trapdoor that they set without a second's thought. But the battle is hard, and the Night's Watch's lines are breaking. Jon tells Satin to pray to his gods, the Seven, and Jon will pray to his own, the old gods. Jon and Satin keep fighting, and Jon remarks that while he may be pretty, he is also quick and can fight. As the battle continues, Jon thinks about his father and the advice he gave him about battle and command. And then this occurs. Jon notched a fire arrow to his bowstring, and Satin lit it from the torch. He stepped to the parapet, drew, aimed, loosed. Ribbons of flame trailed behind as the shaft sped downward and thudded into its target. Crackling. Not stir, though. The steps. Or more precisely, the casks and kegs and sacks that Donal Noye had piled up beneath the steps, as high as the first landing. The barrels of lard and lamp oil, the bags of leaves and oily rags, the split logs, bark, and wood shavings. Again, said John, and again and again. Other longbowmen were firing too, from every tower top in range, some sending their arrows up in high arcs to drop before the wall. When John ran out of fire arrows, he and Satin began to light the torches and fling them from the crenels. Up above, another fire was blooming. The old wooden steps had drunk up oil like a sponge, and Donal Noye had drenched them from the 9th landing all the way down to the 7th. John could only hope that most of their own people had staggered up to safety before Noye threw the torches. The Black Brothers, at least, had known the plan, but the villagers had not. Wind and fire did the rest. All John had to do was watch. With flames below and flames above, the wildlings had nowhere to go. Some continued upward and died. Some went downward and died. Some stayed where they were. They died as well. Many leapt from the steps before they burned. They died from the fall. 20-odd Thens were still huddled together between the fires when the ice cracked from the heat, and the whole lower third of the stair broke off, along with several tons of ice. That was the last Jon Snow saw of Stir, the Magnar of Then. The wall defends itself, he thought. And it's worth noting that Jon has this very interesting tie to fire. In Tyrion II, A Game of Thrones, the chapter ends with Tyrion seeing Jon glance into a fire longingly. In Clash, Jon remarks when he's alone with the Half-Hand before they fight that he forgot how warm fire could feel. And here, while Satin is on the verge of throwing up from seeing men burn, Jon doesn't hesitate. All he can think about is staying alive. And this lack of hesitation is mainly due to the fact that Jon is simply trying to survive. But it's worth noting that, again, Jon has this unique relationship with fire. He doesn't fear it, per se, and it's something he often uses to defend himself, such as with the Whites who attack Jor, and now here with the Wildlings. While Jon Snow most definitely represents aspects of the ice in The Ice and Fire, he also represents aspects of the fire as well, possibly hinting at a Targaryen father. Not only that, but I don't know about you, but I would consider what Jon does here dishonorable. Jon doesn't kill the Thens in fair combat. He uses his position, uses tricks, traps, and fire to burn them alive. This is not the mark of a man who is honorable to a stupid fault like his father Ned, but a man that knows winter is almost upon them, and when push comes to shove, he will do what needs to be done. This chapter showcases the brilliance of Book Jon, and something that I really enjoy about the character. While he is physically capable as a fighter, it's his intellect, military mind, instinct, and willingness to act that sets him apart as a young commander. And these traps are equally brutal and effective, showcasing the horrors of war and how even our favorite characters play a role in it. After this, he grabs a torch and begins to look for Ygritte. He found Ygritte sprawled across a patch of old snow beneath the Lord Commander's tower, with an arrow between her breasts. The ice crystals had settled over her face, and in the moonlight it looked as though she were a glittering silver mask. The arrow was black, Jon saw, but it was fletched with white duck feathers. Not mine, he told himself. Not one of mine. But he felt as if it were. When he knelt in the snow beside her, her eyes opened. "Jon Snow?" she said very softly. It sounded as though the arrow had found a lung. Is this a proper castle now? Not just a tower? It is. John took her hand. Good, she whispered. I wanted to see one proper castle before I... You'll see 100 castles, he promised her. The battle's done. Maester Aemon will see to you. He touched her hair. You're kissed by fire, remember? Lucky. It'll take more than one arrow to kill you. Aemon will draw it out and patch you up, and will get you some milk of the poppy for the pain. She smiled at that. Do you remember that cave? We should have stayed in that cave. I told you so. We'll go back to that cave, he said. You're not going to die, Ygritte. You're not. Oh, Ygritte cupped his cheek with her hand. You know nothing, Jon Snow. She sighed. Dying. What a moment. Ygritte is one of the best aspects of Jon's character. The tragedy of their love, the conflict she causes him, the priceless perspective she gives him, all of it completely and utterly changes the trajectory of his life. The boy who met her and the man who held her as she died were two completely different people, thanks to her. And with that, we come to Jon 8, and this is a big chapter, and it begins with him having a dream where he's limping through the Winterfell crypts. He dreamt he was back in Winterfell, limping past the Stone Kings on their thrones. Their gray granite eyes turned to follow him as he passed, and their gray granite fingers tightened on the hilts of the rusted swords upon their laps. You are no Stark, he could hear them mutter in heavy granite voices. There is no place for you here. Go away. He walked deeper into the darkness. Father? He called. Bran? Rickon? No one answered. A chill wind was blowing up his neck. Uncle, he called. Uncle Benjen? Father, please, Father, help me. Up above he heard drums. They are feasting in the great hall, but I am not welcome there. I am no Stark, and this is not my place. His crutch slipped, and he fell to his knees. The crypts were growing darker. A light has gone out somewhere. Ygritte, he whispered. Forgive me, please. But it was only a direwolf, gray and ghastly, spotted with blood, his golden eyes shining sadly through the dark. And this dream is just awful. First of all, this feast and the drums that are occurring above him are symbolic of a much worse version of what we see in Jon 1, A Game of Thrones. In both this dream and that chapter, Jon struggles with feeling rejected from his Stark family, but it's also worth noting that these drums Jon's hearing could be symbolic of the drums that are played at the Red Wedding. This tracks even further when you realize that the direwolf with the sad eyes who finds him is Greywind, who would freshly be down here considering the Red Wedding occurred only a few chapters prior, when Robb dies. But there's another layer to this as well. Right before Robb dies, it's heavily implied he names Jon his heir. So in this moment, Robb finding Jon in the crypts after death is symbolic of Robb trying to reach Jon, both physically and metaphorically, showing him that not only does he love him, but that Jon does belong down here, because Robb legitimized him. This dream also further supports the theory that Jon will be revived in the Winterfell crypts, and that, when he is, in many ways it will be Robb's will that does it, through Greywind, through his will, and through Lady Stoneheart, his undead mother, carrying his crown. Robb may be able to reach his long-lost brother, even in death. Jon then wakes, and remarks at how cold and alone he feels. He thinks about Ghost, and asks, "Where are you?" longing for the warmth of his wolf, for his family. John then hears a horn blast, and immediately thinks it's the Horn of Winter, just further tying him to the artifact. Then the battle with Mance begins. John watches as Donalnoy leads into the firing of trebuchets. He remarks at just how many mammoths Mance has, and how screwed they will all be if the wildlings are able to breach the gate at the base of the wall. And then Noy tells John that he will take 5 men to defend the gate, and until he returns, Jon Snow has command of the wall. For a moment, John thought he had misheard. It sounded as if Noy were leaving him in command. "My lord? Lord, I'm a blacksmith. I said the wall is yours." There are older men, John wanted to say, better men. I am still as green as summer grass. I'm wounded, and I stand accused of desertion. His mouth had gone bone dry. He managed. And I absolutely adore this moment. John and Donalnoy's dynamic is one of the most underappreciated aspects of Jon's story, and the fact that their dynamic begins in Jon 3: A Game of Thrones, with Donalnoy calling him a spoiled shithead that has no concept of the real world or real responsibility, and ends here with Donalnoy giving Jon command of holding back the end of the world. It's such a long, beautiful, and painful journey that speaks volumes to the personal growth that Jon has undergone over these past 3 books. The spoiled brat who lacked any real-world experience and bullied his brothers that arrived at Castle Black has changed into a genuine leader who's now responsible with keeping those very brothers alive. And for these next few chapters, Jon leads with a commander's voice, communicating with clear direction how to defend the wall. But then when dawn comes, reality hits. Jon sees the wildlings and thinks that Tormund Giantsbane must be laughing right now. Jon sees this giant ram that Mance has and remarks that if it reaches the gate, Castle Black will fall and they will die. Sensing the fear and doubt from his men all around him, Jon Snow flexes his sword hand and delivers an absolute adrenaline-pumping monologue. He could feel the despair all around him. "There must be 100,000, Saturn wailed. "How can we stop so many?" "The wall will stop them," Jon heard himself say. He turned and said it again louder. "The wall will stop them. The wall defends itself." Hollow words, but he needed to say them, almost as much as his brothers needed to hear them. Mance wants to unman us with his numbers. Does he think we're stupid? He was shouting now, his leg forgotten, and every man was listening. The chariots, the horsemen, all those fools on foot. What are they going to do to us up here? Any of you ever see a mammoth climb a wall? He laughed, and Pip and Owen and half a dozen more laughed with him. They're nothing. They're less use than our straw brothers here. They can't reach us. They can't hurt us. And they don't frighten us, do they? No, Gren shouted. They're down there, and we're up here, Jon said. And so long as we hold the gate, they cannot pass. They cannot pass. They were all shouting then, roaring his own words back at him, waving swords and longbows in the air as their cheeks flushed red. Jon saw Keggs standing there with a war horn slung beneath his arm. "Brother," he told him, "sound for battle." Grinning, Keggs lifted the horn to his lips and blew the 2 long blasts that meant wildlings. Other horns took up the call until the wall itself seemed to shudder, and the echo of those great, deep-throated moans drowned all other sound. "Archers," Jon said when the horns had died away, "you'll aim for the giants and that ram, every bloody one of you, loose at my command, not before. The giants and the ram. I want arrows raining on them with every single step, but will wait till they're in range. Any man who wastes an arrow will need to climb down and fetch it back. Do you hear me?" "I do," shouted Owen the oaf. "I hear you, Lord Snow." This moment is magnificent. It's a payoff all the way from John 3 regarding the nickname Lord Snow. In John 3, that nickname, Lord Snow, is an insult that gets under John's skin so much that he nearly strangles a brother who used it. And now, in the most important moment in his entire life and his brother's entire lives, when the chips were down, they turned to Lord Snow, a nickname that now represents the ultimate sign of respect. John rallies his troops, brings up their morale, and leads them to victory, calling for every arrow to be shot, every barrel of fire to be dropped with pinpoint precision and vocal clarity in this moment that shocks everyone, myself included. In this moment, all of Jon Snow's dreams of leading and grandeur are coming true, just not in the way that he ever imagined it. Jon then temporarily leaves the top of the wall to check on the gate once the fighting has concluded for a time, and the sight is heartbreaking. Donal Noy and the four brothers lay dead, with Mag the Mighty, which saddens Jon, but he remarks that there will be a time to mourn, but that time is not today. This great chapter then ends with Aemon telling Jon that for now he must lead the Night's Watch. You must lead." "No." "Yes, Jon. It need not be for long, only until such time as the garrison returns. Donal chose you, and Corn half-hand before him. Lord Commander Mormont made you his steward. You are a son of Winterfell, a nephew of Benjen Stark. It must be you or no one. The wall is yours, Jon Snow." Wow. What? Breaking script here for a second. What an incredibly hype chapter. My God. Ugh. Just so good. What an incredible chapter. It's so incredible to watch 3 books worth of story pay off in this moment. And somehow, this isn't even the high point of Jon's journey in A Storm of Swords. Jon 9 continues his battle at the wall, and it's another great chapter. It opens with Jon sleep-deprived, remarking that he can't remember the last time he got a good night's rest. Mance Rayder assaults the wall constantly, and he's wearing them down. Jon then uses a really cool telescope thing to spot a huge, thick plate of armor that will cover wildlings and allow them to break in through the gate. Upon seeing this, Jon commands for a barrel of oil and gravel to be prepared. The ram that Jon calls the turtle begins to move, and the battle commences, with Jon raining arrows and fire down on the turtle. But when that doesn't work, he decides to drop barrels of gravel into it, which begins to damage it and kill the wildlings underneath. Which is really cool since this is what he talked about doing chapters ago when he was scaling the wall. It's a payoff. Jon says in that moment this would be a good idea, and here he puts that idea into motion. But Jon is tired, and he knows the wall cannot hold for much longer. Jon then goes to sleep, but wakes to 2 men demanding he come with them. And where he gets brought to is, well, the beginning of one of my favorite subplots in Jon's story, his beef with Jaina Slynt. Jon is brought into the Lord Commander's office to see Alliser Thorne and Jaina Slynt, and they immediately name him a Turncloak and an Oathbreaker, to which Jon denies, but he's also incredibly honest with who he is and what he's done when they ask him about Ygritte. "Do you deny that you took a wildling woman into your bed?" No. Jon's grief over Ygritte was too fresh for him to deny her now. "No, my lord." I suppose it was also the half-hand who commanded you to fuck that unwashed whore, Sir Alistair asked with a smirk. She was no whore, sir. The half-hand told me not to balk, whatever the wildlings asked of me. But I will not deny that I went beyond what I had to do. That I cared for her. You admit to being an oathbreaker then? Said Janus Slint. Half the men at Castle Black visited Molestown from time to time to dig for buried treasures in the brothel, John knew. But he would not dishonor Ygritte by equating her with the Molestown whores. I broke my vows with a woman. I admit that. Yes. Yes, my lord. When Janus scowled, his jowls quivered. He was as broad as the old bear had been, and no doubt would be as bald if he lived to Mormont's age. Half his hair was gone already, though he could not have been more than 40. And it's worth noting that Janus Slint doesn't pronounce my lord properly, which is a signifier to noble houses that they are speaking with someone who isn't of noble birth. And then John answers him by saying, yes, my lord, John said, I rode with the wildlings and ate with them, as the half-hand commanded me, and I shared my furs with Ygritte. But I swear to you, I never turned my cloak. I escaped the Magnar as soon as I could, and never took up arms against my brothers or the realm. And excuse my French, but fuck Janus Slint. This is easily one of the most hateable characters in all of A Song of Ice and Fire. He's just such a little shit. And while this is a topic for another day, I cannot lie, get excited, because his death is genuinely going to be one of my favorite things to talk about. John then trolls Janus Slint by using his own words against him, and telling him that he doesn't know what his head is stuffed with, which is hilarious. He then shows them his burned hand, and tells them that he obtained this terrible wound from protecting the Lord Commander. And then Maester Aemon backs him by saying that the only reason Mance isn't sitting here right now is because of Jon Snow. But just when things are going well, Janus Slint crosses the one line that Jon has, the one thing that he won't tolerate, a slight against his family. Promise, said Slint? Well, promise may turn false. Corran Halfhand's blood in his hands. Mormont trusted him, you say. But what of that? I know what it is to be betrayed by men you trusted. Oh yes, and I know the ways of wolves as well. He pointed at Jon's face. Your father died a traitor. My father was murdered. Jon was past caring what they did to him, but he would not suffer any more lies about his father. Slint purpled. Murder, you insolent pup. King Robert was not even cold when Lord Eddard moved against his son. He rose to his feet, a shorter man than Mormont, but thick about the chest and arms, with a gut to match. A small gold spear tipped with red enamel pinned his cloak at the shoulder. Your father died by the sword, but he was high-born, a king's hand. For you a noose will serve. Sir Alistair, take this turncloak to an ice cell. My lord is wise. Sir Alistair seized Jon by the arm. Jon yanked away and grabbed the knight by the throat, with such ferocity that he lifted him off of the floor. He would have throttled him if the Eastwatch men had not pulled him off. Thorn staggered back, rubbing the marks Jon's fingers had left on his neck. You see for yourselves, brothers, this boy is a wildling. And I just have to say that it's been a few times now over these 3 books that Jon has lashed out with such ferocity that his strength could almost be considered unnatural. I believe this is Jon's wolf's blood, his connection to Ghost, his connection to the land, and his connection to the others that comes out when his emotions are heightened, giving him immense strength. Just something to note. Jon Snow is my favorite character because he's not perfect. Much like Jon, I too fall for the occasional rage bait. You should see how I act on Marvel Rivals sometimes. But seriously, this is one of the most fascinating through lines for Jon. No matter how far he comes, no matter how much he changes, he has and always will be a stark first. His priorities have and always will be family, duty, honor. While Jon definitely cares about his honor, if it means doing his duty and protecting the realm, he is willing to forsake it. And when it comes to his duty, he puts it above all else, except his family. They are the one exception. His father's words, his brother's laugh, his sister's hair, his brother's eyes. These things will always be paramount to Jon Snow, regardless of the distance between them or what occurs along his journey. And what I love the most about this is the way of life of the Tullys. They're Catelyn's words, family, duty, honor, in that exact order. Just another connection between our murdered POV characters that have and will be resurrected. And with that, we are brought to our final 3 chapters in Jon's journey in A Storm of Swords. And it's genuinely insane to think that after all we have experienced this book, there is somehow more. Jon 10 opens with him regretting his decisions up until this point, and feeling great shame in the fact that his mission this chapter is to kill Mance Rayder, and in a cowardly fashion, no less. Jon remarks that, as a child, Jon had wanted to prove all of the preconceived notions about bastards wrong, that they weren't all treacherous and vile, but he had done a shitty job at proving that point. He thinks that he's happy his father isn't alive to see what he has become, and that he should have just stayed in that cave with Ygritte. Jon is lowered to the base of the wall, and a crow strangely spots him and calls out the name Snow. Then Tormund Giantsbane rides out to meet him. And now is a good time to speak about Jon's relationship with Tormund, and why it will be so important to his journey. Tormund asks Jon what happened to the giant, Mag the Mighty, and when Jon tells him that he died fighting Donal Noye, they both drink to them and their epic battle. And aside from just being incredibly likable, Tormund has respect for Jon that not many other characters do. From the point that Jon becomes a free man early on in this book, Tormund never stops viewing him as such, and he even respects his decision to betray them, because at the end of the day, Jon was free, and it was his choice to betray them. Tormund recognizes Jon's courage and bravery, even if it goes against Tormund himself. And funny enough, if Jon didn't leave and stick to his own truth and freedom, I don't think Tormund would even like him as much. And this is incredibly important, because Tormund represents to Jon freedom in the truest sense, which is why Tormund is the one to egg him on in Jon 13, A Dance with Dragons, to go after Ramsay. They drink to Ygritte, they drink to their fallen friends and foes, and Tormund gets a genuine laugh out of Jon Snow. Jon then thinks of Ygritte, and he remarks that, "You know nothing, Jon Snow," Ygritte would have told him. "I know that I am going to die," he thought. "I know that much at least. All men must die," he could almost hear her say, "and women too, and every beast that flies or swims or runs. It's not the when o' dying that matters, it's the how of it, Jon Snow." Easy for you to say, he thought. You died brave in battle, storming the castle of a foe. I'm going to die a turncloak and a killer. Nor would his death be quick, unless it came at the end of Mance's sword. And this line really bothers me, to be quite honest with you, because he's not wrong. He's just off about when it's going to happen. At the end of Jon 13, A Dance with Dragons, he is killed, betrayed by his brothers, and labeled a turncloak and a killer. Just tragic. Jon then arrives at Mance's tent, and Mance tells him that he must either be very brave or very stupid. Jon immediately takes note of Varamir's sixskins, which is very important because Varamir is our POV character in the prologue of A Dance with Dragons, and the lore that he drops about skin changing here and in that chapter is very important and immense foreshadowing for Jon having a second life through Ghost after the events of Jon 13. The skin changer was gray-faced, round-shouldered, and bald, a mouse of a man with a wolfling's eyes. Once a horse is broken to the saddle, any man can mount him, he said in a soft voice. Once a beast's been joined to a man, any skin changer can slip inside and ride him. Oral was withering inside his feathers, so I took the eagle for my own. But the joining works both ways, warg. Oral lives inside me now, whispering how much he hates you, and I can soar above the wall and see with eagle eyes. Jon is then brought into the back of Mance's tent and sees his wife giving birth, and he also sees a giant horn. Mance tells him that it's the horn of winter, but honestly, that's a load of BS. A horn that's 8 feet long couldn't fit in a grave unless it was one built for a giant. Beyond that, it makes far more thematic sense for Jon Snow to be the one to have found the horn all those chapters ago in A Clash of Kings. Mance then tells Jon that he won't blow the horn if the crows let them pass, that in truth he doesn't want to fight, he just wants his people to live. He doesn't want to bring the wall down, he wants to hide on the other side of it, from the cold, from the others. So to me, this comes off like a move of desperation. This isn't the true horn, just a play by Mance, a bluff. But then seemingly out of nowhere, Stannis Baratheon's army arrives, just as the birth of Mance's son begins. Jon, for half a heartbeat, thinks it's Robb. Jon then watches the death and destruction unfold around him. Frozen in place, in this tent, surrounded by enemies and death, he does the only thing he feels is proper in this moment. He walks to the back of the tent and delivers Mance Rayder's child, a sign of respect to someone who wasn't his enemy, but his friend. Jon 11 opens up with him back at the wall, training with Satin and teaching him, further showcasing his leadership role here at the wall. He then sees Melisandre and remarks that she is absolutely beautiful, but there is something uncanny about her red eyes. She then brings him to the top of the wall to speak with Stannis, and to just be quite honest here, these next 2 chapters really get to the core of Jon's character. Jon tells Stannis the truth of it all. He tells him about Ygritte, about Ghost, about the battle, about the half-hand, about everything that occurred since he left the wall with Jor. And Stannis believes him, because he looks like Ned, because the blood of the Starks run through his veins. Jon tells Stannis that there is honor in the wildlings, in their own peculiar sort of way. And then Stannis asks him the question, a single question that gets to the core of Jon's arc throughout A Song of Ice and Fire. He asks Jon who he is. Stannis gave a curt nod. Your father was a man of honor. He was no friend to me, but I saw his worth. Your brother was a rebel and a traitor who meant to steal half my kingdom, but no man can question his courage. What of you? Does he want me to say I love him? Jon's voice was stiff and formal as he said, I am a man of the Night's Watch. And Jon's answer is telling in this moment. He is a man of the Night's Watch in truth, but at the start of the book, when he was in the cave with Ygritte, his answer was very different. And even still, tomorrow his answer may change again. And this is just so incredibly relatable and realistic. Jon isn't a turncloak or a terrible person because his identity changes. He's human, a young man going through change. I can't tell you the amount of times I've personally changed over the last few years, and my life is far less complicated than Jon's. Stannis then leads Jon Snow to the idea of helping him fight the others, and Jon says that he's loyal to the Watch, and he thinks about himself as Jon Snow, not just Jon, something George loves to do whenever Jon's identity is in conflict. Jon then starts to understand what is happening after Stannis elaborates on needing a Stark to rally the Northerners against the false king. Jon thinks, "He would make me Lord of Winterfell." The wind was gusting, and Jon felt so lightheaded he was half afraid it would blow him off the wall. "Your Grace," he said, "you forget. I am a Snow, not a Stark." "It's you who are forgetting," King Stannis replied. Melisandre put a warm hand on Jon's arm. "A king can remove the taint of bastardy with a stroke, Lord Snow." Lord Snow. Sir Alliser Thorne had named him that, to mock his bastard birth. Many of his brothers had taken to using it as well, some with affection, others to wound. But suddenly it had a different sound to it in Jon's ears. It sounded real. "Yes," he said, hesitantly. "Kings have legitimized bastards before, but I am still a brother of the Night's Watch. I knelt before a heart tree and swore to hold no lands and father no children." Jon. Melisandre was so close, he could feel the warmth of her breath. "R'hllor is the only true God. A vow sworn to a tree has no more power than one sworn to your shoes. Open your heart and let the light of the Lord come in. Burn these weirwoods and accept Winterfell as a gift of the Lord of Light." When Jon had been very young, too young to understand what it meant to be a bastard, he used to dream that one day Winterfell might be his. Later, when he was older, he had been ashamed of those dreams. Winterfell would go to Robb, and then his sons, or to Bran or Rickon, should Robb die childless. And after them came Sansa and Arya. Even to dream otherwise seemed disloyal, as if he were betraying them in his heart, wishing for their deaths. "I never wanted this," he thought, as he stood before the blue-eyed king and the red woman. "I loved Robb, loved all of them. I never wanted any harm to come to any of them. But it did. And now there's only me." All he had to do was say the word, and he would be Jon Stark, and nevermore a Snow. All he had to do was pledge this king his fealty, and Winterfell was his. All he had to do was forswear his vows again. And this is Jon. This is why I love the character so much, and this is why this series exists in the first place. Jon Snow is a character defined by his conflict. In this moment, he is being offered everything he's ever wanted, for the price of everything that he's ever been. He remarks that Lord Snow, the title given to him by Alliser Thorne, didn't feel so bad anymore, and that it actually felt real, like something he had truly earned. And then you have Melisandre playing the role of the temptress, tempting him both sexually and emotionally by playing into his desires, but making sure he understands that those trees must burn. For Jon Stark to rise, Jon Snow must die, and what made him who he is today along with it. And this temptation drives Jon to denial. He remarks that he never wanted it, that he knew the price of wanting to be Lord in Winterfell, and that it pushed him away from the idea. Jon literally says that in order to claim his father's castle, he must turn against his father's gods. So what's it going to be? Will Jon forsake his family in order to obtain their name? Or will he forsake their name in order to obtain the one that he has built, the one that they helped him build? Stannis then gives Jon some incredibly important advice for the future of Jon's story. He tells them that he means to let the wildlings through. If they bend the knee, that at the end of the day, the cold, the others, are the one true enemy, and that it's about time mankind united against the cold. The chapter then ends with Stannis telling Jon that Val would be his wife, to unite the wildlings and the Starks, and all he needs to do is just bend the knee. The chapter then ends with John asking for some time to ponder this question. And with that, we get to one of my favorite chapters in A Song of Ice and Fire. John 12, A Storm of Swords, his final chapter in this book. John 12 opens up with John sparring with Iron Emmett and getting his ass kicked, and at one point he blacks out. He was almost ready to lower his blade and call a halt when Emmett fainted low and came in over his shield with a savage forehand slash that caught John in the temple. He staggered, his helm and head both ringing from the force of the blow. For half a heartbeat, the world beyond his islet was a blur. And then the years were gone, and he was back at Winterfell once more, wearing a quilted leather coat in place of mail and plate. His sword was made of wood, and it was Robb who stood facing him, not Iron Emmett. Every morning they had trained together, since they were big enough to walk. Snow and Stark, spinning and slashing about the walls of Winterfell, shouting and laughing, sometimes crying when there was no one else to see. They were not little boys when they fought, but knights and mighty heroes. "I'm Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight," Jon would call out, and Robb would shout back, "While I'm Florian the Fool." Robb would say, "I'm the Young Dragon," and Jon would reply, "I'm Sir Rhaeam Redwine." That morning he called it first. "I'm the Lord of Winterfell," he cried, as he had 100 times before. Only this time Robb had answered. "You can't be Lord of Winterfell. You're bastard born. My lady mother says you can't ever be the Lord of Winterfell." I thought I had forgotten that. Jon could taste blood in his mouth from the blow he'd taken. In the end, Halder and Horse had to pull him away from Iron Emmett, one man on either arm. The ranger sat on the ground, dazed, his shield half in splinters, the visor of his helm knocked askew, and his sword 6 yards away. "Jon, enough!" Halder was shouting. "He's down! You disarmed him, enough!" No, not enough. Never enough. Jon let his sword drop. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "Emmett, are you hurt?" And this page to me showcases the bitterness and rage that Jon has held for Robb all of these years. While Jon always loved his brother, deep down he also resented him. He resented his position, resented the way Ned looked at him, the way Catelyn looked at him. But Jon never allowed himself to truly accept this rage, so it stayed deep down, bottled up, ready to explode. And this is the moment. This is Jon's subconscious, his trauma bleeding into his reality. He then sits on a bench, with his head throbbing, and asks himself why he is so angry. A question that I've had to ask myself more times than I'd like to admit. And in this anger he sees Catelyn Stark's face, his existence haunted by her cold blue eyes that always seemed to ask him who he was and why he was here. Jon then thinks about Winterfell, and now is a good time to note that this chapter is Jon going through the 5 stages of grief related to the Starks and to Winterfell. The first part is denial. It's what he feels at the end of last chapter and the beginning of this one. He denies the truth of Stannis' offer, denies the truth of what a decision like this would mean. Then Iron Emmett triggers his anger with Robb and Catelyn, the anger and rage that he's had deep down for years, and how isolated and alone he has always felt. And now here with Winterfell we have stage 3, bargaining. Jon bargains with himself as to why this decision is a good one. He says that he could rebuild Winterfell, that surely his father would want that, right? And then immediately after he heard Robb's voice, and the doubt seeps back in, but not in the form of rage, but something far sadder. Jon hears Robb say, "You can't be the Lord in Winterfell. You're bastard born," he heard Robb say again. And the Stone Kings were growling at him with granite tongues. "You do not belong here. This is not your place." When Jon closed his eyes, he saw the heart tree with its pale limbs, red leaves, and solemn face. The weirwood was the heart of Winterfell, Lord Eddard always said, but to save the castle, Jon would have to tear that heart up by its ancient roots and feed it to the Red Woman's hungry fire god. I have no right, he thought. Winterfell belongs to the old gods. And this is stage 4, depression. Jon comes to terms with the reality that he would have to endure, and it's tearing him apart. Jon then overhears the men of the Night's Watch plotting, so he decides to step outside to get some air, and he thinks back to the incredibly intense and heartbreaking journey that was this book. Outside, he found he had no idea where he was going. He walked past the shell of Lord Commander's tower, where once he'd saved the old bear from a dead man, past the spot where Ygritte had died, with that sad smile on her face, past the king's tower, where he and Satin and Deftic Follard had waited for the Magnar and his Thens, past the heaped and charred remains of the great wooden stair. The inner gate was open, so Jon went down the tunnel, through the wall. He could feel the cold around him, the weight of all the ice above his head. He walked past the place where Donal Noy and Mag the Mighty had fought, and where they died together, through the new outer gate, and back into the pale, cold sunlight. He then walks beyond the wall, towards the remains of Mance's camp. He's just walking aimlessly, almost like he's retracing his steps and trying to find his answer in the past. Ygritte wanted me to be a wildling. Stannis wants me to be the Lord of Winterfell. But what do I want? The sun crept down the sky to dip behind the wall where it curved through the western hills. Jon watched as that towering expanse of ice took on reds and pinks of the sunset. Would I sooner be hanged for Turncloak by Jaina Slint, or for Swear My Vows, marry Val and become the Lord of Winterfell? It seemed an easy choice when he thought of it in those terms, though if Ygritte had still been alive, it might have been even easier. Val was a stranger to him. She was not hard on the eyes, certainly, and she had been a sister to Mance Rayder's queen. But still, and I would need to steal her if I wanted her love. But she might give me children. I might someday hold a son of my own blood in my arms. A son was something Jon Snow had never dared dream of since he decided to live his life on the wall. I could name him Robb. Val would want to keep her sister's son, but we could foster him at Winterfell, and Gilly's boy as well. Sam would never need to tell his lie. We'd find a place for Gilly's too, and Sam would come to visit her once a year or so. Mance's son and Craster's would grow up brothers, as I once did with Robb. He wanted it. Jon knew then. He wanted it as much as he had ever wanted anything. I have always wanted it, he thought, guiltily. May the gods forgive me. It was a hunger inside him, sharp as a dragonglass blade. A hunger, he could feel it. It was food he needed, prey, a red deer that stank of fear, or a great elk proud and defiant. He needed to fill his mouth, fill his belly with flesh, meat, and hot dark blood. His mouth began to water with the thought. And this, my friends, is the 5th stage of grief, acceptance. In this moment, Jon peers through time, through his own existence, and for the first time is truly honest with himself. And the second he accepts the truth about himself, about his desires, about his conflict, Ghost, his wolf, the other part of his soul, reappears. Jon's moment of self-acceptance ends with him unintentionally warging into Ghost. Not only his direwolf, but a companion that embodies the deepest aspects of his soul, that tie him not only to the Starks, but to himself. Jon and Ghost roll around in the snow and leaves, and he is just overcome with joy. He then looks into his best friend's eyes and thinks. Red eyes, Jon realized, but not like Melisandre's. He had a weirwood's eyes. Red eyes, red mouth, white fur, blood and bone, like a heart tree. He belongs to the old gods, this one, and he alone, of all the direwolves, was white. 6 pups they'd found in the late summer snows, him and Rob. 5 that were gray and black and brown for the Starks, and 1 white as snow. He had his answer then. Jon's answer is that he isn't a Stark or a wildling or a man of the Night's Watch. He is all of them and more. Jon and Ghost are the snow itself, something singular but also all-encompassing, and something that's defined as one but blankets over all. Jon Snow and Ghost were always isolated from their birth family, but also integral to it, to the point where both of them, no matter how alone, looked the most like the very thing their family members wanted to embody: the North. Jon Snow isn't a Stark or a wildling. He is all and more. He is Lord Snow. A man not defined by one perspective alone, but molded by the world itself, by the Starks, the Night's Watch, the wildlings, and the land itself. And much like Ghost, he is intrinsically connected to this land. Jon then returns to the Hall, and discovers that his name, through Sam's manipulation, has been placed forth in the running for Lord Commander, which sets Jaina Slint off, and causes him to try and get Jon hanged, but that shit isn't flying right now. And then it happens. Lord Mormont's crow spawns out of the voting kettle, lands on Jon's shoulder, and calls out his name. Snow! 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 And this is just flat out someone in this crow, probably Benjen, maybe Bloodraven, manipulating things behind the scenes, pushing Jon into the role of Lord Commander. And with that, the chapter and Jon's story in A Storm of Swords ends, with him as Lord Commander, and him deciding to reject Stannis Baratheon's offer. And what an incredible book! Jon's journey in A Storm of Swords is the ultimate payoff to 3 books worth of build-up. It's a story filled with highs, lows, and everything in between. And personally, it's one of my favorite journeys in fiction. But it's not even my favorite book for Jon Snow in A Song of Ice and Fire. No. That is the next video in the series, going over A Dance with Dragons. Hello everybody, and welcome back to my series, where I am covering the character of Jon Snow from the A Song of Ice and Fire books in detail. This is video 4 of 5, going over Jon's journey in A Dance with Dragons. So if this is your first time seeing this channel, I'd recommend going back and watching the first 3 videos in this series, going over Jon's journey in A Game of Thrones, A Clash of Kings, and A Storm of Swords. And with all that being said, let's jump right into Jon's final book, and debatably my favorite in the entire series, A Dance with Dragons. But first, it's worth noting that while Jon doesn't have any chapters in A Feast for Crows, he does appear at the end of one, and it's quite important. So before we jump into Dance, let's quickly go over Sam 1, A Feast for Crows. And this is a big chapter, because it's where the baby swap occurs. And while this is something we will cover from Jon's perspective in a bit, it's worth going over Sam's as well. Firstly, Sam notes that even though Jon is Lord Commander, he's established his residence in Donal Noye's modest quarters behind the armory, which I find to be incredibly symbolic of the relationship that Jon not only had with Donal Noye, but with the Night's Watch in general. Donal Noye was a man who gave Jon Snow perspective, the man who Jon spent the most of his time with, and the man who heavily influenced the man that Jon would become later on in Dance. So it's very telling that Jon would choose to live where he did, as a sign of respect to his dead friend, and in hopes of being a leader just like him. As Sam is walking towards Jon's office, he sees Gilly running out, distressed, due to the baby swap, but Sam doesn't know that yet. Sam then walks into Jon's office, and the air about Jon immediately feels different, at least from the way he did in A Storm of Swords. He's reading a parchment with Mormont's raven atop his shoulder. Even though he's only a few years older, this Jon is very clearly a much older Jon Snow than the one that we met in A Game of Thrones. But then Jon says something very telling. When discussing whether or not Jon Snow should send a letter to King Tommen, Jon says, "At Winterfell, Tommen fought my brother Bran with wooden swords. He wore so much padding he looked like a stuffed goose. Bran knocked him to the ground. Jon went to the window, yet Bran's dead, and the pudgy, pink-faced Tommen is sitting on the Iron Throne, with a crown nestled amongst his golden curls." And Jon's response to this shows his true feelings about the Southerners and his family. No matter how high Jon Snow climbs, he will never be able to let go of the love that he bears for his brothers and sisters, and he will never be able to get rid of the rage that he feels for those who took them away from him. Something we will further explore in Dance with Jaina Slint. Jon then tells Sam that it's death and destruction he wants to bring down on House Lannister, not scorn by asking them for men on the wall, further showcasing how Jon will never fully let go of his ties to his family. But when Sam further pushes him to sign the page and ask for men in order not to pick sides in the war, Jon angrily agrees. Sam then tells Jon what he's learned about the others, right before Jon gives Sam the hard truth of the matter. Sam must leave and go to Old Town with Maester Aemon. Not because Jon wants them to, but because he knows Maester Aemon may die if he doesn't. The core of Jon's arc in A Song of Ice and Fire, and specifically in Dance, is that of moral dilemmas. Jon frequently finds himself in positions where there is no right answer, and he's just simply forced to pick the lesser of two evils. And the baby swap, along with sending Sam south with Aemon, is the first of many moral dilemmas we will see Lord Snow wrestle with. Sam pushes back against this idea, but Jon won't budge. Sam notes that, "Jon," he said, but Jon was gone. It was Lord Snow who faced him now, gray eyes as hard as ice. "You have no father," said Lord Snow, "only brothers, only us. Your life belongs to the Watch." Ironic, considering what Jon decides to do at the end of Dance. The next morning, it's time for them to leave, and Jon Snow is getting a lot of shit for his decisions. Gilly is heartbroken that he's made her swap her child, Sam is confused and upset that Jon is making him leave, and Maester Aemon knows this voyage will be the death of him. And Jon Snow, underneath his stoic shell, is heartbroken by the decisions that he has made, but he knows it's for the best. This chapter, and Dance in totality, is about Jon Snow making hard decisions, and truly having to kill the boy to let the man be born. The chapter then closes out on a quite somber note, where Jon says goodbye to Sam, and on the verge of tears tells him to pull his hood up, because Sam was getting snow in his hair. "Have a swift, safe voyage, and take care of Aemon and the child." Jon smiled a strange, sad smile. "And pull your hood up, the snowflakes are melting in your hair." A callback to the last time Jon and Robb saw one another, and Jon, throughout his story, frequently thinks about how Robb looked with snowflakes melting in his hair. It is twice now that Jon has had to leave a brother that he loved, and it breaks him. And with that, we get to Dance, but not Jon 1. Not yet. Before we get to Jon 1, we have to quickly talk about the prologue of A Dance with Dragons. Varamir Sixskins, the skin changer who disappeared at the end of Storm, is now dying in a hut, and he thinks of Jon for a bit, Jon's connection to Ghost, and what it's like when you die as a warg. Varamir thinks, "They say you forget," Hagen had told him, a few weeks before his own death. When the man's flesh dies, his spirit lives on inside the beast, but every day his memory fades, and the beast becomes a little less a warg, a little more a wolf, until nothing of the man is left, only the beast remains. Varamir knew the truth of that, When he claimed the eagle that had once been Oral's, he could feel the other skin changer raging at his presence. Oral had been slain by the turncloak Jon Snow, and his hate for his killer had been so strong that Varamir found himself hating the boy as well. He had known what Snow was the moment he saw that great white direwolf stalking silent at his side. One skin changer can always sense another. Mance should have let me take the direwolf. That would be a second life, worthy of a king. He could have done it, he did not doubt. The gift was strong in Snow, but the youth was untaught, still fighting his nature, when he should have gloried in it. And this little passage is incredibly important to the future of Jon's character. Firstly, the "they say you forget" line applies to Jon because at the end of Dance he dies, and he will be dead for probably at least a few days, which means his soul and ghosts will have time to merge and change. And the second important aspect of this passage is that was a second life worthy of a king line. And to me, this is George giving obvious foreshadowing to Jon Snow's future in The Winds of Winter. Jon Snow will warg into ghost, their souls will merge, making the line between man and wolf nearly disappear. And this newfound hunger and honest desire that Jon will have will bring him to Winterfell and to the north. But more on that later. For now, let's jump into Jon 1, A Dance with Dragons. Now, Dance is Jon's book, which makes it my favorite book in the series, and while a lot of people don't love many of his chapters, I find Jon's journey trying to manage being Lord Commander incredibly fascinating. Jon 1 opens with him warged into Ghost, and before we even get into what occurs during this, it's incredibly telling that this book opens with Jon warged into Ghost. The first words written for this chapter are the White Wolf, and Jon's final spoken word in Dance is Ghost. Jon 1 begins where Jon 13 will end, with Jon's soul merging with his wolf's. The chapter begins with Ghost running beneath the moonlit sky, and he can feel his siblings, Nymeria and Shaggy Dog. He can taste the blood of the unicorn Shaggy Dog just killed, and smell Nymeria with her massive wolf pack in the Riverlands. His warging dream then ends, with him remarking how thick the cold has become, and how his brother, who smelt of summer, was deeper into that cold. Jon wakes to Mormont's raven, jumping on his chest and shrieking his name at him. Snow! 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 Jon swings his pillow at it, missing, and then Dolorous Ed enters his chamber, asking him what he wants to eat. Jon remarks how insane it is that not long ago he was a steward, and now he's the Lord Commander. Jon remarks that there are still thousands of wildlings held captive after Stannis Baratheon's assault, and thousands more with Tormund. But when told of a baby who died after freezing to death, Jon becomes concerned about what will end up being a defining moment in his arc: the baby swap. Burning dead children had ceased to trouble Jon Snow. Live ones were another matter. 2 kings to wake the dragon, the father first and then the son, so both die kings. The words had been murmured by one of the Queen's men to Maester Aemon as he cleaned his wounds. Jon had tried to dismiss them as fever talking. Aemon had demurred. There is power in the king's blood, the old maester had warned, and better men than Stannis have done worse things than this. The king can be harsh and unforgiving. Aye, but a babe still on the breast? Only a monster would give a living child to the flames. Jon then thinks about his wolf dreams while taking a leak, and remarks that they are getting increasingly more powerful, that he can even remember them while he's fully awake, and this will be a through line throughout Dance. Jon remembering and engaging with his dreams more and more as the story progresses. He says Ghost knows that Greywind is dead, but that him sensing Shaggy Dog and Greywind is curious, considering Bran and Rickon are supposed to be dead as well. Jon curiously thinks that maybe Bran and Rickon have lived on in their wolves, which is again great foreshadowing of Jon living on in ghost after his own death. Jon then goes to speak with Stannis, but on his way, one of the Queen's men challenges him to a fight, and even taunts him by calling him Lord Snow. But Jon honestly doesn't care. Jon, from Jon 1 A Game of Thrones, would have definitely accepted this challenge, but Lord Snow doesn't have time for petty bullshit anymore. I also want to say that this book is the book where Jon is thinking the most, which means we have a lot of analysis to get through. While walking up the stairs, a Dornish guard tells him that he thought it was cold at times in Dorne, but that he knew nothing compared to now. Jon thinks nothing, just like me, showing that the events of A Storm of Swords, and most importantly the death of Ygritte, still very much weigh him down. Jon then reaches Stannis' office, and remarks that while Ygritte was kissed by fire, Melisandre was fire incarnate. Jon thinks that Lyanna Mormont may have accepted Stannis as her king if she received a letter from Jon Stark instead of Stannis himself, but that it was too late for him to second-guess himself, showing that while he did make his decision, deep down it still bothers him. Just because he's accepted his reality doesn't mean he has to love it. Jon begins to talk to Stannis about how he can get the North to back him, but at least for now he's trying to use his words very sparingly, not truly trying to pick a side and not to be too involved with Southern politics. But this is an aspect of his character that he will struggle with as the story continues. Stannis then says, "The law ends at the wall, your grace. You can make good use of Mance." "I mean to," Stannis said. "I'll burn him, and the North will see how I deal with turncloaks and traitors. I have other men to lead the wildlings, and I have Raider's son. Do not forget, once the father dies, his whelp will be king beyond the wall." "Your grace is mistaken. You know nothing, Jon Snow," Ygritte used to say, but he had learned. The babe is no more prince than Val is a princess. You don't become king beyond the wall because your father was. And what makes this interaction so interesting is how Jon Snow is subtly trying to lead Stannis away from Mance's son, by explaining to him that wildlings don't use Westerosi succession rules as their own, so there would be no reason for Stannis to burn Mance's son. Jon then begins to carefully drip-feed Stannis information about Gilly, and how and why he means for her to go south, playing into Stannis' hate for the Lannisters by telling him that Gilly's son is a product of incest. At this point, Stannis is pressing the issue that he wants castles and land from the Night's Watch, but Jon won't budge, and their interaction is phenomenal. "You offer me empty lands and desolations, yet deny me the castles I require to reward my lords and bannermen. The Night's Watch built those castles, and the Night's Watch abandoned them. To defend the wall," Jon finished stubbornly, "not as seats for southern lords. The stones of those forts are mortared with the blood and bones of my brothers, long dead. I cannot give them to you. Cannot or will not. The cords in the king's neck stood out sharp as swords. I offered you a name. I have a name, your grace. Snow. Was there ever a name more ill-omened?" Stannis touched his sword hilt. "Just who do you imagine that you are?" "The watcher on the walls, the sword in the darkness. Don't prate your words at me." Stannis drew the blade he called Lightbringer. "Here is your sword in the darkness." Light rippled up and down the blade, now red, now yellow, now orange, painting the king's face in harsh, bright hues. Even a green boy should be able to see that. "Are you blind?" "No, sire. I agree these castles must be garrisoned." The boy commander agrees. How fortunate. "By the Night's Watch." Stannis then tells Jon that his father Ned was a wise man, and he would have given him the castles, and Jon takes this as a slight against his father, thinking never, with venom in his thoughts. The conversation then ends, with Stannis realizing Jon won't budge, and Melisandre decides to walk Jon back to the chambers after the conversation. He asks her if her fire visions are ever wrong, and she gives a telling response. Never. Though we priests are mortal, and sometimes are mistaken, this must come, for this may come. This is important, considering the fact that she looks into the fire later on, asks to see Azor Ahai, and sees snow, which many take as solid evidence that John is Azor Ahai, but she can be very well wrong. Snow is a foul omen, after all, and it's not concrete evidence that John is Azor Ahai. And personally speaking, I feel his story will be a much darker one in The Winds of Winter. The chapter then closes out, with Melisandre telling John, "You have so many enemies. Shall I tell you their names? I know their names. Do not be so certain." The ruby at her throat gleamed red. "It's not the foes who curse you to your face that you must fear, but those who smile when you are looking and sharpen their knives when you turn your back. You would do well to keep your wolf close beside you. Ice, I see, and daggers in the dark, blood frozen red and hard, and naked steel. It was very cold. It's always cold on the wall. You think so? I know so, my lady. Then you know nothing. Jon Snow," she whispered. Phenomenal foreshadowing, since Jon's story concludes this book being murdered and betrayed by his own people, with daggers when it's incredibly cold. All in all, Jon 1 is a great opening to Jon's journey. In Dance, it establishes how Jon is without a doubt more grown now, and that his journey this book will be far less of a physical struggle like he had in Storm, and much more of a mental and intellectual struggle, one that will have him manufacturing both great and terrible choices. Jon 2 is an incredibly important and interesting chapter, because this is the mirror to Sam 1, A Feast for Crows, the baby swap chapter. It opens with Jon freaking out about a letter he's been asked to sign, before Ed interrupts him, to tell him that Gilly is on her way. Jon remarks that he dreaded what he must do. When she walks in, she drops to one knee, and he picks her up, telling her that he is no king. She doesn't have to bend for him. He then tells her that he must tell her something. He thinks he almost said asks, but caught himself. Gilly then tells Jon to save Dalla's son from Stannis' fire, that he's just an innocent child and didn't harm anyone. Jon responds by saying that only she can be the one to do that. Another woman would have shrieked at him, cursed him, damned him down to the 7 hells. Another woman might have flown at him in rage, slapped him, kicked him, raked at his eyes with her nails. Another woman might have thrown her defiance in his teeth. Gilly shook her head. No. Please no. The raven picked up the word. No, it screamed. Refuse and the boy will burn. Not on the morrow, nor the day after, but soon. Whenever Melisandre needs to wake a dragon, or raise a wind, or work some other spell requiring king's blood. Mance will be ash and bone by then, so she will claim his son for the fire, and Stannis will not deny her. If you do not take the boy away, she will burn him. I'll go, said Gilly. I'll take him. I'll take the both of them, Dalla's boy and mine. Tears rolled down her cheeks. If not for the way the candle made them glisten, Jon might never have known that she was weeping. Craster's wives would have taught their daughters to shed their tears into a pillow. Perhaps they went outside to weep, well away from his fists. Jon closed the fingers of his sword hand. Take both boys, and the queen's men will ride after you and drag you back. The boy will still burn, and you with him. If I comfort her, she may think that tears can move me. She has to realize that I will not yield. You'll take one boy, and that $1. A mother can't leave her son, or else she's cursed forever. Not a son. We saved him. Sam and me. Please, please, my lord, we saved him from the cold. Men say that freezing to death is almost peaceful. Fire, though. Do you see the candle, Gilly? She looked at the flame. Yes. Touch it. Put your hand over the flame. Her big, brown eyes grew bigger still. She didn't move. Do it. Kill the boy. Now. Trembling, the girl reached out her hand, held it well above the flickering candle flame. Down. Let it kiss you. Gilly lowered her hand. An inch. Another. When the flame licked her flesh, she snatched her hand back and began to sob. You will make a crow of him. She wiped out her tears with the back of her small pale hand. I won't. I won't. Kill the boy, thought John. You will. Else I promise you, the day that they burn Dalla's boy, yours will die as well. Die, shrieked the old bear's raven. Die, die, die. Now I read all of this aloud, just to show how brutal this chapter is. This is one of the darkest moments in John's story. There is no sugarcoating this. In this moment, he is using his intellect to instill fear and guilt into Gilly. That way, she will do what he wants. John is using his power over her, harms her both emotionally and physically, and is just a huge dick, to be quite honest. But there is a reason, and that reason is complicated. The way John sees it, he values a child's life over the mother's happiness. And while it brings him great shame to treat her like this, someone that he cares about, he feels that he has to do it. It's his duty to make the best possible decision and to try and keep people alive. And if that means upsetting some people and becoming hated, so be it. Killing the boy and letting the man be born means having the guts to make the impossible decisions that no one else would ever want to make, and finding a way to live with yourself after the fact. We then find out when Sam enters the scene that the letter on John's desk is a paper shield Aemon wants to send to King Tommen in order to have plausible deniability and not take sides with the war between Stannis and Tommen. John doesn't want to sign this because deep down, he still hates the Lannisters. But in this moment, he is able to successfully kill the boy, be the bigger person, swallow his pride, and do what needs to be done. The conversation then continues, just as it does in Sam 1: A Feast for Crows, just from John's perspective. But where this gets interesting is what John thinks when Sam pushes back on the idea of him going to Old Town. Sam tells John that he can't leave, that his father wouldn't allow it, and that he's scared, and John thinks, kill the boy, John thought, the boy in you and the one in him. Kill the both of them, you bloody bastard. You have no father, only brothers, only us. Your life belongs to the Night's Watch. So go and stuff your small clothes into a sack, along with anything else you care to take to Old Town. You leave an hour before sunrise. And here's another order. From this day forth, you will not call yourself a craven. You've faced more things this past year than most men will face in a lifetime. You can face the Citadel, but you'll face it as a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. I can't command you to be brave, but I can command you to hide your fears. You said the word, Sam, remember? I'll try. You won't try. You will obey. In this moment, we have John, yet again, having to say and do something he doesn't want to. John loves Sam, he loves Aemon, and he doesn't want his friend and mentor to leave his side. But deep down, he knows it has to be done for the greater good. John is willing to sacrifice his own happiness and the short-term happiness of the people he cares about for the sake of the world itself. And this is something that he will continue to do throughout this book. John then thinks back to what Maester Aemon had told him the night before. You will have little joy of your command, but I think you have the strength in you to do the things that must be done. Kill the boy, Jon Snow. Winter is almost upon us. Kill the boy, and let the man be born. John then goes to sleep, and has a nightmare where he ripped both children from Gilly's arms, hacked their heads off, swapped them, and told her to sew them back on. Clearly demonstrating that subconsciously, John is carrying immense guilt inside of him regarding this decision. John is then walked by Ed, and remarks that in his wolf dreams his senses are sharper, that Ghost is truly more alive than he has ever been, foreshadowing his future death. Then, when Gilly is leaving, John thinks back to the first time they met, how she was scared of Ghost potentially tearing her son from her belly, but that it was never Ghost she should have been afraid of. It was him. John then says goodbye to his best friend Sam, and while holding back tears, he thinks of his brother Rob, and how he had snowflakes in his hair the last time that he saw him as well. After this, John begins talking with a brother named Giant, and they discuss battle plans for the future, and how John plans on sending Janus Slint to Greyguard with 30 men, partially because he knows he is a decent commander, and partially because he knows it's a shit job, and simply wants him away from Alistair Thorne and John. And now, these next few pages are some of my favorite in John's story. While John waits for Janus Slint to report back to him, he sharpens Longclaw, and thinks about not only his father, but how easily Longclaw could cut through Janus Slint's neck. John thinks, skin and fat, to part Slint's ugly head from his body. All of a man's crimes were wiped away when he took the black, and all of his allegiances as well. Yet he found it hard to think of Janus Slint as a brother. There is blood between us. This man helped slay my father, and it is best to get me killed as well. And here is a good time to establish that Jon Snow doesn't kill Janus Slint because he has to alone, but because he wants to. As we have established over the last 3 videos, Jon Snow does not respond well to his family being disrespected, and Janus Slint was a man who played a key role in his father's execution. Jon hasn't forgotten it, and him literally sharpening his sword and thinking of using it to cut off Janus Slint's head is incredibly telling of the vengeance that Jon Snow desires. When Jon then tells Janus of what he must do, Janus pushes back, as Jon expected he would. Jon thinks, I am giving you a chance, my lord. It is more than you ever gave my father. You mistake me, my lord, Jon said. That was a command, not an offer. It is 40 leagues to Greyguard. Pack up your arms and armor, say your farewells, and be ready to depart at first light on the morrow. Further showing that even though you're supposed to leave your old life behind, even though you're supposed to stay out of southern politics, Jon Snow, when push comes to shove, simply cannot help himself. Janus Slint then calls Jon Snow a boy, which angers Jon, but he allows Slint a night to think on it. The next morning, though, things just get worse, when Janus tells Jon to stick his order up his bastard ass. And honestly, screw it. I was trying not to read this chapter too much, but I just have to read these next 2 pages in their entirety, because fucking hell, they are just so good. As you will, Jon added to Iron Emmet, please take Lord Janus to the wall, and confine him to an ice cell, he might have said. A day or 10, cramped inside the ice, would leave him shivering and feverish, and begging for release. Jon did not doubt, and the moment he is out, he and Thorne will begin to plot again. And tie him to his horse, he might have said. If Slint did not wish to go to Greyguard as its commander, he would go as its cook. It will only be a matter of time until he deserts. Then, and how many others will he take with him? And hang him. Jon finished. Janus Slint's face went as white as milk. The spoon slipped from his fingers. Ed and Emmett crossed the room, their footsteps ringing on the stone floor. Bowen Marsh's mouth opened and closed, though no words came out. Sir Alistair Thorne reached for his sword hilt. Go on, Jon thought. Longclaw was slung across his back. Show your steel. Give me cause to do the same. Half the men in the hall were on their feet, southern knights and men-at-arms, loyal to King Stannis, or the Red Woman, or both, and sworn brothers of the Night's Watch. Some had chosen Jon to be their Lord Commander, others had cast stones for Bowen Marsh, Sir Daenys Mallister, Cotter Pike, and some for Janus Slint. Hundreds of them, as I recall. Jon wondered how many of those men were in the cellar right now. For a moment, the world balanced on a sword's edge. Alistair Thorne took his hand from his sword and stepped aside to let Ed Tullett pass. Dolorous Ed took hold of Slint by one arm, Iron Emmet by the other. Together they hauled him from the bench. No, Lord Janus protested. Flecks of porridge sprang from his lips. No, unhand me, he's just a boy, a bastard, his father was a traitor, the mark of the beast is on him, that wolf of his, let go of me, you will rue the day you laid hands on Lord Janus Slint, I have friends in King's Landing, I warn you. He was still protesting, as they half-marched, half-dragged him on the steps. John followed them outside. Behind him the cellar emptied, at the cage. Slint wrenched loose for a moment and tried to make a fight of it, but Iron Emmett caught him by the throat and slammed him back against the iron bars until he desisted. By then all of Castle Black had come outside to watch. Even Val was at her window, her long golden braid across one shoulder. Stannis stood on the top of the king's tower, surrounded by his knights. If the boy thinks he can frighten me, he is mistaken, they heard Lord Janus said. He would not dare to hang me. Janus Slint has friends, important friends, you'll see. The wind whipped away the rest of his words. This is wrong, thought John. Stop. Emmett turned back frowning. My lord. I will not hang him, said John. Bring him here. Oh, Seven, save us, he heard Bowen Marsh cry out. The smile that Lord Janus smiled then had all the sweetness of rancid butter, until John said, Ed, fetch me a block, an unsheathed Longclaw. By the time a suitable chopping block was found, Lord Janus had retreated into the winch cage, but Iron Emmett went in after him and dragged him out. No, Slint cried as Emmett half-shoved and half-pulled him across the yard. Unhand me, you cannot. When Tywin Lannister hears of this, you will all rue. Emmett kicked his legs out from under him. Dolorous Ed planted a foot on his back to keep him on his knees, as Emmett shoved the block beneath his head. This will go easier, if you stay still, Jon Snow promised him. Move to avoid the cut, and you will still die, but your dying will be uglier. Stretch out your neck, my lord. The pale, morning sunlight ran up and down the blade as Jon clasped the hilt of the bastard's sword with both hands and raised it high. If you have any last words, now is the time to speak them, he said, expecting one last curse. Janus Slint twisted his neck around to stare up at him. Please, my lord, mercy. I'll go, I will. No, thought Jon. You closed that door. Longclaw descended. Can I have his boots? Asked Owen the oaf, as Janus Slint's head went rolling across the muddy ground. They're almost new, these boots, lined with fur. Jon glanced back at Stannis. For an instant their eyes met. Then the king nodded and went back inside his tower. Man, I absolutely adore this chapter. I completely forgot that we get the baby swap, Sam and Gilly leaving, and the death of Janus Slint all in the same chapter. But on a more serious note, this execution is gold, because it's so unbelievably nuanced. Now, most people like to pick one of two interpretations regarding the execution. Option 1 is Jon killed Janus Slint purely because he had to as Lord Commander. And option 2 is Jon kills him because he wanted to. And me personally, while there is a bit of both, I much prefer the interpretation that Jon wanted to kill Janus Slint. From the time they meet, Jon hates this guy. He gives him a job he knows he won't like, and then sharpens his sword while thinking of killing him. He thinks of his father, the man Janus Slint harmed, and the reason Jon hates him the whole time to begin with. And then, with his father's words behind his swing, he cuts off his head with one clean blow. To me, that just speaks volumes to Jon's desire for vengeance, a hunger that has always been a part of him. And one great parallel that I noticed upon reading this chapter is the difference between Robb's execution of Rickard Karstark and Jon's execution of Slint. When Robb kills him, it's messy, taking multiple blows, and Robb gets covered in blood, almost like the action itself is being rejected by the gods. While Robb is trying to be like his father, in many ways he just can't be like him. But Jon, in this moment, much like Ned does in Bran 1, beheads a man with one clean stroke. In this chapter, Jon becomes consumed by the idea of killing the boy and letting the man be born, and with Stannis' nod of approval, Jon Snow is reassured in his decision. What a chapter! Jon 3 opens with Mance Rayder being burned, although with hindsight, we know this isn't Mance, and instead Rattleshirt. But for this chapter, that doesn't matter, because Jon treats the man like he is Mance Rayder. Melisandre burns Mance's Horn of Joramun, thinking she's ended the ability to knock the wall down, a misdirect, further providing evidence for the theory that Sam is actually the one in possession of the horn. Mance then begins to shriek and burn, and Jon recalls the Dornatran's wife, the song that Mance had sung when they had first met early on in Storm. He thinks of Sam, of Gilly, of Ygritte, the guilt he carries knowing so many of his friends have died or suffered due to the decisions that he's made. With this guilt at the forefront of his mind, he tells his men to loose arrows at Mance Rayder. Mance is struck by 3 arrows, giving him a much quicker death. Jon remarks that now Mance's watch has ended. Jon then sees Lightbringer glowing, brighter than ever, making the wall itself pink with its flame. Jon wonders if this is truly the power of King's blood being burned. Ironic and a wrong assumption, further proving that Stannis' sword is more a byproduct of trickery than true magic. The Queen's men then allow the wildlings in, telling them that if they want to join Stannis' cause and be protected, they must burn a weirwood branch. Jon thinks a piece of the old gods had to die for the new ones to enter, while flexing his sword hand. And I find this burning of the weirwoods to be fascinating. We know that Stannis ends up trapped by a heavy snow on his way to Winterfell. Could that be the old gods punishing him for what he's allowing to happen here? And then something quite interesting occurs. Bowen Marsh approaches Jon and tells him, "This is a day I never thought to see. The Lord Steward had thinned notably since suffering a head wound at the Bridge of Skulls. Part of one ear was gone. He no longer looks much like a pomegranate," Jon thought. Marsh said, "We bled to stop the wildlings at the gorge. Good men were slain there, friends and brothers. For what?" And this line is incredibly important, because it establishes the anger that the Night's Watch, and specifically Bowen Marsh, has with Jon's decisions in Dance. Up until this point, he had been a mentor and a friend to Jon, but from this chapter on, Jon will continue to piss him off, and stretch the rules of the Night's Watch, ultimately leading to the mutiny and Jon's death at the end of this book. Bowen continues to push back against this decision, telling Jon that allowing the wildlings into the gift isn't protecting the realm, that if they really were to unite with the Night's Watch, why not fight the others out there while the Night's Watch seals the wall? Jon agrees that while there is reason in his words, he disagrees because they would have no way to know what's coming if the wall is sealed, and that Stannis would never permit it to happen. And Bowen Marsh responds by saying, "Lord Snow, I am not the one to bear tales, but there has been talk that you are becoming too friendly with Lord Stannis. Some even suggest that you are a rebel in a turncloak, aye, and a bastard in a warg as well. Jaina Slint might be gone, but his lies lingered. I know what they say." Jon had heard the whispers. He had seen men turn away when he crossed the yard. "What would they have me do? Take up swords against Stannis and the wildlings both? His Grace has thrice the fighting men we do, and is our guest besides. The laws of hospitality protect him, and we owe him, and his, a debt." Yet again, Jon Snow finds himself stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's damned if he does, and damned if he does not. If he doesn't help Stannis, the Night's Watch is screwed. If he helps too much, the Night's Watch is screwed. And that's what makes this book so fascinating. Much of Dance is Jon Snow making impossible decisions, and having to live with the consequences after the fact. They talk a little more about the death of Tywin and what it means, and it's clear that while Bowen Marsh does care for Jon, they fundamentally disagree on how to handle the Night's Watch. John is then asked by his old friends if he wants to eat with them and share some laughs, but his response is heartbreaking. He thinks John wanted nothing more. No, he had to tell himself, those days are gone. The realization twisted in his belly like a knife. They had chosen him to rule, the wall was his, and their lives were as well. A lord may love the men that he commands, he could hear his Lord Father saying, but he cannot be a friend to them. One day, he may need to sit in judgment on them, or send them forth to die. Another day, the Lord Commander lied. Ed, best see to your own supper. I have work to finish. One of the most tragic parts of Jon Snow becoming a man and Lord Commander is the isolation that comes with his leadership. It's a mistake that he's making, and one that will cost him. A reasonable mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. Jon needs friends at the Watch, and pulling away from his brothers will play a key role in his downfall. Jon then walks through the castle and courtyard, and he spots Val and daydreams about the life he could have had with her. He thinks of Ygritte and how she died, and all of a sudden he can taste blood in his mouth. He can feel the kill Ghost had caused, and he thinks that he is a man, not a wolf, further foreshadowing his death and the fact that he is slowly but surely merging with the direwolf. The chapter then ends with Jon thinking of the Azor Ahai prophecy that was in the Jade Companion, and how Stannis must be a fraud, considering Lightbringer is supposed to be hot and have the ability to melt men and foe alike. And by the way, the only thing we know that can do anything like that in the series is Daenerys' dragons, but more on that in her own series. Jon goes to sleep, looking at Mormont's crow, thinking that it's the only friend he has left. Not counting Ghost, of course, since Ghost is more a part of Jon than a friend. And the tragedy of Jon Snow, sleeping in Donal Noye's bed, the man who convinced him to be more friendly and be a true brother after he has just accepted his fate of being alone, is so unbelievably tragic. Jon 4 opens and immediately furthers the conflict and turmoil between Jon Snow and the Night's Watch. Due to the fact that there just isn't simply enough food to feed the Night's Watch, Stannis' men, and the wildlings, there is tension between Bowen Marsh and himself. Bowen Marsh is Night's Watch to the bone, and quite conservative with his beliefs of how the Night's Watch should proceed and act. He feels they should put themselves first, and he is admittedly against the inclusion of wildlings, considering they have killed so many of his friends. And while I personally disagree with many of Bowen's perspectives on how to handle the politics at the Wall, it's worth understanding that he isn't evil or inherently wrong. And Jon admits that when Bowen counsels him, there is logic to his thoughts, but Jon will continue to disregard what he says, which will eventually build to Bowen Marsh killing him. While they are looking through their food storage, Bowen Marsh says that they are running out of food and fast. Jon thinks Jon had been thinking that all the meat in the world was surrounding them. You know nothing, Jon Snow. How so, he asked. This seems a deal of food to me. And this is a great moment, highlighting the fact that for all of Jon Snow's intelligence, he is still a kid and rather naive. Something that I realize in hindsight is that Jon Snow was not ready to lead the Night's Watch. George has always constructed his story as a realistic version of typical fantasy tropes. In a more traditional story, Jon would become Lord Commander and be great at his job from the get-go, since he's the chosen one. But George has his characters be far more realistic. In A Game of Thrones, Jorah Mormont tells Jon that with a few years of stewardship under his belt, Jon would make a fine leader. But with Mormont dying and Sam manipulating events to get Jon in power, he is forced into a position that he isn't yet ready for. And tragically, this is the same thing that happened to his brother Robb, with both of their stories concluding with their tragic deaths at a young age. Jon then has to come to the difficult decision of cutting portions, something he knows will anger the Watch even more, but it has to be done. Jon remarks that about half of the Watch is already incredibly angry with Jon's decision to not close up the gate to the wall, but that was a problem for another day. Jon then leaves the cellar and is summoned to speak with Stannis. When he gets there, he's told that Rattleshirt, who is secretly Mance Rayder, has been offered to join him. Jon is against the idea and believes he will just desert, but with the red ruby tied to his wrist, he will be loyal, or at least that's what Stannis tells him. Stannis then asks Lord Snow, "Tell me of Mor's Umber." The Night's Watch takes no part, Jon thought. But another voice within him said, "Words are not swords." The elder of the Great John's uncles, Crawfood they call him. A crow once took him for a dead and pecked out his eye. He caught the bird in his fist and bit its head off. When Mors was young, he was a fearsome fighter. His sons died on the Trident, his wife in childbirth. His only daughter was carried off by some wildlings 30 years ago. And this is an interesting development for Jon, because while he is consciously trying to help Stannis without pushing too far, he's treading on thin ice, and this is also a sign of him not being able to let go of the anger and bias that he has for what was done to his family during the War of the Five Kings. Jon continues to give info to Stannis and listen to his plans of war with the Boltons. When Stannis asks Jon to speak privately, he thinks, "I see." Jon's tone was wary. "What does he want of me? I have no love for Lord Bolton or his son, but the Night's Watch cannot take up arms against them. Our vows prohibit," which is incredibly ironic and great foreshadowing, considering at the end of the book, Jon decides to go south and kill Ramsay Bolton, forsaking his vows. But just a paragraph later, when Stannis tells Jon his plans to tear out Ramsay Bolton's throat, Jon's emotions overcome him, and he can't help but give aid to Stannis. Jon says, "You won't," Jon blurted. It was as if he just whacked a wasp's nest with a stick. One of the Queen's men laughed, one spat, one muttered a curse, and the rest all tried to talk at once. "The boy has milk water in his veins," said Sir Godry the Giant Slayer, and Lord Sweet huffed. "The craven sees an outlaw behind every blade of grass." Stannis raised a hand for silence. "Explain your meaning." Where to begin? Jon moved to the map. Candles had been placed at its corners to keep the hide from rolling up. A finger of warm wax was spilling out across the Bay of Seals, slow as a glacier. "To reach the Dreadfort, your grace must travel down the King's Road, past the river, turn south by east, and cross the lonely hills," he pointed. "Those are Umber lands, where they know every tree and every rock. The King's Road runs along their western marches for 100 leagues. Mors will cut your host to pieces unless you meet his terms, and win him to your cause." "Very well, let's say I do that. That will bring you to the Dreadfort," said Jon, "but unless your host can outmarch a raven or a line of beacon fires, the castle will know of your approach. It will be an easy thing for Ramsay Bolton to cut off your retreat and leave you far from the wall, without food or refuge, surrounded by your foes. Only if he abandons his siege of Mount Caelan. Mount Caelan will fall before you ever reach the Dreadfort. Once Lord Roose has joined his strength to Ramsay's, they will have you outnumbered, 5-1. My brother won battles at worse odds. You assume Mount Caelan will fall quickly. Snow, objected Justin Massey, but the Iron Men are doubtly fighters, and I've heard it's said that the Mount has never been taken from the south. A small garrison in Mount Caelan will play havoc with any army coming up on the causeway, but the runes are vulnerable from the north and east." Jon turned back to Stannis. "Sire, this is a bold stroke, but the risk. He thinks the Night's Watch takes no part. Baratheon or Bolton should be the same to me. If Roose Bolton should catch you beneath his walls with his main strength, it will be the end for all of you." And this is most definitely a fatal flaw and a moment in Lord Snow's command. And it's also one of the things that I love the most about Jon. Regardless of his position, power, and perspective, Jon Snow is stark to the bone. His bias is clear as day, and this is his first time obviously breaking and forsaking his vows for the sake of his family and Dance. something that will continue to worsen as the book progresses. Jon then comes to understand that Stannis means to take armor from the Night's Watch. He thinks words may not be swords, but swords are swords. But Jon doubles down, telling Stannis to leave the wildlings at the wall, because if he takes them on his march, the North will never rally behind Stannis. So yet again, we have Jon forsaking his vows and putting the Night's Watch on the back burner to prioritize vengeance against those who harmed his family and his home. Jon then speaks with Stannis alone, and he learns that he means to attack regardless of what Jon has said. And Jon decides to triple down on helping Stannis. Jon tells Stannis, verbatim, that he will show him how to win, and his men as well. You'll find them from here. Jon spread his burned hand across the map, west of the King's Road and south of the Gift. Those mountains? Stannis grew suspicious. I see no castles marked there, no roads, no towns, no villages. The map is not the land, my father often said. Men have lived in the high valleys and mountain meadows for thousands of years, ruled by their clan chiefs, petty lords, you would call them, although they do not use such titles amongst themselves. Clan champions fight with huge two-handed greatswords, while the common men sling stones and batter one another with staffs of mountain ash. A quarrelsome folk, it must be said. When they are not fighting one another, they tend their herds, fish the Bay of Ice, and breed the hardest mounts you'll ever ride. And they will fight for me, you believe? If you ask them. Why should I beg for what is owed me? Ask, I said, not beg. Jon pulled back his hand. It's no good. Sending messages, your grace. You will need to go to them yourself. Eat their bread and salt. Drink their ale, listen to their pipers, praise the beauty of their daughters, and the courage of their sons, and you'll have their swords. The clans have not seen a king since Torrhen Stark bent his knee. Your coming does them honor. Command them to fight for you, and they will look at one another and say, who is this man? He is no king of mine. And this is borderline hilarious. Jon is not only telling Stannis how to win this war, but giving him key information that only Jon could know, considering this is a family secret. And I really don't even have much analysis to add here. The text speaks for itself. Jon is quite literally breaking his vows for the sake of personal gain, and I love this for him. This is the kind of conflict and personal issues that make him so interesting. And then he somehow quadruples down by hand-drawing maps for Stannis and his journey. The chapter then ends with Jon understanding that what he has done is dig himself a massive hole. Jon 5 opens with Jon fearing the decisions he's made in these past few chapters. He thinks about Sam and Gilly, and wonders if in trying to save them, he has sent them to their graves. He remarks at how quiet Castle Black is now, that Stannis and his army have left. Bowen Marsh then approaches Jon to tell him that manning the wall is folly, and Jon becomes angry with Bowen Marsh, telling him that Lord Mormont is dead, and no one knows what he would have done because he was betrayed by his men. More foreshadowing of things to come between Marsh and Jon. Jon then begins down the King's Road to see how Molestown is, and he spots something very interesting. A massive ash tree that has been twisted by centuries of wind, that now has a face on it, and red leaves. The weirwoods seem to be growing and spreading, and I wonder if this tree is a byproduct of Bran's powers growing, and this face could be Bran from the future, looking back at his brothers on the wall. Maybe, when Bran sees Jon laying in a bed of ice in Bran 3 A Game of Thrones, he was unknowingly seeing him through this specific weirwood. Then, a mile further, he sees another tree, with a face carved into it. Jon believes it's the wildlings, but he doesn't know how they could have got there when they're guarded. On a branch he spots a raven that screams the word corn, 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 and I believe that this is the work of the gods, not the wildlings. John then arrives at Molestown and remarks that because the free folk were all hiding together in the cellars, they stink, and his brothers make fun of them for it. John saw one of his brothers wrinkle his nose and say something to the man beside him, some jape about the smell of freedom, he guessed. Too many of his brothers were making japes about the stench of the savages in Molestown. Pig ignorance, John thought. The free folk were no different than the men of the Night's Watch. Some were clean, some dirty, but most were clean at times and dirty at others. The stink was just the smell of 1,000 people jammed into cellars and tunnels that had been dug to shelter no more than 100. And this is top-tier development that showcases all of what John has learned during A Storm of Swords. The wildlings are simply just people, same as him. John then looks for wildlings that he could choose to man the wall and help fight back against the others. He thinks back to Val's words, where she said, "There are wolves amongst these sheep still." Val had reminded him of that on his last visit with her. Free folk and kneelers are more alike than not, Jon Snow. Men are men, and women women, no matter which side of the wall we were born on. Good men and bad, heroes and villains, men of honors, liars, cravens, brutes. We have plenty, as do you. She was not wrong, though. John then begins to feed the wildlings, and the pain of rule is clear as day. He has to deal with his brothers being angry that he's giving out food, and he has to deal with the anger of starving wildling mothers, who scorn him for not giving enough. Yet again, John is damned if he does, and damned if he does not. Then, a fight begins, but John is able to swiftly end it, with one of the coolest moments in the entire series. With Mormont's raven on his shoulder, squawking, "Crow, crow, crow," Jon Snow waits for silence, and explains how they have to prioritize the fighting men, because that is who will protect them, and keep the others away. And then he uses this information as leverage, telling the wildlings that if they fight and join the Watch, they will have more food. A hard decision to swallow, but a necessary one. John then sees a young wildling girl who reminds him of Arya. John is even allowing girls, 16 and older, to come to the wall to fulfill duties other than just fighting. John then tells them that he will not make them serve for life if they join, but if they don't listen to his command, he will have their heads. And John's plan works. In this moment, John is stronger and more powerful than he has ever been before. The boy from A Game of Thrones is all but gone, and the man before the wildlings is strong, determined, grounded, and intelligent. And the wildlings recognize this. John notes that Mance was right. The wildlings don't follow names, they follow strength. And Jon Snow, after walking alongside them, sleeping with them, fighting them, killing them, is now their leader, because more than anything, he's strong. The chapter then ends with Bowen Marsh questioning John, asking him what happens when a rape occurs, when one of the women slit the throat of a brother, what happens if it's Tormund they must fight before the others, and John dismisses it, hoping it won't come to that, an unwise conclusion. For all of John's strength and intelligence, he isn't perfect, and these mistakes that he's making are starting to build. John 6 opens with John sending Alistair Thorne and 8 men off to range. Alistair protests, but John's word is final. John wonders, not for the first time, what happened to his uncle Benjen. When they leave, John thinks about how heavy his decision was, potentially sending off 8 men, 8 brothers to their death. But regardless, it's his responsibility to bear. Ed then tells him that he had a nightmare that he was John, and he had to make decisions and never got to rest. John responds by saying that Ed's nightmare is his everyday. John is then lowered into the yard by the cage and hears the sound of swordplay beneath. and he tragically thinks it reminded him of warmer, simpler days, when he had been a boy at Winterfell, matching blades with Robb under the watchful eye of Sir Roderick Cassellin. Sir Roderick, too, had fallen, slain by Theon Turncloak and his Iron Men, as he tried to retake Winterfell. The great stronghold of House Stark was a scorched desolation. All my memories are poison. Jon, in his frustration and loneliness, decides to take on 3 men of the Night's Watch at once, using Donalnoy's final sword that he smithed. Jon thinks that he wishes he got to put an edge on it before Donald died. But what's worth noting is this is a completely different Jon than the one who fought multiple men in Book 1 of Game of Thrones. In that chapter, Jon beats on his brothers for pride, so they would know they were beneath him. He was a bully. But now he is a teacher, informing his brothers where they went wrong and what they must do to improve, and the truth of what real battle really is like. When their fight is over and Jon has won, he overhears Rattleshirt taunting him. We know this is actually Mance Rayder, and Jon says Stannis burned the wrong men. No, the wildling grinned at him through a mouth of brown and broken teeth. He burned the man he had to burn, for all the world to see. We all do what we have to do, Snow, even kings. Further foreshadowing, in a cryptic sense, that Mance is alive, and what they all saw was nothing more than a trick. They then have a brutal fight, and Jon gets his ass kicked. Mance absolutely overpowers and outdoes Jon in every sense of the word, and he ends up on top of Jon, tearing his visor off and telling him that if he had a dagger, Jon would be down an eye. But what's interesting is he does. Mance makes the conscious decision to not take his dagger from his waist and stab Jon, showing that while they are enemies, he does have a level of respect for him. Jon then thinks humbly. There is always someone quicker and stronger, Sir Roderick had once told Jon and Robb. He's the man you want to face in the yard, before you need to face his like upon a battlefield. And this is outstanding advice, and gives great insight into Jon as a person. Jon has his strength and intellect through his humility, through his ability to accept his shortcomings and learn from his losses. A great trait to have, and one that I try to implement into my own life. Jon then receives a letter from the Dreadfort, from Ramsay Bolton, and he makes a distinction that the words are written in large, spiky words. Keep this in mind as we approach the end of the story. Jon reads the letter, and when he gets to the part about Ramsay marrying Arya, his heart stops. Jon thinks, he's to marry Arya Stark? My little sister? Jon could almost see her in that moment, long-faced and gawky, all knobby knees and sharp elbows, with her dirty face and tangled hair. They would wash the one and comb the other, he did not doubt. But he cannot imagine Arya in a wedding gown, nor Ramsay Bolton's bed. No matter how afraid she is, she will not show it. If he tries to lay a hand on her, she'll fight him. Your sister, Iron Emmett said, how old is? By now she'd be 11, Jon thought. Still a child. I have no sister, only brothers. Only you. Lady Catelyn would have rejoiced to hear those words, he knew. That did not make them easier to say. His fingers closed around the parchment, would that they could crush Ramsay Bolton's throat as easily. And this final line about Jon wanting to crush Ramsay's throat is important, because while he's able to somewhat control himself now, later on when he's supported by Tormund and receives a second letter, the pink one, he will bite and go through with his goal. And I also adore this aspect about Jon. Jon is not perfect. He is not Prince Charming. He has an edge to him. He is not against vengeance. He is not against rage. And more than anything, when it comes to his family, he is more than willing to draw blood. This to me is evidence of Jon being resurrected in a far darker state and more aggressive one when we get to the Winds of Winter, but more on that later. When John is reading this, he is overcome with emotion, and when he hears Ghost claw at his door, he decides to step out into the yard and take a walk. He thinks, there is no way I can help her. I put all kin aside when I said my words. If one of my men told me his sister was in peril, I would tell him that was no concern of his. Once a man had said the words, his blood was black, black as a bastard's heart. Where am I going? What am I doing? Castle Black was still and silent, its halls and towers dark. My seat, Jon Snow reflected. My hall, my home, my command, my ruin. And then something incredible happens. Ghost brushes up against Jon's hand, and he gets some type of crazy instant warg link, where he's immediately able to smell 1,000 smells. He then, as Ghost, turns around and sees Ygritte, and for a second, his heart stops, until he realizes it's just Melisandre. And this moment is proof of the theory I presented all the way back in Bran 1 A Game of Thrones. I said then that I believed Jon was able to find Ghost because they had some sort of mental link when they were in close proximity, and Jon was able to hear himself through Ghost's eyes. Melisandre then tells Jon not to worry, that his sister isn't lost to him. Jon, still trying to stay true to his vows, says that he doesn't have a sister. He thinks those words were knives, tragic words, considering when he is stabbed with knives later on, his final thought is about his sister Arya. Melisandre tells Jon that she's seen his sister riding on a horse, further providing evidence that she isn't always correct, considering the person who arrives at Castle Black on a horse later on is not Jon's sister but someone pretending to be. Melisandre then pets Ghost, and Ghost becomes strangely entranced by her. Jon remarks that in that moment Ghost's eyes seem to match Melisandre's, and when Jon calls him, Ghost doesn't listen, which he finds queer. And then she tells Jon what will happen in the future to the men he sent out with Alliser Thorne. Hear me now, Jon Snow. 9 crows flew into the White Wood to find your foes for you. 3 of them are dead. They have not died yet, but their death is out there waiting for them, and they ride to meet it. You sent them forth to be your eyes in the darkness, but they will be eyeless when they return to you. I have seen their pale, dead faces in my flames, empty sockets, weeping blood. And now, while Melisandre's visions aren't always spot on, the fact that she says the men will come back weeping blood is rather strange. She implies they'll be coming back as others, but we have never known an other to cry blood. What she seems to be describing in some sort of symbolic death, where the men of the Night's Watch turn into something resembling the weirwood trees. She also says that he sent them to be his eyes, but they will now be eyeless, which doesn't mean they won't serve Jon Snow and be able to see, just that they won't have human eyes. I think potentially that these 3 brothers, won't become others and die at their hands, but die at the hands of Bloodraven and the Children of the Forest, being blood sacrifices for the hive mind. What if the Weirwoods are actually all individual people who have been sacrificed in the past, present, and future? The chapter then ends with Melisandre continuing to try and seduce Jon, to bring him to R'hllor. A thrilling chapter filled with tons of mysteries that I hope will be answered in the Winds of Winter. Now, before we get to Jon 7, we need to cover a very important chapter for the future of Jon's character, Melisandre's only chapter. The chapter opens with her looking into the flames of fire in hopes of finding Arya. That way she can further win over Jon Snow. But instead of finding Arya, she finds something else. A face took shape within the hearth. Stannis, she thought, for just a moment, but no. These were not his features. A wooden face, corpse white. Was this the enemy? 1,000 red eyes floated in the rising flames. He sees me. Beside him a boy with a wolf's face threw back his head and howled. And my interpretation of this is she is somehow seeing Bran and Bloodraven in the flames, and they can see her as well. And this is a crazy reveal, and could also explain why in the next chapter she is able to calm Ghost and even look at him like somehow all of this magic is linked. Almost like it's just a bunch of different radio stations playing separate music, but on the same frequency. Or you can interpret this as ice and fire clashing. Northern magic is linked to the trees, the old gods, the cold, the north, and ice. And Melisandre wants to burn down these trees and their power with her new god, a fire god. Maybe the clash of these two gods is the song of ice and fire. We then get a lot of explicit foreshadowing for Jon Snow's future. Death, thought Melisandre. The skulls are death. The flames cracked softly, and their cracking she heard the whispered name Jon Snow. His long face floated before her, lined in tongues of red and orange, appearing and disappearing again, a shadow half seen behind a fluttering curtain. Now he was a man, now a wolf, now a man again. But the skulls were here as well. The skulls were all around him. Melisandre had seen his danger before, had tried to warn the boy of it. Enemies all around him, daggers in the dark. He would not listen. To break this down, line by line, the point where she says he was a man, then a wolf, then a man again, is George R. R. Martin to me confirming that when Jon dies at the end of this book, he will warg into Ghost, and then in Winds, come back to his physical body. And then the next point is the skulls and daggers. The daggers obviously represent the brothers of the Night's Watch, who will still be present, and the skulls represent the others. How when Jon Snow returns and is resurrected, his battle with the others will be incredibly important. Melisandre then admits that trying to decipher the fires is incredibly hard, and no one can do it perfectly, that it's an imperfect practice, and it hurts, just before saying, I pray for a glimpse of Azor Ahai, and R'hllor shows me only snow. And many Jon Snow fans take this as explicit evidence that he is Azor Ahai. But to me, this doesn't track perfectly, because one, it assumes she is saying he is Azor Ahai, which I'm not sure she is. And two, if she was saying this, she admits before this sentence that her visions aren't law, and much of it is up to interpretation. She then goes to eat, and thinks of Jon. She says it's not food she wants, but Jon Snow. That while Jon isn't a perfect leader, and has his misgivings about power, that he isn't naive, and he even drives her a little crazy by playing hard to get. She then goes outside after speaking with Mance, and sees Jon dealing with the fact that 3 of the rangers he has sent out have come back as heads on spikes. We see Bowen Marsh angrily tell Jon that he should have never sent out rangers, and Melisandre takes note of his cold and angry tone. He seems furious in this moment. Jon then has to tell the other men of the Watch, who just came through the wall, what had happened and how many of them had died. And one of them breaks down and wails. Again, another instance of the Watch turning on Jon with every misstep or bad decision that he makes. She then asks him if they can speak privately, as she stares into his cold gray eyes. She even sees him flex his sword hand, the nervous tic that he has whenever he is in a highly stressful situation. She asked, "You have not asked about your sister," she said, as they climbed the spiral steps of the King's Tower. "I told you, I have no sister. We put aside our kin when we say our words. I cannot help Arya, much as I..." And to finish his sentence, I believe this line would have been, "as much as I helped the 3 men who he feels he led to their deaths." But then Melisandre reveals that Rattleshirt is actually Mance, and that if Jon wants to save Arya, he can send Mance, since they have his son as a bargaining chip. And we know, going into this chapter, that Jon goes through with it. He commands Mance to go save his sister. And there is just so much to break down here. First of all, Jon knowing that Mance, the king beyond the wall, is alive, and not killing him, is him betraying the Watch, and letting his personal feelings for Mance and his sister get in the way of his duty. Allowing Mance to leave to rescue his sister is also breaking the vows because he's putting his family over the Watch. And at the end of the chapter, we have confirmation that the baby swap worked, because Melisandre still thinks that the baby is Mance's son, and Jon uses this lie as leverage to get his sister back. Hardly the honorable thing to do, and it's just so incredibly fascinating how George R. R. Martin is able to make this scene so complex. There are 3 different layers to Jon Snow's decision in this moment, and we're not even in his head. Just absolutely brilliant, and honestly, expect me to make a whole video about this chapter eventually, because it's just so great. Jon 7 opens up with a snowstorm subsiding, and Jon deciding to lead the new recruits beyond the wall, to the Weirwoods to say their vows. Ed advises against Jon going, but Jon tells him that a good leader leads his men. He doesn't hide behind them. Jon also says that while Snow is dangerous, with Ghost at his side, he knows he will be protected. The direwolf, and Jon by extension, are one with the Snow. When they begin their ride, Ghost runs off to hunt, and Jon worries, but not for Ghost. Jon thinks he wants to hunt, but what? Jon did not fear for the direwolf as much as for any wildling he might encounter. A white wolf in a white wood, silent as a shadow. They will never know he's coming. Jon then talks to Emmett about his struggles with the wildlings. In between chapters, Jon raised a castle and put the Spearwives and other wildlings there. He remarks that in many ways, Bowen Marsh was right, and Hardin's Tower was a box of cinders waiting for a spark, and it was just a matter of time before conflict occurred. Jon wondered if he should have just let them all march to their death with Stannis. Ygritte's words haunt him. "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Jon Snow then smells one of his brothers. He thinks Jon smelled Tom Barleycorn before he saw him. Or was it Ghost? Who smelled him? Of late, Jon Snow sometimes felt as if he and the direwolf were one, even awake. The great White Wolf appeared first, shaking off the snow. A few moments later, Tom was there. "Wildlings," he told Jon softly in the grove. Jon brought the raiders to a halt. "How many?" "I counted 9. No guardsmen." Jon and co. then reach the Weirwood Grove, and Jon can feel the eyes watching him. He thinks that all those eyes are just like Ghosts, the old gods. With swords drawn, they surround the wildlings, but Jon doesn't want conflict, and one of the new brothers, Leathers, is able to speak with the giant One-One, who is ready for a fight. He tells them that they are in a sacred place, and after looking at the Weirwoods with their judgmental bloody eyes, they all calm down. Jon Snow tells his brothers to put away their steel. There will be no blood shed today. He then offers the wildlings a chance to come back to the wall, giant included, and they are welcome if they are willing to fight for life. It's also interesting to note that the wildlings coming into the Weirwood Grave for safety is incredibly interesting. I wonder if this Weirwood Grove circle creates some kind of invisible barrier that the others can't cross, which further supports the idea that the wall is made of giant weirwood trees. Jon then kneels, says his words, and prays with his brothers. He thinks, "May those deaths be long in coming." Jon Snow sank to one knee in the snow. "Gods of my fathers, protect these men, and Arya too, my little sister, wherever she might be. I pray you let Mance find her, and bring her safe to me. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children," the recruits promised, in voices that echoed back through years and centuries. "I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. Gods of the wood, grant me the strength to do the same," Jon Snow prayed silently. "Give me the wisdom to know what must be done, and the courage to do it." And I love this scene. It's just so incredibly eerie, and the fact that Jon is praying to the old gods and re-saying his vows, while also consciously going against them with his thoughts by praying for his little sister Arya, someone who isn't supposed to be his sister, is incredibly tragic. Even after all this time, Jon Snow is more conflicted than ever with his vows. Jon then brings the wildlings back to the wall, giant and all, and even brings the 2 dead corpses with him, for reasons we're about to find out. When Jon gets back to his quarters, he finds a letter from Stannis that says, Stannis has taken Deepwood Motte and burned the Greyjoy fleet. Jon thinks that while he's not supposed to take sides, he is satisfied and even happy to hear this news. Further evidence that even while Lord Commander, Jon isn't completely loyal to the Watch. But the second half of the letter makes Jon uneasy. Stannis says that he will try and save Jon's sister after he launches his battle on Winterfell. Jon thinks that Winterfell will be hard to crack, that if Stannis were to attack, he has to do it now and fast. Jon wants to help. He already made plans to send Mance and Spearwives to save her, but he still thinks it's not enough. He's still conflicted. And yet again, we have another moment in this book where Jon Snow is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's damned if he does, and damned if he does not. He's supposed to kill the boy and let the man be born, but he can't let go of the love that he has for his sister. How can Jon Snow grow as a man while letting go of the foundation that grounded him and got him to this point to begin with? Jon 8 then opens with Jon yet again forsaking his personal honor for what he feels is the best decision for the realm. Even though he promised Stannis that he would keep Val close by Jon's side, he's decided to send her beyond the wall, to find Tormund Giantsbane and hopefully bring him back. He thinks, I am the sword that guards the realm of men, Jon reminded himself, and in the end, that must be worth more than one man's honor. Jon then thinks that the road beyond the wall is as cold as the belly of an ice dragon, and this is one of 4 times that he mentions an ice dragon in this book. He mentions it related to the Stars in a Storm of Swords as well, and then he mentions it 2 more times in relation to Old Nan's stories. Keep this in mind as we proceed. Val then kisses Jon on the cheek and tells him that she thanks him for the food and for the hope. Jon, lightly embarrassed, responds by saying that all he wants for thanks is Tormund Giantsbane, which is incredibly interesting and telling of what I said last video about Tormund in many ways being one of Jon's best friends. Jon then says that he knows Val will return because she's grown fond of the baby. Val responds by saying that she sings to herself and can't help if Craster's son listens. Jon, taken aback, wonders why Val would keep a secret. One word to Stannis about the swap, and Jon would be considered a traitor. Val then tells Jon that she's named the child Monster before riding off into the woods. Jon wonders longingly if he would ever get to see her again. When she leaves, Mully, one of the guards, tells Jon that many of the men think Jon is a wildling at heart and a turncloak, and he keeps digging himself a deeper hole. Jon thinks, and the worst part of it all is they weren't wrong. Their words aren't just wind. Jon is very fond of the wildlings, and in order to survive, he is more than willing to let them south of the wall. When back at Castle Black, Jon thinks about how Ghost has been hunting further and longer, because at and around the wall, they are simply running out of food. While he is eating breakfast, Bowen Marsh, Ortho, and Septon Kellador walk towards his quarters, and tensions have never been higher. Jon notes that you can tell Bowen Marsh is furious, and Yarwick is asking for more men to build at Eastwatch, and Jon offers him the giant he brought to the wall last chapter, 1-1. Jon thinks about how Old Nan used to say giants ate men and mixed their blood with their porridge, but 1-1 is actually a pretty chill dude, and he doesn't eat meat, and beyond that, Jon tells him that leathers can translate and he can work well. So all in all, Jon Snow, yet again, has a progressive perspective about the wildlings and the way the wall can operate, and his brothers don't agree. But Jon does recognize that keeping him here is risky, because he has the strength to rip a man in half, if provoked. something that will occur right before John's tragic death. Bowen Marsh then tells John that he disagrees with Iron Emmet being moved to Long Barrow, and moreover, he believes letting a savage wildling like Leathers become masters at arms is disgraceful, and so do many men at the Wall. John wants to ask who and how many, but in truth is scared of the answer. To make matters worse, Bowen Marsh calls Satin a whore, and tells him that the men find it insulting for him to be John's steward. Moreover, the men would never follow a whore into battle. Guess all that talk of one's past being left behind when they joined the ranks was a load of bullshit. Huh, Bowen Marsh. And now is as good as time to ever to say that the Night's Watch is a load of bullshit. Not a single one of them stay true to the words, and they are anti-human. To not love, to forget your past, to forget who you are, is anti-human, and speaking personally, I find many of John's decisions in this book to be objectively sound, if it wasn't for the Night's Watch resisting necessary change. John becomes angry with Bowen's final statement, and tells him that the men have followed worse, and honestly, Bowen Marsh just needs to shut his fucking mouth. But then, Mormont's Raven screams, "Corn, corn, kill," and that kill line is out of place. It doesn't fit with the bird's usual vocabulary. This, to me, is either Bloodraven, Bran, or Benjen trying to warn John that Bowen Marsh is going to kill him. John is then asked why he is keeping the corpses of the wildlings in the cellar, and he flat out tells him that he wants them to rise again, but chained, that way he can study them. He thinks that Eamon would see the logic behind this, and that Sam would as well, even though he'd be scared. But not these men. They see what John is trying to do as abominable. Septon Kellador tells him he will pray for John to have wisdom, and John, out of patience, pushes back by saying, "We could all do with a bit more wisdom." The conversation then gains in tension when John flat out tells them that he sent Val out, betraying Stannis so that way he could get Tormund Giantsbane and whoever he's with on their side of the wall. Septon Kellador made the sign for the star. Orthel Yarwick grunted. Bowen Marsh said, "Some might call this treason. These are wildlings, savages, raiders, rapers, more beasts than men." "Tormund is none of those things," said John, "no more than Mance Raider. But even if every word you said was true, they are still men, living men, human, as you and me. Winter is coming, my lords, and when it does, we living men will need to stand together against the dead." And then the conversation gets even worse. John tells them that many wildlings have fled to Hearthome, because a witch named Mother's Mole had told them that their salvation would be there, and ships would come to bring them away. The three men remark that Hardhome is cursed, that 600 years ago the wildlings settled there, and the town burned so hot that the Watch thought it was the sun rising in the west. Bowen Marsh remarks that it's a good thing if the savages burn. John flexed the fingers of his sword hand. Cotter's Pike's galleys sail past Hardhome from time to time. He tells me there is no shelter there but the caves. The Screaming Caves, his men call them. Mother Mole and those who followed her will perish there, of cold and starvation. Hundreds of them. Thousands. "Thousands of enemies, thousands of wildlings," said Bowen Marsh. "Thousands of people," John thought. Men, women, children. Anger rose inside him, but when he spoke, his voice was quiet and cold. "Are you so blind, or is it that you do not wish to see? What do you think will happen when all these enemies are dead?" Above the door the raven muttered, "Dead, dead, dead." "Let me tell you what will happen," John said. "The dead will rise again in their hundreds and their thousands. They will rise as whites, with black hands and pale blue eyes, and they will come for us." He pushed himself back to his feet, the fingers of his sword hand opening and closing. "You have my leave to go." They left without another word. And this is such a great moment in John's story. Throughout this entire book series, he's gained perspective, and all of that perspective he gained is coming full circle here. He knows and completely understands that the wildlings, Night's Watch, and Southerners are all just people, but the others, the cold, the death, that is something else. and if humanity wants to survive, they need to set aside their petty differences and work together to fend off the cold. But unfortunately, as we will see moving forward, the Night's Watch is just far too stubborn for its own good. John 9 opens with Queen Celise and her party arriving at Castle Black, and when John sees Shireen, he immediately thinks that she's incredibly ugly, which is super mean, but also really quite funny. But John is respectful when talking to her. This chapter has John trying to balance his command as Lord Commander while dealing with the Queen and her party, who are quite difficult people. When she is introducing her men, she introduces someone John doesn't recognize, Tycho Nestoris, an emissary of the Iron Bank of Braavos. Queen Celise complains that Eastwatch, where she was staying, is no longer safe, and she means to stay at the Night Fort. Then one scares Patchface, and the Queen's men nearly start to fight with the giant. This is important foreshadowing, considering something very similar will happen in John 13. John then asks to speak with the Iron Banker alone, so they return to his chambers. The Braavosi breaks down to John that the Crown owes a lot of money to the Iron Bank, that way back in Book 1, Robert's reign left the realm in debt, and the reason the banker is here is to tell Stannis that the Iron Bank will back him if Stannis will repay them once he is on the throne. Tycho bows his head and says, "We who serve the Iron Bank face death full as often as you who serve the Iron Throne. Is that whom I serve?" Jon Snow was no longer certain. "I can provide you with horses, provisions, guides, whatever is required to get you as far as Deepwood Motte. From there you will need to make your own way to Stannis, and you may well find his head upon a spike. There will be a price." And this is another interesting development for Jon Snow. Here we see him engaging with Southern politics for the sake of having leverage with the North. Jon Snow continues to stretch the boundaries here of what he's allowed to do as Lord Commander. Jon ends up speaking with the banker for over 2 hours. His goal is to get to the banker's ships so he can pick up the wildlings from Hardhome and receive a loan from the bank to buy more food till the spring. In exchange, Jon will help him reach Stannis. Jon, a bit drunk, hears of talk of dragons in Braavos and jokes that they could use a dragon up here. Potential foreshadowing for the Winds of Winter. Jon then walks into the hall after their conversation, and Axel Florent, the Queen's right-hand man, is drunk and asking of Val. Jon thinks that he knows they know he let Val go to meet with Tormund, and tensions are rising at the Watch. Jon retreats to his cellar and thinks about the tremendous loan he just took out. He knows the Watch won't be happy with him, and paying this loan back in the spring will be heartbreaking. But Jon would rather the Watch be broke than dead. Jon then dozes off, but wakes to who he thinks is Arya arriving at the wall. Jon thinks that he felt 15 years old again. He wanted to believe it could be Arya. He wanted to see her face again, to smile at her and muss her hair, to tell her she was safe. She won't be, though. Winterfell is burned and broken, and there are no more safe places. But the girl is not Arya. It is Alice Karstark, and she is here to escape a rotten betrothal that she is only engaged with for her name. She says that she's come up to the last son of Eddard Stark, that she fears for her life, knows Stannis cannot help because he will die in the Battle of Ice, and ends the chapter begging Jon to protect her. Jon 10 opens up with a wedding. Jon remarks that the wind is as cold as the breath of the ice dragon that old Nan used to speak about in her stories. And this wedding will be disastrous for Jon's future with the Night's Watch. Jon has wed Alice Karstark to the new Magnor of Fen, Sigorn, as to bridge the gap between the wildlings and the North. To make matters worse, it is Melisandre and her Fire Lord of Light R'hllor that are wedding the two, and Jon is also the one walking Alice down the aisle, and many of the men of the Night's Watch are furious with Jon in this moment, viewing this as Jon directly getting involved with Southern politics and betraying his oaths. To make matters worse, a few days prior, Cregan Karstark, one of the men hunting Alice, came up with 4 men to get her back, and Jon killed one of them and imprisoned the rest. Jon Snow has now drawn blood in southern politics as Lord Commander. After the wedding is concluded, Jon and Melisandre talk about the fires. Jon asks her what she has seen, and she says that she hasn't been able to see much other than snow. She says she sees Jon every time she looks, though, and the daggers in the dark are getting closer. She tells him that she is mortal, like him, and can make mistakes, but she's sure that he must keep the wolf close. Jon tells her that Ghost is never far, so it's not to worry, which is important considering today, January 15th, George announced that Jon Snow will have chapters in The Winds of Winter, which means Jon successfully warged into Ghost, and that would only have happened because he was close. Jon then goes to speak with Cregan Karstark, and his anger with Jon for protecting Alice and marrying her to the Magnar is as clear as day. He says, "I see what you are, Snow, half a wolf and half a wildling, baseborn get of a traitor and a whore. You would deliver a highborn maid to the bed of some stinking savage. Did you sample her yourself first?" he laughed. "If you mean to kill me, do it, and be damned for a kinslayer. Stark and Karstark are one blood. My name is Snow. Bastard. Guilty of that, at least." Jon thinks about how he would like to cut off his head and give it to Lady Alice as a wedding gift, but that if he did, he would plunge himself further into southern politics, and people would say that he was killing Northmen to give their castles to wildlings. But Jon truly doesn't know what to do. If he kills him, he will betray the Watch. If he lets him live, he will do everything he can to tear apart the wedding. He wonders what his father would do, or what his uncle would do. He thinks, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Jon then returns to the hall, where the wedding feast is taking place, and Alice Karstark seems to be flirting with him, just a bit. She tells him that when she has her castle, food, and people, she will remember what he had done for her. Jon then receives a letter from Eastwatch that says they have sent ships to Hardhome to save the wildlings, which brings him some relief. But he then hears 2 blasts coming from the wall, which means wildlings. Val has returned. Jon 11 is an incredibly important chapter, because it details Tormund's deal with Jon. It opens up with an incredibly funny paragraph. "That day, Tormund bellowed often and loudly. He roared, he shouted. He slammed his fist against the table so hard that a flagon of water overturned and spilled. A horn of mead was never far from his hand, so the spittle he sprayed when making threats was sweet with honey. He called Jon Snow a craven, a liar, and a turncloak, cursed him for a black-hearted, buggering kneeler, a robber, and a carrion crow, accused him of wanting to fuck the free folk up the arse. Twice he flung his drinking horn at Jon's head, though only after he had emptied it. Tormund was not the sort of man to waste good mead. Jon let it all wash over him. He never raised his own voice, nor answered threat with threat. But neither did he give more ground than he had come prepared to give." Tormund then agrees to join Jon's ranks and serve under him. Jon recites his vows and hopes he is doing the right thing, but truth be told, he was unsure. And this to me is what makes Jon such an interesting leader and person. He can never know if he's making the right choice in the moment, because more often than not, there isn't an objectively correct decision for him to make. He just has to make the best of the situations he finds himself in. Tormund then asks Jon what happened to the little lad that he knew, and Jon thinks they made him Lord Commander. They then share a laugh when Tormund says he won't give him the giant ring he has wrapped around his member. But then the tone shifts when Tormund tells Jon of his son who died in his sleep and awoke with pale blue eyes. Tormund tells Jon, with tears in his eyes, that was hard. Very hard. Jon then walks out of the wildling tent and sees the wall in its crystal glory. Jon remarks that on days like this the wall seemed beautiful. He then calls for Ghost and sees him coming to him with Val at his side. Jon thinks that they look as if they belong together. Val, with her blue eyes and blonde hair, seems to entrance Jon. He remarks that it had been a long time since he had seen a sight so lovely. Jon could also be saying that he wants to be with Val, that he would look good with her, considering him and Ghost are one and the same. John remarks that she may not be a princess, but that she would make a worthy wife for any lord. They then talk on horseback while riding back to the wall, and John is able to convince her to kneel before Queen Selyse, to make the wildlings coming to the wall seem like a more digestible meal. But deep down he knows that no matter what he does, the Watch will not be happy with him. It's also worth mentioning that going into Winds, I believe Val will play an integral role in John's story, possibly as his wife. The line, "she would be as good for any lord," may come back around in Winds when John is king in the north. Maybe he will take this wildling princess as his bride, furthering the tie between himself and the wildlings. As further evidence, the next line they say to one another reminds me of John and Ygritte. John tells Val to follow him to the queen, and she responds by saying, "The crow commands, the captive must obey," in a playful manner. And the vibe of this conversation is one of two people who are definitely interested in one another. They then enter Queen Selyse's chambers. John tells her that the wildlings will be coming through the wall in 3 days' time, 4,000 strong, with 80 giants, and they will man the castles on the wall. However, there is one issue. Selyse will only accept this if they agree to bend to the Lord of Light, which John says were not part of the terms he made with Tormund. But Selyse won't budge, and John leaves her chambers with Val. Val then tells him that Shireen's grayscale will wake and doom the Seven Kingdoms. Maybe the dragon Stannis will birth from stone isn't a dragon at all, but his daughter's grayscale. Val then demands that John take Monster from this tower and give him to Val so he doesn't die from the grayscale. She tells John that Shireen is already dead, even if they refuse to see it. John, already annoyed, goes to the top of the wall to meet with Bowen Marsh. While at the top, he looks over the edge of the wall and gazes down upon the killing ground where Mance Rayder's host had died. He wondered where Mance was now. Did he ever find you, little sister? Or were you just a ploy he used so I would set him free? It had been so long since he had last seen Arya. What would she look like now? Would he even know her, Arya Underfoot? Her face was always dirty. Would she still have that little sword he'd had Mikken forge for her? Stick them with a pointy end, he told her. Wisdom for her wedding night. If half of what he heard of Ramsay Snow was true, bring her home, Mance. I saved your son from Melisandre, and now I'm about to save 4,000 of your free folk. You owe me this one little girl. He then looks to the sunset in the west and flexes his sword hand, haunted by all the things and people he has lost along the way. Bowen Marsh, the Septon, and Yrwick then reach the top of the wall, and John tells them to walk with him. And then he breaks the news of Tormund to them. Bowen Marsh touches the scar on his face that he received from defending the wall against the Weeper, one of the most vile wildlings. And John sadly tells him that while it angers him to say, he cannot pick and choose which wildlings to have peace with. If there is to be peace with the wildlings, it must be peace for all. Even the Weeper. If he were to say the words and join the Black, the men he's killed, the women he's raped and blinded, it all gets washed away. Bowen Marsh then asks an important question. Is John planning on feeding all of these people? And John tells him that the wildlings will pay for it with the wealth they have, and they will buy food from the surrounding areas. But he doesn't tell them about the loan from the Iron Bank. The men call the wildlings savages that can't be trusted, and Leathers protests that the wildlings are people just like them, and that they even worship the same gods as the Starks in Winterfell. John takes it a step further by telling them that part of the agreement with Tormund is he's taken their sons as hostages, that every young boy will either help the Watch personally or be wargs. That way the wildlings can't rebel, and that if someone were to step out of line, Jon Snow will behead their child personally. This seems to work for most of the men, but Bowen Marsh won't budge. No matter what Jon says, he is against all of this. And then his rage gets to a boiling point. He says that what Jon is doing is treason, that he's openly breaking the vows, but Jon, enraged, pushes back. He says, "I know what I swore," Jon said, the words. "I am the sword in the darkness, I am the watcher on the walls, I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of man. Were those the same words you said when you took your vows?" They were, as the Lord Commander knows. Are you certain that I have not forgotten some? The ones about the king and his laws, and how he must defend every foot of his land, and cling to each ruined castle? How does that part go? John waited for an answer. None came. I am the shield that guards the realms of man. Those are my words. So tell me, my lord, what are these wildlings, if not men? And this, my friends, is what I like to call top-notch character development. If you remember Jon from Game of Thrones, he thought the wildlings were vile, that they were distinctly different from himself, and the enemy at the end of it all. But it turns out they are just people, just like him. The chapter then ends with Jon saying the thing. Winter is coming, Jon said at last, breaking the awkward silence, and with it the White Walkers. The wall is where we stop them. The wall was made to stop them, but the wall must be manned. This discussion is at an end. And in many ways, I find this to be Jon Snow successfully killing the boy and letting the man be born. Him closing out of this chapter, flexing his sword hand, and saying his father's words is to me a full circle moment. The boy who we met in Book 1 is gone, and Jon Snow is now a man who has inherited his father's words and wears them with a certain weight. Which brings us to Jon's second to last chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire, Jon 12. The chapter opens with a dream. That night he dreamt of wildlings howling from the woods, advancing to the moan of war horns and the roll of drums. Boom, doom, boom, doom, doom came the sound, 1,000 hearts with a single beat. Some had spears, some had bows, and some had axes. Others rode on chariots made of bones, drawn by teams of dogs as big as ponies. Giants lumbered amongst them, 40 feet tall, with mauls the size of oak trees. Stand fast, Jon Snow called. Throw them back. He stood atop the wall alone. Flame, he cried, feed them flame, but there was no one to pay heed. They are all gone. They have abandoned me. Burning shafts hissed upward, trailing tongues of fire. Scarecrow brothers tumbled down, black cloaks ablaze. Snow, an eagle cried, as foemen scuttled up the ice like spiders. Jon was armored in black ice, but his blade burned red in his fist. As the dead men reached the top of the wall, he sent them down to die again. He slew a graybeard and a beardless boy, a giant, a gaunt man with filed teeth, a girl with thick red hair. Too late, he recognized Ygritte. She was gone as quick as she had appeared. The world dissolved into a red mist. Jon stabbed and slashed and cut. He hacked down Donalnoy and gutted Deaf Dick Follard. Corin Halfhand stumbled to his knees, trying in vain to staunch the flow of blood from his neck. I am the Lord of Winterfell, Jon screamed. It was Robb before him now, his hair wet with melting snow. Longclaw took his head off. Then a gnarled hand seized Jon roughly by his shoulder. He whirled. And this dream is fascinating. First of all, it's a callback all the way back to Tyrion 2, A Game of Thrones, where Tyrion says he knows Jon has had dreamt about killing his brother. But beyond that, I believe this dream is symbolic of many things. First of all, his guilt. Jon cutting down all his fallen friends, lover, and brother, to me is symbolic of the guilt that he feels for the decisions that he's made. But more than anything, to me, it shows all of the different lives he's lived, all the wants he's had, all combining and clashing in one moment. This is Jon's subconscious cracking under the weight of the decisions he's had to make, the loss he's experienced, and the things that he knows he must still do. Specifically the crows calling out Snow as if they are talking to Jon, but he doesn't know which one. Are they calling out to the wildling who slept with Ygritte, the Stark who threw snowballs with his brother, or the man of the Night's Watch who sharpened swords for Donalnoy? This is a choice that has haunted Jon his entire life, and it's a choice that will reach its conclusion next chapter. Jon then realizes the gates are being opened, and he doubts his decisions. He says he wishes that any one of the mentors he had were the ones making the choice, but it was simply too late now. And right after, thinking he wished his uncle was with him now, Mormont's Raven calls him his full name for the first time, almost as if it's someone trying to reach him in his moment of need. Jon then brings his men to the gate. He thinks about how fragile of a situation he finds himself in, but that it needs to be done. And with that, he opens the gate and changes the world forever. The wildlings begin pouring in, and John remarks that so many of them look like they are already half dead, starved and dying. He thinks that for the most part, they all just look like regular people who are scared. The wildlings take all day and night passing through, and Tormund remarks that he wished he had the Horn of Winter to blow and this would go much quicker. John hears this and he can't help but wonder where the true horn is. John then asks Tormund about the others, and he tells them that they are always around, that even if you don't see them, they're always clinging to your heels, waiting, always waiting. Tormund then gives a haunting description. That night, Tormund turned his face. "I know," said Jon Snow. He turned back. "You know nothing. You killed a dead man. I heard it. Man's killed 100. A man can fight the dead. But when their masters come, when the white mists rise up, how do you fight a mist, Crow? Shadows with teeth, air so cold it hurts to breathe, like a knife inside your chest. You do not know. You cannot know. Can your sword cut cold? We will see," Jon thought, remembering the things that Sam had told him, the things he'd found in his old books. Longclaw had been forged in the fires of old Valyria, forged in dragon flame and set with spells. Dragon steel, Sam called it, stronger than any common steel, lighter, harder, sharper. But words in a book were one thing. The true test came in battle. "You are not wrong," Jon said. "I do not know. And if the gods are good, I never will." And this description of the others is just so haunting. And I'm pretty sure we've yet to see these wispy versions of the others. The only time we really get to see a group of them is the prologue, at least this description of them, and even then it's still kind of different. So I wonder if we'll get to see a closer look at them in The Winds of Winter. The wildlings then continue to pour through the gate and build speed as night descends, out of fear of the others. Jon takes note of a skin changer and a massive boar that enter the wall. Jon worries it could mean trouble for him and Ghost. But then when every wildling is through the gate, Jon returns to Castle Black, and remarks that it seems like life has been breathed into the castle, that lights are on where he's never seen them, and grown men are having snowball fights in the yard. This brings him a strange sense of happiness, a happiness that is quickly undercut by a letter from Maester Harmune, who told Jon Hardhome is a disaster, with dead things in the water all around, wildlings eating their dead, and the ships are falling apart. And with that, the chapter ends, and Jon notes that the real war has just begun. And with that, we get to Jon 13, A Dance with Dragons, his final chapter, which also happens to be the chapter I had George R. R. Martin sign because it means so much to me. And before I continue, I just think it's important to take some time and sit with how far we have come with this character. These videos have been incredibly fun and therapeutic for me, and I just want to say thank you to anyone and everyone who's been following along with me. It feels like with every chapter, experiencing Jon's growth has helped me grow a little bit as well, and I hope you feel the same way. But with all that being said, let's jump right into Jon's final chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire. Jon 13 opens with Jon speaking to Queen Selyse, asking her for aid to help the women and children at Hardhome. She simply responds by telling him to let them die. But Jon doesn't care, and declares that he will lead a ranging personally to save him. He then goes to leave, but Melisandre stops him on the stairs and asks him where Ghost is, and he tells her asleep in Jon's chambers, so he doesn't attack the boar or scare the queen's men. She tells him he must keep him close, which reminds me of how, right before the Red Wedding, Catelyn told Robb to keep Grey Wind close. But Jon doesn't want to hear it from her. He doesn't want her advice. He asks her where his sister is, angrily, mocking her. Jon then returns to his chambers, and remarks that Ghost is the most restless and aggressive he's ever seen him, even trying to bite one of the brothers. Jon thinks it's because of the boar, but I believe it's because Ghost can sense the betrayal coming. If you remember, Grey Wind was also restless right before the Red Wedding. Jon then summons Bowen Marsh and Yarwick to hear what they have to say about the ranging, to save the wildlings, and their anger with Jon is plain as day. They tell him openly that they don't approve of the wildlings that are already at the wall, and that they hope as many as possible die. Women, children, babes, it doesn't matter. And Jon comes to understand that there is no getting them to see his perspective. Then, when they go to leave, Ghost sniffs them, and his tail goes straight, implying that he can smell the betrayal in them already. John then goes to the hall to discuss the ranging with Tormund, and while they are breaking bread together, John receives the pink letter. And while the question of who actually wrote this letter is a bit up in the air, it doesn't matter that much right now, because the outcome is the same for John because he believes it's Ramsay. The letter reads, "Your false king is dead, bastard. He and all his host were smashed in 7 days of battle. I have his magic sword. Tell his red whore. Your false king's friends are dead, their heads upon the walls of Winterfell. Come see them, bastard. Your false king lied, and so did you. You told the world you burned the king beyond the wall. Instead you sent him to Winterfell to steal my bride from me. I will have my bride back. If you want Mance Rayder back, come and get him. I have him in a cage for all the north to see. Proof of your lies. The cage is cold, but I have made him a warm cloak from the skins of the 6 whores who came with him to Winterfell. I want my bride back. I want the false king's queen. I want his daughter and his red witch. I want his wildling princess. I want his little prince, the wildling babe, and I want my reek. Send them to me, bastard, and I will not trouble you or your black crows. Keep them from me, and I will cut out your bastard's heart and eat it." It was signed, Ramsay Bolton, Trueborn Lord of Winterfell. And in many ways this letter is a load of BS, potentially. There are tons of theories about this letter online, and all of them have the same conclusion. Whoever wrote this letter is lying, and is just doing it to try and provoke Jon into coming south. It's Westerosi rage bait, and it works, because it plays into all of Jon's anger and insecurity. It plays into his fear of his sister's life, his anger that Winterfell, the place he was raised in, has been burned and is being ran by awful people. It plays into the baby swap, it plays into his desire for Val, and most importantly, it plays into his rage that he feels when his family is disrespected. And then it happens. My favorite moment in Jon's entire story. Tormund asks, "What do you mean to do, Crow?" Jon flexed the fingers of his sword hand. The Night's Watch takes no part. He closed his fist and opened it again. "What you propose is nothing less than treason." He thought of Robb, with snowflakes melting in his hair. Kill the boy and let the man be born. He thought of Bran, clambering up the tower wall, agile as a monkey, of Rickon's breathless laughter, of Sansa brushing out Lady's coat and singing to herself. "You know nothing, Jon Snow." He thought of Arya. Her hair is tangled as a bird's nest. "I made him a warm cloak from the skins of the 6 whores who came with him to Winterfell. I want my bride back. I want my bride back. I want my bride back." "I think we best change the plan," Jon Snow said. And this moment is Jon Snow incarnate. It's all of the conflict he's ever felt, summed up in one overwhelming thought. And for the first time, he does something that he's yet to do this entire story. He makes a choice for him, by him. One of the most fascinating parts about Jon Snow's character is the fact that he's a man who seeks to be an active character, but is forced into a reactionary role. Almost every decision regarding Jon is either made for him or he's manipulated into committing to them himself. In A Game of Thrones, he is manipulated into joining the Night's Watch by Ned and Catelyn. While he expresses an interest in the Watch, he doesn't actually know if he wants to go truly, and more importantly, he has a very naive idea of what the Watch currently is. But Catelyn wanting him gone, and Ned wanting him away from the South, makes the choice for him to leave Winterfell permanently. And when he actually gets to the Wall, and it comes time to say his vows, he feels pressured by those around him, and more importantly he knows that he has no home to go back to. So while he isn't gun to his head forced to say the words, in his eyes he doesn't have anything else. Then, in A Clash of Kings, he wants to fight and die beside the Half-Hand, but instead he's told to join the Wildlings, to gain info on them, and then return to the Wall. Then, with his relationship with Ygritte, while he does care for her, he was essentially forced into having sex with her, at least for the first time. He's then also in between a rock and a hard place, because he feels he has to betray her for the Watch. Then, at the end of Storm, when he finally thinks he can return to some sense of normality, Sam and Aemon manipulate the Watch into naming Jon Lord Commander, a role he wasn't ready for and didn't want. Hell, even the gods themselves, with Mormont's Raven, seem to be trying to push Jon a specific way. Throughout this entire book series, every character wants Jon to be what they desire for him to be, except one person, Tormund. Tormund is Jon's closest friend at this moment, and his dynamic is one that often goes unnoticed. Tormund represents to Jon freedom in the truest sense, and Tormund is the only person who truly sees Jon and respects him for who he is, not for who he wants him to be. For example, Bowen Marsh and co. spend the whole book telling Jon what he needs to do, or what they disagree with, but in this moment when Jon receives the pink letter, Tormund simply asks him what Jon means to do. So for the first time in Jon's story, he makes a decision. He decides to break his vows and commit to saving his family, and he has the person who represents freedom in the truest sense backing him. Jon and Tormund then enter a massive hall that is holding hundreds of people, both Night's Watch and Free Folk, and Jon tells him what he plans to do. The Night's Watch takes no part in the Wars of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon reminded them, when some semblance of quiet had returned. It's not for us to oppose the Bastard of Bolton, to avenge Stannis, to defend his widow and his daughter. This creature who makes cloak from the skins of women has sworn to cut my heart out, and I mean to make him answer for those words. But I will not ask my brothers to forswear their vows. The Night's Watch will make for Hardhome. I ride to Winterfell, alone, unless... Jon paused. Is there any man here who will come stand with me? The roar was all he could have hoped for, the tumult so loud that the two old shields tumbled from the walls. Sorin Shieldbreaker was on his feet, the Wanderer as well, Torrig the Tall, Borrig, Harl the Huntsman, and Harl the Handsome both, Ygin Oldfather, Blind Doss, even the Great Walrus. I have my swords, thought Jon Snow, and we are coming for you. Bastard. Yarwick and Marsh slipped out, he saw, and all their men behind him. It made no matter. He did not need them now. He did not want them. No man can ever say I made my brothers break their vows. If this is oath-breaking, the crime is mine, and mine alone. Then Tormund was pounding him on the back, all gap-toothed grin from ear to ear. Well-spoken crow. Now bring out the mead. Make them yours, and get them drunk. That's how it's done. We'll make a wildling out of you yet, boy. And for the first time in his entire life, Jon Snow is free. And regardless of whether or not you believe this is a wise decision, this is the first time Jon Snow has made a decision, truly on his own, for him, in his entire life. And it's brilliant. But just when things are looking up, just when Jon's arc is hitting a high point, tragedy strikes. One had killed one of the Queen's men, tearing them apart limb from limb, and Jon tells the men of the Watch to calm down, to put their steel away, not realizing that the daggers in the dark weren't for one. They were for him. No blades, he screamed. Wick, put that knife away. He meant to say, when Wick Whittlestick slashed at his throat. The word turned into a grunt. Jon twisted from the knife, just enough so it barely grazed his skin. He cut me. When he put his hand to the side of his neck, blood welled between his fingers. Why? For the Watch. Wick slashed at him again. This time Jon caught his wrist and bent his arm back until he dropped the dagger. The gangling steward backed away, his hands upraised as if to say, not me, it was not me. Men were screaming. Jon reached for Longclaw, but his fingers had grown stiff and clumsy. Somehow he could not seem to get the sword free of its scabbard. Then Bowen Marsh stood there before him, tears running down his cheeks. For the Watch. He punched Jon in the belly. When he pulled his hands away, the dagger stayed where he had buried it. Jon fell to his knees. He found the dagger's hilt and wrenched it free. In the cold night air, the wound was smoking. Ghost, he whispered. Pain washed over him. Stick them with the pointy end. When the third dagger took him between the shoulder blades, he gave a grunt and fell face first into the snow. He never felt the fourth knife. Only the cold. And with that, Jon Snow has died. And like I've been saying for 3 videos now, the tragedy of Jon's final thoughts being of Arya is beyond words. And the fact that his final word is ghost. Jon reaching out to the other part of himself, warging into his wolf, and living on, merging with the beast. This chapter is brutal. Jon Snow is a character that means so much to me. and while he didn't do a perfect job as Lord Commander, to see him get killed because the Watch is incredibly close-minded and hypocritical is a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, Jon Snow dying the second he made a choice of his own accord is so tragic. But with that, Jon's story in A Song of Ice and Fire comes to a pause. I say pause because today George R. R. Martin confirmed that he will in fact have chapters in Winds, which means that while my reading and breakdown of every Jon chapter is on pause for now, my analysis is far from over. I still have one more video to make in this series, where I will be going over where I think Jon's character will end up in The Winds of Winter. So if that's something you're interested in, stay tuned, because it's coming. Hello everybody, and welcome back to this series. This is video 5 of 5, going over what I believe will be Jon Snow's arc in The Winds of Winter and a little bit of A Dream of Spring. And before watching this, if you haven't already, I'd recommend going back and watching videos 1 through 4, where I go over Jon's arc in the main series. And before I begin, I just want to say that all of what I'm about to say is a byproduct of not only my own work, but the endless conversations that I've had with my friends along the way. And honestly, even though this video has been a ton of fun to make, it's also been incredibly hard. And in many ways, I don't envy George R. R. Martin, because even after spending hundreds of hours worth of research and work on this series, I still don't believe I have a totally firm grasp on what's going to happen in The Winds of Winter with only Jon Snow, let alone the other hundreds of characters. But with all that being said, let's jump right into what I believe will be Jon Snow's story in the final arc of A Song of Ice and Fire. Now we end A Dance with Dragons in an incredibly complex place for Jon Snow. He has just been killed by his brothers of the Night's Watch during one of the most stressful moments in the entire series, considering there are thousands of wildlings and only a few hundred members of the Night's Watch currently at and around the Wall. There is also the Queen's Men here as well. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what does the Wall look like right after Jon dies? And to me, the situation is going to be dire. There is constant tension between all three groups of people, and Jon was the only thing holding it all together. With him dead, it makes sense to me that there would be a lot of bloodshed to follow. Tormund Giantsbane, a powerful skin changer, and thousands of powerful wildling warriors are literally in the castle with men of the Night's Watch. So as soon as Jon gets killed, I imagine Tormund will lead his men to, if not flat out kill, at bare minimum capture the men of the Night's Watch who betrayed Jon, and the men of the Night's Watch who fight back. I imagine the Queen's men who get involved will also be killed or captured. But point is, a lot of shit is going to happen very quickly. Now, as this is occurring, I believe Melisandre and Tormund will grab Jon's body and bring him to the cellar to preserve him. I imagine that Jon Snow will be in a comatose state, kind of like how Khal Drogo is in Book 1, A Game of Thrones, where the body isn't completely dead, but the mind is elsewhere. Almost like an iPhone stuck with the Apple logo on the screen, but won't fully turn on. That's the state that I imagine Jon Snow will be in at the start of Winds. And we know from A Dance with Dragons that Melisandre and Val are both able to interact with Ghost and get him to listen to them. So I imagine what will happen immediately after death is Jon will warg into Ghost, much like he does throughout Dance, and be with Melisandre and Val as they bring his body down to the cellar and decide what to do. And Jon warging into Ghost makes perfect sense, since throughout A Dance with Dragons, Melisandre talks about Jon being a man, then wolf, then a man again. Varamir Sixskins also says in the prologue that living in Ghost would be a life worthy of a king, and Jon himself thinks about how him and the wolf have been merging as time goes on. So we know Jon Snow will be warged into Ghost at the start of Winds. The question now is for how long? And the closest thing that I can offer as evidence comes from Bran 3, A Game of Thrones. In this chapter, Bran sees Jon and states, Finally, he looked north. He saw the wall shining like a blue crystal, and his bastard brother John, sleeping alone in a cold bed, his skin growing pale and hard as the memory of all warmth fled from him. And what we can draw from this is John's skin growing pale and hard. This reminds me of how the dead rise via the others, and the time frame that we see varies from instance to instance. Sometimes it takes minutes, other times they can be dead for days. Truthfully, there isn't much evidence to guess how long Jon Snow will be dead, but my gut tells me at minimum a day or two, and at maximum a few weeks. Now, thanks to the newest interview The Hollywood Reporter got with George R. R. Martin, he's removed a lot of heavy lifting for me by just flat out stating that Jon will be back in The Winds of Winter, and he will have chapters. So, thanks, George, and oh, Quinn the GM was wrong. Just thought I'd note that. So Jon will be coming back, but the question is how, and to me the answer is through blood sacrifice. But not just any old sacrifice, some sort of R'hllor old god combo abomination, combining everything that Jon has been and everything that he's been tempted by to bring him back. And I believe it's going to take place at Whitetree, a small town less than a day's ride from the Wall. Jon goes there in A Clash of Kings and says this in Jon 2. The village was named on Sam's old maps. Jon did not think it much of a village. 4 Tumbleton one-room houses of unmortared stone surrounded an empty sheepfold and a well. The houses were roofed with sod, the windows shuttered with ragged pieces of hide, and above them loomed the pale limbs and dark red leaves of a monstrous great weirwood. It was the biggest tree Jon Snow had ever seen, the trunk near 8 feet wide, the branches spreading so far that the entire village was shaded beneath the canopy. The size did not disturb him so much as the face, the mouth especially. No simple carved slash, but a jagged hollow large enough to swallow a sheep. Those are not sheep bones, though, nor is that a sheep's skull in the ashes. An old tree, Mormont sat at his horse, frowning. Old, his raven agreed from his shoulder. Old, old, old. And powerful. Jon could feel the power. And there are 2 things that stand out about this passage. First of all is the fact that Jon notes this giant tree has had human sacrifice tied to it. But not just any sacrifice, but specifically young children being burned. This lines up because the skull is roughly the size of a sheep's skull, and sheep have smaller heads than the average adult skull, and the ashes mean burning. So to me, this is foreshadowing of Melisandre using burning a child into the mouth of this giant weirwood tree as some sort of twisted blood sacrifice to the old gods and to her god R'hllor to bring Jon's soul back to his body. And tragically, Jon Snow has a baby nearby that can be used. Monster, Gilly's son. Jon spends a lot of time in Dance thinking about Monster. He asks himself that in trying to save the boys, did he doom them instead? He dreams about Monster's death, and the guilt eats him alive. Melisandre, thinking that Monster is Gilly's son, will use his king's blood, that we know doesn't actually mean shit, so even if she does find out, it won't matter, as a blood sacrifice to bring Jon Snow back. So with that being said, after some time has passed, Jon Snow will be brought back to his body, but his soul will have changed, and that change will be shown through his physical body changing as well. I believe when Jon returns, his eyes will change to the color red, and almost look like they are eternally crying blood, and his hair will go white, much like how Lady Stoneheart's does. When Jon is brought back, I don't believe Ghost will die, rather that him and Ghost will be truly one now. I feel the wolf and the man will be no more. Jon's personality will have molded with the wolf's, and the wolf's with his. Now Ghost, more than anything else really, is linked to Jon's Stark identity, to his desire for his family. In A Dance with Dragons, we find out that while Jon sleeps, Ghost goes out into the woods and howls, yearning for his brothers and sisters, and that he can still smell them. I believe this scent will come back to Jon's physical body, and moreover, in Ghost, I believe he will be able to smell Nymeria and want to reach her. Ghost is also linked to Jon's rage. Ghost, at the end of the day, is an apex predator with a deep desire for hunting and blood. So when Jon comes back, I believe his first thought, his first question, his first line will be, "Where is my sister?" Then, upon understanding that Monster has been burned to bring Jon back, he will become enraged with Melisandre, grab her throat, and nearly strangle her to death, just before letting go and deciding that he will keep her around to make use of her. But for now, her life is forfeit, and he will remember what she has done. Immediately after this, Jon, Tormund, and Melisandre will march to the Bridge of Skulls to align with the Weeper, one of the most aggressive wildlings and a man who still has an army. But when he gets to the Bridge of Skulls, he will find them under attack from the others. Jon and co will rush to their defense, and Jon will find himself face to face with one of the others, the masters that are made of mist that Tormund describes in Jon 12, A Dance with Dragons, and the ones we see in the prologue of A Game of Thrones. I believe Jon will begin to have a one-on-one battle with this other, and in this battle, Jon will find himself losing when his right arm is sliced by the ice swords the others use. Jon will stagger back and hold his right arm as his blood drips down onto his burned sword hand. On his knees, he will pick Longclaw up with his burned sword hand as to die honorably with a sword in his hand. In this moment, Jon Snow's blood will drip onto the blade, and the blade will ignite. While Stannis' flaming sword is false and cold, Jon's will be hot and real, because like we see with Beric Dondarrion in A Storm of Swords, to bring a sword truly aflame, it is not the sacrifice of another that will do it, but the blood of oneself, a knowing self-sacrifice. This also tracks with Dany forging her dragons through her own self-sacrifice at the end of A Game of Thrones. Using his burned sword hand that Jon received fighting a White way back in A Game of Thrones, Jon will now wield Longclaw, a flaming sword, forged with blood magic, amplified with blood magic. And for the first time in the series, we will see a man cut down an other. I imagine the flaming sword will either crack the other, shattering it into pieces, or melting it. After Jon kills the other, the surviving members of the battle will rally behind Jon Snow for killing another, and he will now have a wildling army 3,000 strong as he heads towards Winterfell to take back his father's castle. Which brings us to a massive question. Who was actually at Winterfell during this time, and who wrote the Pink Letter? To me, the Pink Letter question is now simple. I recommend checking out John Greenwood's video covering the Pink Letter, because he makes an incredibly convincing argument that it's Mance and the Northern Lords who wrote it, in order to get Jon Snow south. As far as the Battle of Ice is concerned, I believe it will still be ongoing when Jon gets there, with Stannis' men dwindling down and the cold getting to them. The Northern Lords and Mance, however, will have successfully brought Jon Snow south with the Pink Letter, and he will arrive at Winterfell, 4,000 strong. And to put it bluntly, I think that when he gets here, he is going to fuck shit up. Think about it. This is his home, a place he has longed for years, and to see it in a sorry state, to know that vile traitors are eating in the same place he ate with his brothers and sisters, will enrage him beyond belief, and I believe Jon will aid Stannis in the battle against Winterfell and the Boltons, and he will destroy the Frey Bolton army. During the battle, I believe if Jon doesn't do it himself, someone, probably Tormund, will grab Ramsay Bolton and tie him to the weirwood tree in the Winterfell Godswood. After the battle has been concluded, Jon Snow will go to the weirwood, the place that means so much to him, and see Ramsay Bolton tied to this tree, and I believe that in this moment, Jon will murder Ramsay and eat his heart using Ghost, and Ramsay will become an everlasting final blood sacrifice to the weirwood tree in Winterfell. After this, Jon Snow will be covered in blood due to consuming Ramsay and the battle that just occurred, and he will decide to step into the cold black pool to cleanse himself. And this black pool at the base of the weirwood is rather intriguing. In George R. R. Martin's short book, The Ice Dragon, that came out prior to A Song of Ice and Fire, when the ice dragon dies, it melts into a cold black pool. And in Winterfell, all of the other pools are hot springs, while this black pool is cold. It's also the pool that Ned cleans ice in, and in Arya 1 A Game of Thrones, she says, "Jon watched them leave, and Arya watched Jon. His face had grown as still as the pool at the heart of the gods would. Finally climbed down off the window. The show was done," he said. Then, in Catelyn 1 A Game of Thrones, she walks next to this pool and notes how it always made her feel uneasy, much like how Jon Snow always made her feel uneasy. Point is, Jon has been connected to this pool since Book 1, and since A Storm of Swords, Jon has been referencing the Ice Dragon. In Storm, he notes that he could use an ice dragon to fight the wildlings. In the same book, he thinks of an ice dragon while looking at the stars. Then, in Dance, he thinks to old Nan's stories of the ice dragon and how the wall had become so cold it feels like the breath of an ice dragon. And I believe the irony of this is when Jon Snow dips into this pool, submerging himself in its chill, he will then rise, symbolic of a baptism, and become the ice dragon itself. This makes a lot of sense as well when you consider that Jon is the son of Rhaegar, a dragon, and Lyanna, who is symbolized with the blue rose, an icy rose. Jon Snow is literally the ice dragon. After he is reborn here, he will go to the crypts to see the Kings of Winter, to see his father, and when he comes up and returns to the hall that he was forced to the back of so long ago, I believe the wildlings and Stannis' men will celebrate Stannis and Jon's win for a time. I also think that once this battle is over, they will have to rest and recover for at least a week or two. It will be during this time that I believe a key event will occur. Lady Stoneheart will arrive at Winterfell. Now, I will admit, this is definitely a stretch, but Lady Stoneheart is in the neck at the end of Dance, right around where Howland Reed is, and she has Robb's crown. Not only that, but Robb sent men to Howland Reed right after he told them that Jon was now his heir. This, combined with the fact that Lady Stoneheart has Robb's crown, and Howland Reed is the one person in the realm who knows the truth of Jon's father, to me makes the perfect storm for Catelyn Stark to arrive at Winterfell and crown Jon Snow the King in the North. I believe she will arrive in Winterfell and find Jon Snow in the crypts, our two undead characters meeting in a place symbolic of everlasting death. In the crypts, I believe Lady Stoneheart will talk to Jon, bring her Robb's crown, and fulfill Robb's final wish, and crown Jon the King in the North. Now, with Jon Snow being crowned the King in the North, having Robb's crown and a true fire sword, I believe Stannis' army will betray Stannis and see him as a fraud. This will make Stannis desperate and lead to the burning of Shireen. But with Jon Snow being crowned King in the North, I have to admit I've definitely hit a wall with my theorizing. I will say this. I do firmly believe that Jon Snow will end A Dream of Spring living on the gift. In A Storm of Swords, after talking to Ygritte, he remarks that Ned Stark had a dream for spring, for Jon to live on the gift and play middleman between the wildlings, Night's Watch, and Winterfell. But as for the rest of the story, I'm admittedly out of my depth. I know Jon will eventually have some sort of relationship with Dany, but I'm not sure how it's going to play out. I know he will eventually reunite with his family, but I can't figure out where or when. And I'm now starting to understand why Winds has taken so long. There's just so much shit going on. So for now, this is where my theorizing comes to an end. But I will say this. Moving forward, I will be doing this series for other characters, and eventually I will get through all of them, or at least the ones I want to do. And once that is done, once I'm as familiar with Daenerys, Arya, Tyrion and so on and so forth, as I am with Jon, I will be able to come back to this video and update it with where those characters will fit. And maybe by the time this is done, we'll just have the Winds of Winter, so I can just analyze the book instead of making up theory videos. But with all that being said, that concludes my analysis of my favorite character in fiction, Jon Snow. And I guess the only question left to ask is, how do you wrap up a series that's taken you hundreds of hours to make, and there is over 7.5 hours worth of content for people to consume? And I don't even know where to begin. I guess it makes sense to start off with a thank you to everyone who's engaged with this series over the last few months. I've never worked so hard on anything in my entire life, which is strange to say, because I never thought I'd work so hard on something that most people would consider so meaningless, but it just means so much to me. At the start of this series, the one thing I promised to do was give my best and analyze the character of Jon Snow in a way that I felt hadn't been done before, because it wasn't my way, which sounds incredibly egotistical, and is. I want to say that it is. But I was just so passionate about this character, and my passion never dwindled, even for a second. It only got stronger. Communicating and seeing all the comments of people supporting me and telling me how much they not only appreciate my analysis, but the character in the series more because of what I'm saying. I've had people reach out to me and say that I've impacted them through what I'm saying, which is just so incredibly cool and not something that I expected. I have so many people to thank for this. I've talked to so many different people about Jon Snow. I've theorized, I've discussed my videos, I've gotten a lot of feedback. Even though he told me not to do this, I'm going to do it anyway. The buddy who I have the podcast channel with, St. Wombo, has been my best friend through this entire series. We've talked about all of my videos, got in depth about stuff. He's made all the thumbnails, which is really cool, and hasn't charged me an arm and a leg. He's just been doing it out of the grace of his heart. So I have a lot of thanks to give to him. So everyone who's been commenting, liking, sharing, sending it to other people, talking to me on other platforms, it's just been such a cool experience. And I just don't think there's any proper way to end this video other than just saying thank you. And I want to make this so clear that this over 7-hour series has never just been about A Song of Ice and Fire. What I love the most about the story and why the character of Jon resonates with me so deeply is how tangible and real I feel the character is. Going through his chapters, chapter by chapter, line by line, and breaking it down for just well over 100 hours. Sure, I have a deeper understanding of the character, that's well and good, but I feel I have a deeper understanding of myself. I thought I was done discovering things about myself through Song of Ice and Fire after Jon literally changed my life the first time I read it. And upon reread, upon full breakdown and making these videos and making the series, I feel more impacted than I ever have before. I stand here after putting so much work in and find myself only more motivated to do this with other characters, with other series, because I feel engaging with media with this much love and this much passion that I have, that my friends have, that the people commenting on these videos have, is how you heal a small portion of the world in any way that you can. You know, before I started the series back in October, I met George, and I told him the most stereotypical thing. I got really emotional. I was oh, you changed my life. I read the books through a really hard time. And he was just oh, thanks. I'm glad the books helped you. And it was funny. But more than anything with this series, I just wanted to pass on what I had experienced to other people. And I think in some ways I have done that. And that was just a goal that you can't put a price on. And it's just been so cool. This is just so cool. Like, even though my channel is still relatively small, the fact that people come here as a place to talk about the things that they love and engage with things in like a really passionate way. I've been very vocal from the start of this channel that I've made mistakes. I've said things I'm not proud of. I'm not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect man, but like Jon Snow, even though I find myself stuck between a lot of things very often, I just feel that as long as I keep moving forward and keep trying, I'll find my way. I'll find the light at the end of the tunnel. I'll make the right decisions. Everything will work out. And it's just been, I've been so incredibly grateful and so incredibly lucky to get to share this experience of not only my love for Jon Snow, but my own life online. So, with all that being said, if you've somehow made it to this gigantic video that I did not think would take this long to make or be this long in its entirety, thank you so much for watching. This series was so much more to me, and I think to many other people, than just an analysis of a character. And I'm just so unbelievably grateful for you. And I'm not going to end this video with like, oh, I'm going on a hiatus now. I put so much work and I'm burned out, because I'm not. I'm not. Like, I'm getting this video done at 3:10 in the morning, and I'm going to be up tomorrow starting another video and getting ready for my analysis of Catelyn, because Catelyn is the next character that I want to do, because she means a lot to me as well, and it's a character I feel a lot of people misunderstand. So, yeah. Thank you so much for watching, and just full steam ahead. If you're here, I mean, if you could sub to the second channel, that'd be great. I have a Discord server that I take daily video ideas. I have a Patreon if you want to sub with that. I don't really know what I'm doing with that yet, but I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and beg for stuff, be like, oh, because this is YouTuber Classic. Like, I'm just happy that I get to do this in any capacity at all. It's just so cool. And if you want to support the channel, just like the video so it gets pushed to the algorithm, I guess. But seriously, with all that being said, thank you all so much for watching, and I sincerely hope to catch you in the next one. Peace.